Late at night,
Books.
with all players asleep, a faint mournful opera drifted from outside. Righteousness often sits with a pack of curs, and broken faith favors those who read. The voice sounded like lament and entreaty, like weeping and complaint. Inside, the sleepers furrowed brows as consciousness slid downward as if the singing would tug them into a nightmare. When the theater director suddenly appeared, pinched the songstress ghost, and forcibly sent her on with a very physical salvation, the song cut off. Faces in the room smoothed and breath steadied. Sleep grew quiet again. The Crimson Theater has barely picked up. I will not let you meddle, the director said with a blank face. The off-hour live room chuckled, dead from laughter. Before he was, sing if you like. We are closed at night and no one hears. Now he is, they are my darlings. Do not sing and disturb their sleep. Notice how every ghost Han meets turns kind. Not that they are kind, it is that before her they become kind. I have watched many theater instances and never saw the director this caring. She is loaded and clever and competent. Ghosts and people both like that. She treats the world well and every ghost grows gentle. The strong reshape the world, ghosts bully only the weak. I am tapping follow to visit that nicer world. Never mind good or evil, I just want to see how far ghosts will cross the line. Follow +1. Next morning the throwing knives duo apologized sincerely and said they had sobered up and would follow orders. Han said good, there is heavy dirty work, and reassigned. The roulette player Trong Tan Deung moved to the opera as a chaser, and the knife thrower Tran Chiu would handle knives alone. Tran Chiu went pale. Alone I cannot carry it, you only throw. I will prepare the target, she said, and he tentatively believed. At noon the first show began. Since there are 2 shows and only one must pass for the director to ease off, the noon show. She did not push them, letting all relax and practice. Yet the hall still filled to about half, and in front sat a familiar plump ghost. Hey, here, do you recognize me? It waved. Why are you here? She asked. I brought my boys to pick up goods at the salted fish store. They said you were here so I came to look. The fat ghost had 3 plates of mung bean cakes and a pot of quiet heart tea, grinning. The cake is amazing, not on the order list. Can you add it? She sighed inwardly at the mighty future of a 2S Ghost King's kid brother kneeling to pastry, and he would have said even the Ghost King himself should kneel to cake. The show is starting. I will go backstage and come find you after, she said. Sure go. He was already happy eating and sipping. Ready, the show began. The first act was still knife throwing, but unlike yesterday the one strapped to the wheel receiving the baptism of knives was clearly a thief ghost. Ghost audience, ? Players. Backstage, ? Human viewers, ? Facing the confusion Han said calmly, I asked the director to go out and randomly pick a lucky ghost to join today's show. Thief ghosts, ill-intentioned ghosts, bandit ghosts, any kind is fine. Other players thought got it. Step outside and pick a ghost to squeeze. With ghosts as targets, the thrower's heart carried no guilt and hands felt lighter. Trong Tan Deung felt a bit ashamed he had not thought of this before. She kept silent. A normal player stepping outside the instance bounds is not going to plot but to accept there is no hope and to seek death. Even she would not step out if not for Han. She sent the director instead, which itself is no trivial feat. Yet she did not ask how and focused on results. The situation is not yet set so do not pop champagne, Han said and watched the front. What do you mean? Trang asked, but Lethua tugged him and whispered, celebrating. Before results is how you roll over, and added, most players cannot conceive of using ghosts as targets, even if they can imagine it they might not pull it off, so whether this knife act works depends on the audience. Thinking knives plus ghost target equals sure win is just premature cheer. Then the act began. Tran Chiu still had rookie hands, knives slipping offline, once nicking the inner thigh, once digging at the heart, once grazing the eye and nearly entering the socket. The thief ghost's courage split. He nearly fainted, while the ghosts in the seats, shameless, laughed and clapped at his misery. Good, finally it flows, better than yesterday, this is the spice we want. Laps 1 heard the cheers and understood they simply loved blood, whose blood did not matter as long as not their own. The second act was the opera. The chasers rose from 2 to 3, more tricks, fiercer fighting. The fat ghost watched, gasping now and then, and when the segment tipped to bring the Ghost King back came, he hurled a tip of 3,000 ghost stars and shouted to the stage, charge Chi Lang, you are the Ghost King. The shadow ghost exploded with strength and grew immense, split into a sky full of black cords, bound the foes and hung them midair. Screams rose one after another, for shadow clones flashed out and tangled the chasers. When the cat and mouse was enough, the cords gathered into a bloody basin of a mouth and gulped the chasers down. Then with the 4 clones circling the shadow ghost strode off like a king. Different tip tiers unlocked different endings. The longtime theater crowd was stunned. Super cool, truly a Ghost King. The fat ghost became a fan at first sight. Is this a Ghost King? so strong, a crowd of C-rank ghosts felt the pull of that power, turned fanboys and fangirls and made it rain. The live room felt like an idol stage. Believe it or not, I just watched a Ghost World superstar rise. Remember, they are still inside an instance. The hotter the air, the happier the director, the safer the players. So heated up. What is wrong with them? They are just poor players seeking safe passage. Knife throwing at ghosts.jpg. Repeat that again. Poor players, are you sure? Are ghosts not the pitiful ones? In the eerie world, thief ghosts caught usually die. Being invited here to take knives and only get scratched is already lucky. Every time Han Han enters an instance, I cannot help feeling tender toward the instance ghosts. With the noon quota done, it is a beautiful day. The opera ended, then magic, and as Han Han slipped candy into a hat, the floor erupted with cries. Throw it here, dump it on us, we can take it. This way. Some ghosts snapped. I came for snacks. After such a wait, you had better shower us. You think I came for art? I came to eat. The director overheard inside. Some truly came to the theater to dine. Han Han did not mind and tossed more candy toward the loudest ghosts. Others copied. I am here for you too. Look at me, I am the true fan. I am super loyal and have come 2 days in a row. I swear as long as you are here I will come on time every day, like clocking in at work. The director's face darkened while Han Han kept tossing and bantering. Watching backstage, Hachi had a strange flash, as if Han Han meant to hollow out the boss and steal his assets, then he dismissed it as absurd. In the ghost world, the assets circulate among fiends and players would not even want this sort. Why would she fight for it? She was only warming the hall and pleasing the crowd to keep all safe. He felt sorry for his stray thought. Great, the more fans the higher the chance to clear. Go go. Lap Swan clapped until her hands reddened, and Trong Tan Deung could not hold back and shouted, Han Han is too awesome, this clear is secure. After the noon show, Han Han chatted with the fat ghost in the lobby. Meanwhile, the shadow sneaked away corner for a tiny fan meet and took first tributes. This is Nether Blossom for steeping tea, this is Giant Bone Pig Trotter for soup, this is Redstone Hard and Rare. The shadow accepted all and swallowed each in one bite. Blissed out. It eats, it eats. The fans nearly shrieked like chickens. The shadow peeked toward Han Han, saw her still talking and relaxed to feast. This is my family heirloom, said to be a flood dragon bone. A fan produced a piece of bone. A cough sounded nearby. The fan went on, though elders boast, 9 chances out of 10 it is bragging. Some unknown bone treated as dragon, coughing grew, but it should still be valuable. Cough, I plan to cough. Confused why he was coughing non-stop. Clearly not sick. The shadow looked that way and stepped in front. Did not expect you to love your fans. An old ghost not far away curled a weird smile. The shadow split, opened a wide mouth, and gulped the fans, then slipped deep into darkness to escort them to safety, released them, and recombined, all while the old ghost simply watched. When done, the old one coaxed, you are strong and gifted on stage, why stay at the Crimson Theater? At our house the benefits and pay are better and you could become a superstar. Thinking the shadow was independent, he earnestly poached, but the shadow spat out the encumbrances and turned into snakes of black cords to lash out. Do not refuse so fast. Think it over, he said, and the reply was a snap that bit off his head. A deep sigh came. Seems we cannot agree. The old ghost fell and turned into cardboard. The shadow paused. I esteem talent and hoped to solve this by words, but you were so ill-mannered. The voice came, now male, now female, now old, now young, now left, now right, and the shadow could not locate it. The cough returned more urgent. The shadow stared around, then clutched its chest as its form grew pale, like gravely hurt, only now trying to flee. Yet no matter how deep it dove, the cough followed like a shadow. The body thinned to transparency and vanished. Fool, the same old ghost reappeared where it vanished, sighing, my power strikes body first and soul next. I gave you time to consider but you chose poorly. Out in the hall the fat ghost was still begging Han Han to add the mung bean cake to the list, and no matter what he said she repeated, new item yield is low, we cannot sell much. He leaned on familiarity to ask for the back door, but after a pair of sentences her face sank cold and he panicked and backed off. If not, then fine, I will come daily and order cake. There is trouble backstage. She rose. I must go. Yes, yes, go. He watched her go and hugged his pounding heart into a ball. Scared me to death. She suddenly turned terrifying. Then the report came. The shadow was down, gravely wounded and comatose. Cannot perform tonight. The bad news wreck plans. If only tonight it is not huge. Hachi looked to her full of hope. Will it be fine tomorrow? Hard to say. She broke the dream. Without the shadow, opera and magic both suffer. Laps one dimmed. Do we drop the 2 most loved acts? Tran Chiu felt that after 3 runs, if only knife throwing remained, he was confident he would lead them to a team wipe. Magic can stay, the hit is light. As for the opera, she said, we can find another ghost willing to play along. Trong Tan Deung stared. Just finding one willing ghost was hard enough, and now another, rather then patch with another ghost. I think swapping to new content is better. Easy to swap. Hard to win the crowd, Hachi objected. The opera is beloved, do not toss it. The shadow was likely ambushed by a higher ghost, Lethua frowned. Strange that they did not hit the human players but ran to hit a ghost, all puzzled and fell silent. It is the ones across the street. The director burst from a corner and shouted, it must be them. The players. Thought what across the street when this Crimson Theater is about to shut. Back when the Crimson was thriving, the Phantasmal Cinema was a newborn yard. Later, when we declined, they poached our people. Performers left and we never rose again. The live room reeled. Phantasmal Cinema, is that not an S-rank instance? Smells like richest house 1-2 right across the way. Even if they poached back then, it has been so long. How can you still hold a grudge? Say what you will, I admire the director's confidence. The viewers did not buy it, nor did the players. How long can one side hate after losing while the other rose? Anyway, Han Han pulled back to the point. We first filled a slot, fearing the director would continue the old chronicles. They all hurried to discuss. High-rank ghosts are hard to find, rank alone is useless. They must agree to go on stage. Best if they can deliver operatic flair, gaudy fights. If the acting lacks, both performance and visuals will drop. The evening show is only a few hours away, time is short. She was about to recruit a wrathful ghost from the Hall of Peace when the director said with tragic resolve, no need to find others, I will go. She and the others froze, and Lapse One trembled and carefully asked, may I ask, what rank are you? The director said nothing but his presence shifted. The prompt read, Wrathful Ape Director, S rank, owner of the Crimson Theater. His wrath is the source of power, the angrier the greater the potential and the higher the cap. Lapse One turned to stone. She had nearly run up to assassinate an S-rank ghost. Truly very brave. Tran Chiu shivered. Is this not a B-rank instance? Why is the director S-rank? How is that reasonable? Trong Tan Deung calmed himself. Do not celebrate early and do not boast, as if to teach him a lesson. The world turned fantastical. Joke. In the afternoon, under a sky of two suns about to rise, the seats filled to 9/10. These are all their regulars. The director sneered. They poached us and now bring a pack to watch us fail. And Han Han thought, if true, how deep must his grudge be? The show began. First Nads again. After the noon show, the special guest thief ghost had been released, and before the evening the director took another stroll and forcefully invited a bandit ghost to be the lucky spectator. Now the bandit lay on the wheel flushed with excitement, and Tran Chiu wore the expression of a psychopathic slayer and aimed with feverish zeal. When a knife struck true and the target bled, he looked thrilled. When it missed, he did not hide his disappointment and cued the next throw. Ah, the knife act is getting more exhilarating. Great stuff. The performer is striving. The effect keeps rising. Addictive. Tip tip. The act ended and he received his highest reward yet, 280 ghost stars. He blinked, bowed to the crowd, and led the lucky spectator off. The second act was the opera. As the director took the stage, the crowd roared, where is the shadow? I came for the Black Shadow King. If you were swapping actors, say so early, I would not have come. Is the director mad? With the shadow that good why swap? Amid protest he played on, and whether in the early humiliation under suppression or in the late 3000 tip and the king returns, he paced the beats very well. Watching, the ghosts settled and changed tune. The worse than the shadow. The monkey is fairly pretty. Hearing that, he felt encouraged and hammered the chasers harder, and knowing Lapse One and Hachi were close to Han Han and only Trong was not, he sandbagged against the two and unleashed full strength on Trong, who thought bullying one person like this was shameless, until in the end Lapse One and Hachi borrowed momentum to exit while only Trong was actually blasted aside for real. The curtain fell to waves of applause and some ghosts tipped while yelling, rotating cast. Now and then is nice, keeps it fresh. Crisis resolved. The director shouldered the plaque of Ape Ghost King and swaggered off, while in a corner the old ghost frowned. Displeased, the effect fell short. With the director's help, the second day's shows finished smoothly. To prevent the Phantasmal Cinema from striking again, that night the director did not sleep. He sat guard at the dorm door, swearing to protect his precious babies. The players muttered a long ellipsis, an S-rank ghost squatting outside while we sleep in here is pressure like a mountain, fearing he might lose reason and break in. Yet in truth the wrathful ape is already impulsive by default and did not flare further at night. His eyes shone as he scanned all around, refusing to spare any suspicious soul, and in an unblinking corner the old ghost kept watch a while, found no chance, and silently withdrew. Shadow form, trait 1, exceptional regeneration. After being injured, it will gradually self-heal after a full night's rest. The shadow form had recovered fairly well, so today it would perform as usual. At noon, with about 40 minutes until curtain, crowds of viewers were already surging toward the Playhouse. Heard the Playhouse has a super gorgeous new act. The snacks and treats are crazy good too. There's even an S-Class great ghost on stage, doing real fights for the audience. Who would think an S-Class ghost would perform just for us?
My mom raised a winner. Is it really that good?
I don't buy it, not unless I see it myself.
In no time the grand hall was packed, and the manager, thrilled, had Ghost staff add more seating. If the manager gets too excited and faints, will they miss the next show?
Hand pats dog head, clearly S-class, enough to rule a region, yet it insists on doing business, determined to revive the family trade. It's so real, I could cry to death. Seeing this, earlier those rowdy ghost patrons didn't get beaten to death on the spot. The temper is truly good.
Also afraid if it kills too many, no ghost will dare enter to watch, right?
Sly laugh, the manager kept the enterprise alive and finally waited out the return to the peak. Whoa, my eyes are stinging, I wanna cry. We know you wanna cry, but hold it, maybe the peak lasts only a few days. Once the players leave, the fire goes out. Inside the instance, the manager added many seats so everyone could sit. Seeing the place crammed with ghosts, Yunhan's expression was hard to read. When do you plan to start charging admission? Give it a bit, the manager, reluctant to scare off the biggest crowd in ages, said. If we bring tickets back, they might not come. Yunhan replied, if you don't sell tickets, next time when even more ghosts come, the playhouse won't hold them. The manager hesitated and said, give me some time to think. A chubby ghost in the front row, surrounded and uncomfortable, tipped 1,000 ghost coins and shouted, boss, any rooms? Not yet, later there will be. The manager threw caution to the wind and painted bigger pies. The chubby ghost, forget it. Amid the din, performers took their marks and the show officially began. The throwing knife act was as slick as ever. When the drama segment came, a teenage ghost slammed down 5,000 ghost coins. Thrilled, I love this play. I really want to get on stage and scratch the itch myself. Can I join? Obviously a plant from the other side. The manager was about to refuse, but Yunhan smiled and agreed. You can. The manager's face shifted. Do you even? I know. Yunhan cut in calmly. The manager waited and chose to trust her. The teen ghost bounded on stage, and Yunhan friendly patted his shoulder. The drama began. The shadow ghost appeared first, still pitiful, small, and helpless. The teen ghost, aligned with the pursuers, tailed the others as if ready to join the encirclement. Unseen, a star spark flashed in his eye. He planned to fire a big finisher, ambush his own side, and wipe out every performer of the playhouse. He started charging. A full minute passed and nothing happened. He switched skills, still no response. Teen ghost, he panicked, face full of disbelief. Just then the shadow form, buoyed by massive audience rewards, restored its true body. The first thing it did after drawing back power was, eat the teen ghost. Nice. The audience, unaware of the undercurrents, assumed it was all effects and cheered. With the unknown factor gone, the players could relax their nerves. The trio fought as usual but were still thrashed by the shadow form. After the show, Junhan found a storage room and had the shadow form spit the teen ghost back out. Surrounded by people who looked anything but kind, he cried, "What are you doing? I'm just a paying viewer." Talk. Did the Phantom Theater send you? The manager barked. The teen ghost shook his head like mad. No, no. The human player's watching. You won't get anything asking like that. Can a heartless ghost live? Lap Shin mused. Should we cut out his heart and lungs for an interrogation? I'm actually very experienced at questioning, Hachi volunteered. If he's really innocent, what then? Lethua worried about the aftermath. The manager said coldly, either don't do it, or do it to the end, erase him to prevent leaks. The teen ghost's vision went dark and he nearly fainted. Livestream chat, a fine cut out the heart and lungs indeed. First time I've seen humans and ghosts discuss how to torture a ghost live on air. If he's truly an ordinary viewer, that's tragic. He tossed 5,000 ghost coins only to be locked up, interrogated, and soon erased. Betting one pack of spicy sticks he isn't innocent. During the act he didn't rush the shadow ghost but stared at the three humans instead, clearly plotting. I stared too. He meant to act. Pity he couldn't trigger anything. Before he went on stage, Yunhan patted his shoulder, reasonable to suspect she did something. Toss 5,000 just to be a background extra? I don't buy he's a proper viewer. Players guarding against him is normal. In the commotion, Hachi knocked the teen ghost out and entered his dream. Familiar sights, familiar setting, seeing the old ghost, the teen ghost bawled like meeting kin. Director, save me. The old ghost frowned. Did you forget my instructions? No, the teen sobbed. I followed them and snuck into the Crimson Playhouse to make trouble. I even planned to be a background actor to force my way on stage. but they were too sharp, somehow my abilities wouldn't work. Director, save me. They caught me and said they'll cut my heart and lungs. At that moment he suddenly recalled he was dumped in a storeroom and humans had said they'd interrogate him. He sensed something wrong and blanched. You. The old ghost's face morphed into Hachi, and you say you're not a spy? The teen snapped awake, asked and answered. He was sent by a director to stir trouble, Hachi reported. The manager exploded, so it was the Phantom Theater. It tore the spy to shreds and stormed out. Lap Xian, stunned, asked from the soul, it just left like that? What if it never comes back? That's fine too, Yunhan narrowed her eyes, ready to inherit the manager's estate. Sadly, 3 hours later the manager returned with only minor scrapes. The noon business was dismal, only about 3 to 4/10 of seats filled. Even seated, the audience was on edge. Heard the Playhouse manager rushed the Phantom Theater alone and wrecked their rooms. Lots of theater ghosts were badly hurt. Rumor says the Phantom Theater posted a notice to close for half a month to rest and reorganize. Can they just not open anymore? Their director is half dead already. Tell me, is it safe for us here? NK Books. If we don't tip or praise the act, will that ape snap and assault viewers? Shouldn't. The manager treats viewers politely. Someone muttered, if not for the snacks, I wouldn't risk coming. You're here, so hush. A ghost beside them urged, you can babble, but I don't want the manager's attention. Unwittingly, everyone sat stiff like they might be called on stage. They endured the knife act, sat through the drama, and finally the magic act came. The hall erupted, howling with excitement. Seeing fans brave life and limb for a bite to eat, Yunhan pitied them and scattered more candy than usual. She also had the shadow form deliver a tomahawk steak to each table, as a reward for their unbending courage to check in daily, gnawing steak. Ghost viewers teared up, knew it, fewer ghosts coming means more snacks per head. Honestly, if the Playhouse never climbs back, it's okay. Loyal fans like us will still check in every day. When will the Playhouse start selling tickets again? Standardize it fast and sweep out the wobblers who won't buy. For one more bite, the ghosts worked hard. They zealously advised, not to help others but to help themselves. Thanks for the support. Yunhan waved and thanked the crowd. By noon of the fourth day, 6/10 of seats were filled. By afternoon, 8/10. By then the audience had mostly forgotten how brutally the manager of the Crimson Playhouse had stormed the Phantom Theater and smashed rooms. Pairs of blood-red eyes now clung only to Yunhan's handouts, itching to rush the stage and seize them. Some ghosts shouted, propose canceling other acts and letting the magic show run a full hour. Propose 3 shows a day, morning, noon, and afternoon. Propose removing the per-table order limit. Propose allowing extra snack purchases, and keep the freebies besides. The chubby ghost ate mung bean cakes, sipped Kamline tea, enjoyed the show while his ears roared with noise, then tossed 3,000 ghost coins. Proposed building VIP rooms now. After coming off stage, Yunhan saw the manager staring at the auditorium and thought and smiled, didn't you want the Playhouse to get better? Go heed the voice of the crowd. Forget it, the manager drooped, listless. They're not here to watch, they're here for snacks. Once you leave, they won't come back, and keeping them is useless. The forlorn tone said, this is the peak, after this only downhill. Some viewers do truly love the show, Yunhan consoled. The ape ghost manager nodded. These days the shadow ghost has gathered plenty of fans, then added, once you leave, the stage pillar leaves with you. Yunhan didn't refute it, because it was true. At first she meant to take over the Crimson Playhouse, but over time she realized its clear weakness. Unlike a grocery, it doesn't run by just stocking goods, it needs runners bringing snacks and tea and needs performers to go on stage, so she grew reluctant to own it, unless it came as a free inheritance. Yet the manager was alive and treasured the trade, so how would it give it away? At that very thought, she heard the ape ghost ask, if I give you the Playhouse, will you run it well? Yunhan? For a second she doubted her ears. I only know how to fight, not to do business. The ape ghost looked around the garden, reluctant to part. In my hands it just keeps declining. But you're different, smart, adaptable, with acts people love, you could run it better. Can you let it go? Yunhan asked, even if I hate to, I must, because I refuse to see it die in my hands, it said glumly. Yunhan pondered, then nodded and promised, I'll try my best to run it well. When you become manager, will you hire me? The ape ghost lowered itself to negotiate. I want to work, to stay, and keep it company. Deal, Yunhan said readily. Who would refuse a free S-class fist on staff? The ape ghost took her to the residence and produced the property certificate. it scraped off its own info and signaled Yun Han to fill in hers. The instant she finished, the system popped up. Congratulations, player has become owner of the Crimson Playhouse. Congratulations, player has obtained a second shop. Congratulations, player has gained a portion of World Essence. Each day you may use extra time of 30 seconds within 30 meters around the Crimson Playhouse. You may use manager privileges. World Essence time bonus becomes 60 seconds, 1 minute. Would you like to spend 30,000 ghost coins to equip a super security system? Thieves, brawlers, and vandals will be struck by lightning, detained, and thrown out. You may set a blacklist. Blacklisted patrons are auto-recognized and ejected. You may set rule violations upon hitting the cap. Patrons auto-enter the blacklist. Yun Han, approve. As soon as the setup finished, other players received. Congratulations to player number 351,147 for becoming manager of the Crimson Playhouse. Fighting and theft are forbidden within the jurisdiction. Accumulate 3 violations and you enter the blacklist and are expelled at once. Those on the blacklist cannot step into the Crimson Playhouse. Violators will be struck by lightning. At that moment everyone else was backstage. They looked around and confirmed only Yun Han was absent, so the player number must be her. After thinking it through, they were even more stunned. Did Yun Han carry the team and solo the boss? How did she vanish for a moment and come back a whole manager? After becoming the new manager, Yun Han first appointed the Ape Ghost as deputy manager to handle daily work. Second, she asked where the Phantom Theater's director was. It injured the Shadow Ghost badly and previously tried to poach my people. As manager, I should seek justice, Yun Han said. It's recuperating at the Phantom Theater, but its strength is unfathomable, not something ordinary humans can handle. The deputy worried. Yun Han didn't care, glanced at the sky, and said calmly, let's go, there and back fast, we'll be home before dark. Thinking nothing could go wrong with him along, the deputy led the way. Since entering the game, this was Yun Han's first time leaving the instance's permitted zone. Walking the main avenue felt no different from the real world. There were just many eyes on her, plenty unfriendly. Whenever that happened, the Ape Ghost glared fiercely and the onlookers dispersed. After walking and stopping across 2 streets and 3 bends, they reached the Phantom Theater. Admittedly, it looked grander than the Crimson Playhouse. If not for the cracked walls, it would be the prettiest spot on the street. But now it looked like a seriously ill elder with little time left. Yun Han scanned the area and was about to knock when the Ape Ghost blasted the doors off with a kick. Doors open. Let's go, Yun Han. She quietly drew back her hand and stepped inside. Cough, cough. The racking, echoing cough made hearts race. Yun Han thought the cough felt like those instances that use door-knocking sounds as a gimmick. Cover your ears and wait here, the Ape Ghost warned. Hearing too much of this is bad, ignore it. Then he scuttled up like a sky gibbon and darted away. Once he'd run off, the old ghost dared to appear. Cough, cough, esteemed guests, to what do I owe the honor? Yun Han answered crisply, debt collection. The reply stunned him. I'm the new manager of the Crimson Playhouse and the owner of the Shadow Ghost you injured. She introduced modestly, then shifted. Choose land session, monetary compensation, or labor compensation. What? The old ghost forgot to cough. Yun Han explained patiently. Land session means transferring theater property to me. Monetary compensation means paying in ghost coins. Labor compensation means if you lack land or money, you repay with your performers as workers at the playhouse. In a few hundred years it'll settle out. Hearing this, he hacked violently. Anyone else would have collapsed from tachycardia, but Yun Han stood steady and even reminded him, Elder, stiffing a debt is a bad habit. Say the wrong words and you might pay with your life. While the shadow form rose behind her, menace rolling. I need time to consider, he began, but the Ape Ghost had already stomped his neck, and seconds later the old ghost turned into cardboard cutouts flopping to the floor. That guy's a shadow puppet rigger. The theater is full of his fragments. We don't know where the real body hides, the Ape Ghost said, tossing 5 or 6 sheets of cardboard as his anger crackled. He had rushed out to cut the cough, only to find that every time he crushed one, another popped out. And after chasing far he realized the enemy had just led him away, promised to protect the new manager, yet got kite, tricked and furious. He wanted to level the place. Control yourself, Yun Han frowned softly, or go back first. If the old ghost wanted his theater to continue, he wouldn't choose land session. Money hurts but is simple. Of the 3, labor compensation was likeliest. The logic was set, if a few hundred years don't clear it, keep working, 1,000, 10,000, one day it ends. And that was what Yun Han wanted. Players are passers-by and cannot remain. To run, the playhouse needs excellent performers. If those performers sign binding contracts and cannot leave freely, all the better. So she pressed harder. If she truly wanted revenge, she'd have the shadow form swallow the real body and be done. No need to go through hoops.
the ape ghost, unaware of the board, only got in the way. If I go, what about you? He fretted, treating Yun Han as a treasure. Then be good and listen. She shot him a look and strode off. The shadow form flashed ahead, found the target first, gagged and pinned him, and trussed him up to wait. About a quarter hour later they met again. I give you quite a while. Decided yet? Yun Han asked. The shadow form loosened. The old ghost. If not, I'll choose for you. Transfer the Phantom Theater's courtyard to me, Yun Han ordered, and the shadow form split clones to rummage for the property deed. Important things sit close at hand, same for people or ghosts. Watching the bandits ransack his house and close in on the stash, the old ghost nearly lost his soul. I choose money and labor. The Phantom Theater was his life's work and could never be transferred. How do you compensate in labor? Yun Han asked, halting the shadow form. He hesitated and bargained. Split half the performers with you? The ape ghost outside snapped the doorframe in rage. Yun Han nodded to continue. I'll just find the deed myself. 2/3? 3/4? 4/5? When the shadow form rifled a secret compartment, the old ghost's face went ashen. Fine, take them all right? Yun Han snapped her fingers. Labor compensation settled like that. The old ghost wanted to spit blood but could not resist. His fragments were stomped. The cough was useless. Manager rights didn't scratch them. What could he do but swallow a lion's bite? Labor's set. Now we discuss money. Yun Han smiled kindly. The old ghost? You took all the performers and it's still not over. He coughed thunderously, this time purely from rage. Yun Han, energized. The performers were the playhouses to begin with. This just returns them. That hardly shows the director's sincerity. You owe lots, so pay every line. Accounts tallied one by one, debts collected one by one. By the end, the old ghost had only the shell of his theater, plucked to the bone. He nearly fainted from fury. Before leaving, Yun Han twisted the knife. If the Crimson Playhouse can climb from the valley to the peak again, the Phantom Theater can too. Keep at it. And outside, the ape ghost, seeing enough, reflected that charging in to beat people was childish. Done. He asked as Yun Han turned to go. Done. Yun Han said softly, I've collected all debts. If some wrong souls over the years still aren't satisfied and decide to show up every few days to make a scene and force indefinite closures, that's another matter. The ape ghost's eyes lit like he'd received a great revelation. Inside, the old ghost tilted his head and truly blacked out from anger. On the 5th day, the game reached its final day. At dawn Van Han received a prompt. Proceed with the 31st check-in. She answered, yes. Check-in successful. Since the player has persisted for 30 days, rewards are tripled. Since the player owns assets, shops ×2, rewards are tripled. Since the player controls territory, 1S grade safe ghost tower, rewards are quadrupled. Congratulations, you obtained milk candies ×180 bags, Combine tea ×180 boxes, beef jerky ×252 bags, chicken drumsticks ×216 packs, tomahawk steaks ×252 portions, incense sticks ×216, mung bean cakes ×252 boxes. 3 × 3 × 4 = 36 times. Congratulations, you obtained 50 cubic meters of personal space. Congratulations, special reward, space area multiplied by 10, current total 5,000 cubic meters. Bumper harvest. She eyed the full tally, delighted. Double S talent little business assistant booting. Spend 20,000 ghost stars to build 10 VIP rooms? Yes. Share owner authority? Once shared, anyone standing inside a shop under your name enters invincible state. Any attack below SSS has no effect. Yes. Open a ticket booth and require entry passes? Open, but activate 3 days later. Elsewhere the other players were not so cheery. After one sleep the Crimson Theater had been filled by many grade B ghosts. Those ghosts not only rehearsed well but were more diligent than players, practicing from early morning, knife throwing and perilous adventures of the Ghost King. Tran Chiu faltered, what's the meaning? Found new hands to replace us? Hachi guessed, a player promoted to manager won't target fellow players, likely training fresh performers so we needn't risk the stage. Lap Shin shivered, entering an instance without working for ghosts, do I deserve such blessings? Just 1 day off and the kids are spooked. Player promoted to manager? Really? When? I spend most time watching streams yet know nothing. How can a player be a manager? What perks? I want 10,000 Ys. Am I the only one curious who the new manager is? Everyone up early.
Van Han came on stage last, smiling a greeting. The moment she appeared, the B-grade ghosts halted and in unison bowed. Greetings,
NK
manager.
Books.
Good morning, she waved.
Case closed. It's you again. How did you do it? Tell me or I'll stomp a hole.
This mirrors me and my boss. He secretly becomes a blood-sucking capitalist. I'm still a draft beast. Look at others, then at me. They're acting my life.
Han, I don't get this magic. Do it again.
Said it 1,000 times. Start streaming.
After a moment apart you pull a bomb. People would think I haven't seen you for years.
Baffled faces everywhere. If someone said you snuck off to cheat, I'd believe it. Players inside the instance also asked how. Van Han pondered, then concise. The former manager felt my business ability was stronger, that the theater would grow better in my hands, so decided to give it to me.
Everyone else?
Yet an enraged gibbon ghost trotted by, heard it, and nodded firmly. Correct, that's how, then vanished. The players were speechless.
Tran Chiu glanced at the B-ghost troop and tiptoed, and them?
The Shadow Cinema came to cause trouble and even injured Shadow heavily. It messed with me, and I could retaliate, so I took the enraged gibbon out. The circus and its ghost performers all wanted to come over.
The players, how did you go out and return safe? The Shadow Cinema is S-grade. Anyway, she clapped, day off today. Nice. Lap Shen didn't care why, hearing off he applauded.
Wildly, dismissed on the spot, free activity. Van Han left first, Lap Shen followed, the rest stared at one another, confused. At noon the show began, nearly 9/10 of seats filled, ghosts performed. Van Han watched below, occasionally chatting with the deputy manager. Lately it's hard to find audiences, he grumbled. Air around here improved, pickpocket ghosts either quit or moved streets, none dare loiter near the theater. If we truly can't find any, cut the knife throw act. With so many fresh performers we can stage new numbers, she said lightly. It's the final show anyway, for snacks, even if other acts are mediocre they'll pinch noses and watch to the end. Relax, she smiled, we endured the hardest days, a little dip now won't break us.
The gibbon recalled something. Fury snuffed, true.
The original issue was talent churn, but where the old manager once let performers roam and got poached, this one had signed century-long contracts with all nominally owned ghosts. When transferring performers, contracts transferred too, thus during the term, performers stayed at the Crimson Theater and worked hard. No mass eat from another trough to drain audiences, they could safely push performers to stardom and expand. Step by step, all will be well. From her lips the words made ghosts believe. The gibbon vowed, I'll wait for that day. After clearing, settlement, congrats, number 351,147 becomes manager of the Crimson Theater. From now on you take 7/10 of daily ticket revenue, 3/10 for upkeep.
Congrats on clearing a B-grade instance. Your overall strength now double S.
For outstanding performance, Ghost Stars times 1,800, special item blank property deed times 1.
The deed count did not drop, instead grew +1. She tossed all Ghost Stars and items into personal space, stash first, use later.
For days after exit, the theater officially sold tickets, prompts chimed non-stop, sold 1 ticket, you gain 7 Ghost Stars, sold 3 tickets, you gain 21 Ghost Stars. Tickets split into noon and afternoon shows, each ticket allows 2 hours inside, meaning a noon patron may not wait in the hall for the afternoon, to see both, by 2.
Small money, but steady. Multiply by 1,000 through replication and the sums explode.
When the curtain rose, the hall was roughly 7/10 full, her cut totaled 511 Ghost Stars, she spent a bit to buff and ensure the theater and grocery ran smoothly, then closed. Little business assistant. Days later, Truna knocked, reminder, the day after tomorrow is special training. Van Han, fun at first, then tiring, that's work.
Got it, I'll be on time. Truna ventured, I know a senior skilled at removing clingy ghosts. Want an intro? Why suddenly?
Every time you finish an instance you look possessed by a work exhaustion ghost. Thankfully you're otherwise normal and not addicted to milk candy, or I'd drag you to him.
Van Han, true, she'd been possessed since childhood.
I must work hard so it doesn't look wasted, honoring the former, burdening the latter, just heart-tired, nothing else.
Truna tensed, what's wrong really? This month I ran 2 instances. Add up and I worked 12 days in a month.
And still have to rush special training. Truna, who never enjoyed double weekends, fell silent. She shouldn't have been soft. In truth, Van Han was forged by 996 and could stomach 12 overtime days. But she wasn't the old Van Han. Now she was a salted fish. Lie flat, never roll, only a schedule with 20 rest days a month fit. She grumbled like grievously wronged. After needling her senior into a huff, she opened a management sim to unwind. Earlier, to cripple the theater, the Shadow Cinema's manager used shady means. Now karma arrived. The enraged Gibbon thrashed the manager on odd days, wrecked rooms on even days, raising havoc. Since the deputy manager counts as theater staff, Van Han could cut to his view. The monkey was hot-blooded, ill-tempered, thick-skinned, and great at brawling. Unless the old ghost invoked manager authority, the Gibbon didn't care even if he coughed blood. When other ghosts were invited to mediate, it pinned each and pounded. Over time, outsiders backed away and refused to meddle. Later they learned the two houses bore old grudges, hence the Gibbon targeted the Shadow Cinema. Other ghosts who kept out weren't scapegoated. Soon folk got used to it. A few bold ones even hid aside to watch. Deputy's temper is truly awful, she sighed while munching on the spectacle. Done. She switched the view to the safe ghost tower in S-grade instance. As tower master now, it still served as a hub for players. Unlike before, tenants no longer had to risk life to fulfill wishes. Just pay rent on time, if short. Enter an instance and hustle to earn in instances, spend in instances, not a coin brought home, she hummed, enjoying landlord life. This instance, Courier app. Difficulty, A, current survivors, 6 of 6. Main quest, survive, live 3 days. Main quest, work earnestly, complete 3 orders each day. Fail and be called. Due to high difficulty, switch to cooperative mode, team channel open. Van Han looked around, 5 humans beside her, all in courier uniforms, left hand a phone, right hand a bike key labeled 1006, not far a row of bicycles marked 1001, 1002, NK Books 1006. Courier it is? She opened the app to the grab orders page. Shuriwa Canteen has 1 lunchbox to deliver before 10 past 10 in the morning to Safe Ghost Tower room 4112. Buy 1 grade C poison frog at Black Star Grocery, then deliver to Happy Ghost Guard School before 4 in the afternoon. Buy 10 pork buns at Fresh Meat Bun Shop, delivered to Eternal Flower Store before 10 to 11 in the morning. A dozen tasks listed, each with a take button. She took the first, please deliver within 1 hour 37 minutes 39 seconds. As seconds ticked down, pressure rose. The system says cooperative. She just looked up when a cool guy and a cool gal took bikes and sped off. Of the 3 left, one handsome youth glanced at the remaining beaters, decided they couldn't help, and left. A cutesy girl declaimed, when successful, aid the world. When poor, guard oneself. If I finish early I'll return to help you, and bolted. The bespectacled skinny lad muttered, I want to help, but I may not clear my own, sorry, and slipped away. Van Han? Alone in the swirling wind, chat already flaming, scram. My bro only has missions in his heart. Mind your own jobs, stop clutching thighs. How did you reach A grade? 6 players, but the 5 left behind missed the biggest thigh. Even if those 5 all wipe, Han Han will still clear safely. Cooperative mode, 1 sentence, what's the harm? That's not thigh hugging. Every man for himself. Han Han's sole beauty. Van Han recalled she had disguised herself before entry. Anyone checking would see shadow handling, grade B talent, overall strength, grade B, ordinary, no leverage, fine, ignore me then. She raised the phone to navigate. On refresh, the dozen tasks were all snatched. Van Han? Grabbing multiple at once, huh? Chat roared, joke, 5 top dogs and she can't even grab a task. If no more spawn, she'll fail the main quest. Our Ning Ning grabbed 3 in one breath. That's brains. Her fans clapped back, la la la, not listening. 3 at once? Neat way to collect 3 bad marks and die. Whatever. Han Han does, she has reasons, fans just believe and write rainbow praise. I nearly thought this was an order snatch game where more and faster equals cool, scared me into rereading rules multiple times. Amid the flame war she pedaled leisurely toward Shuriwa. Wait. A fan wailed, Han Han never streams. If everyone's couriering, how do I stand?
Fans petrified, drowning in despair. She kept a steady cadence. First stop, pick up lunch at Shuriwa. 300 meters in, turning a corner, a beggar ghost sprang out. Have mercy, spare some coin, thrusting a chipped bowl toward her. Since she rode slowly they didn't collide. I only carry money for buying lives, want it? Her eyes deep, take the money and your life belongs to me. The beggar froze, saw she wasn't bluffing, clutched the bowl and sprinted away. Van Han moved on. 5 minutes later 2 roadside ghosts sprawled and blocked the lane. She thought, if not in a hurry I'd watch. The 2 B-grades fought fiercely, one flying this way, the other slamming that wall, sometimes crashing into a stall. The D-grade stall owner fumed yet dared not speak, scooping things and fleeing farther. Seeing no end, she checked alternate routes. This was the only artery to Shuriwa. Detouring would add 15 to 20 minutes, then no choice. She sighed, dismounted, bought a batter pole, paper and brush, and rode on the spot, buying lives for big money. 10,000 each. I have ghost stars, do you have a life? Any who step within 3 meters and consent to the deal, money to you, life to me. She fixed the banner to the back of the bike, then pedaled on, half teasing half serious as she hawked, buying lives for big money. No sale, make way. The dueling pair, irked by a meddling human, both frowned, then read 10,000 to buy a life, 3-meter consent, felt a chill, and yielded the lane. She glided through, grinning. Afterward the 2 acted as if nothing happened and resumed. A D-grade passerby snickered. Why did they pause mid-fight? A grade C snapped. No, nothing. When someone slaps down 10,000 ghost stars to buy lives, who are we to gamble real versus bluff? High-grade ghosts live long and wise, know whom to provoke and whom not. Ningha, who had grabbed 3 orders, was heading to fresh meat bun shop when a beggar ghost blocked him. Mercy. Money, ramming the chipped bowl at his face. That's not begging, that's robbery. It's galling but can't be refused. See that bespectacled guy next door. His arm was yanked off after he refused. The beggar ghost even crowed. You won't give, I'll take. Honestly, a little coin will send it off. The key is to give. Right, even 1 ghost star works. In cooperative mode, 1 line in team chat and everyone would know the counter. Sadly they're mute, each for himself. Ningha thought, dropped a 10-denomination ghost star into the bowl. The beggar beamed, baring teeth and blessings. Thanks, boss. May wealth flow and all go well. All 5 streams noticed, the more you give, the nicer the beggar's response. If I begged and you gave more, I'd sweet talk too. I roll. I suspect different choices will affect later events. Amid the debate, Van Han pedaled past on camera with her banner. My heavens! Such style! Paying 10,000 per life, won't ghosts cling and extort her? Cling what? Didn't you see the beggar spooked into fleeing, not daring to approach? Goose goddess! Finally see you! The fan drifters across 5 streams are crying. Who understands, she's so calm while we bounce like monkeys. I hereby declare, Goose Goddess is the coolest kid on this street. Ningha suddenly said, looks usable, I want one too. His fans nearly wept, please keep your brain on. Because the road was clear with no obstacles, Yun Han reached her destination smoothly, the Tuk Noyet canteen. Where do I pick up the lunchbox for Ben and Ghost Tower? Room 4112, she asked the front desk as she walked in. The receptionist didn't even look up. Go ask the kitchen. So Yun Han asked where the kitchen was. Over there, read the signs. The receptionist pointed. The kind of service that's brutally concise. Yun Han tried to follow the signs on her own, but a minute later she gave up. The Tuk Noyet canteen was huge. A first-timer could get lost easily. Thankfully, besides reading signs, you can always ask someone. Hi, where's the kitchen? She said. And as she spoke, she held a ghost coin bill of 100 between her index and middle fingers. If you can walk me there, even better, call it a tip. The ghost worker she stopped. It worked all day and didn't even make 100. This way, please. The ghost took the coins and led her politely. 5 minutes later, lunchbox in hand, Yun Han let the worker lead her back to the main entrance so she wouldn't end up wandering a maze alone. Service is solid, I'll look for you next time I need a guide. Yun Han praised the attitude, stowed the lunchbox, hopped on her bike, and headed for the next stop. A breeze tugged the pennant on her bike, making it snap and flutter. Big money buys lives. 10,000 per life, 8 bold characters you could read from far away. Passers-by ghosts gave her a wide berth, afraid they'd get grabbed and forced into a deal. A ghost worker watching on side with envy.
being rich is nice. Asterisk with light traffic, Yunhan arrived at Ben and Ghost Tower almost 50 minutes early. At the stairwell stood the headless ghost. It was about to ask Yunhan to break a large bill when it recognized her and panicked. Greetings, Tower Master. Nice weather, care to, play together, Yunhan thought. Play what? Bounce you like a rubber ball. She kept her face cool and said nothing. The headless ghost grew more anxious, voice hoarse with fear. Tower Master. I swear I'm just playful, I absolutely keep the rules, never break tower law, Yunhan. Alright, I've got business, move, she said. The headless ghost fled as if pardoned. Yunhan mused that it was lucky she was the one on this delivery, anyone else facing such a gauntlet likely wouldn't arrive on time. Were all errand quests this trap-laden, or did she just have an eye for picking tough ones at a glance? She climbed and soon reached the 11th floor, then knocked on 4112, lunchbox, she said, handing it over and turning to go. The ghost opened the bag, glanced in, and immediately raised a fuss. Nope. Missing the freebies, then blared at Yunhan. Did you nibble them, Yunhan? That's how the canteen handed it to me, she said. Impossible, the ghost snapped. I've bought from the shop many times, there are always freebies. Listen, check while receiving, that's the way, Yunhan suggested. Or call the canteen and ask. The occupant of 4112 snorted, putting their mistake aside. You mean you didn't make any mistake at all? Yunhan was puzzled. Even if there's a mistake, it's the canteen's packing. What's it got to do with courier? If you had checked on the spot, you would have found the missing freebies, the occupant scolded. Because of you I have to reorder and waste time, Yunhan. Her shadow popped out and wrapped the room's occupant up like a zongzi. The ghost struggled. Yunhan called the Tuk Noyet canteen front desk. Customer says the lunchbox is missing freebies. The receptionist's voice came crisp over the mic. You mean the trial taste freebies from half a month ago? That promo is over, now you get exactly what you order, no freebies. Good. Yunhan hung up, looked at the occupant. You heard, right? There aren't supposed to be freebies, nothing's missing. The shadow let the ghost go. The occupant stared in shock, at a loss for words. Yunhan stepped away, then remembered something and turned back. I delivered fast and even checked why there were no freebies. That deserves a positive rating, doesn't it, the occupant? You tied up a customer and still dare ask for praise? Yet Yunhan not only asked, she waited. No time like the present, go ahead and rate, she said. The occupant froze. It had planned to wait till she left and slam a 1-star. Now, why not praise? Yunhan stood tall outside the door, eyes bright, staring. Changed your mind? Change what? It had never agreed. I bust my tail biking all this way, everything's complete, and you still want to rate me badly? Yunhan laughed in disbelief, almost whispering, I really want to see whether you have a conscience. That's intimidation, right? It is, isn't it? Is take a look meant literally, with physics attached. It pulled out its phone, opened the errand app, and wrote a 200-character glowing review on the spot. Praise. I praised. See, Yunhan checked carefully, then returned the phone with a warm smile. That's more like it. You're good, I'm good, everyone's good. Just then the neighbor from 4111, a shut-in ghost, stepped out. Seeing Yunhan at the door, it blinked in surprise, then politely greeted her. Tower Master, hello, and you're experiencing daily life. Yunhan smiled mysteriously and left light-footed. The 4112 occupant broke out in cold sweat. Grabbed the shut-in and asked, why'd you call her Tower Master? Because she is our Tower Master, the shut-in said, eyeing the neighbor oddly. Then it realized, oh, you just moved in, no wonder you don't know. It introduced eagerly, our Tower Master is strong, has many tricks, and is kind. The salted fish convenience store on the first floor, that's hers. The Tuas Ghost King who often shops there, her friend. Even so she never bullies low-rank ghosts, and she forbids households from fighting. Since she took office, our tower's atmosphere has been famously good, the shut-in kept praising. The neighbor's heart pounded faster and faster until it collapsed stiff as a board. Hey, wait, why are you that worked up? Yunhan was about to take a second order when the team channel popped up. Lunyen, 1002. Anyone have a C-rank voodoo wawa? Paying big. Ningxia, 1001. I have one, can share. But I'm curious, what trouble are you in? Lunyen, 1002. Don't ask. I finally rushed to the Hack Dew grocery. The owner said bad mood today, no business, and kicked me out. Lunyen, 1002. I tried to steal one, but there's no C-rank stock inside. Lunyen, 1002. Then I contacted the recipient to cancel. They said if you accept an errand you must complete it.
or you'll definitely get a bad review. Lunyan, 1002. If the shopkeeper won't sell today, what can I do? This is a huge pit. Ningxia, 1001. The recipient specifically wants a C-rank voodoo wawa from Hackdew. Could you deliver a random substitute?
Lunyan, 1002. If it's not exact, they'll downrate immediately. Still, I'll struggle a bit. If it works, great. If not, it proves you must follow the request 100%, no clever shortcuts.
Ningxia, 1001. How's your combat? Can you fight? Lunyan, 1002. Fighting is my specialty. Ningxia, 1001. Then don't buy the C rank, come help me win a fight, and I'll pay you with the voodoo wawa. Lunyan, 1002. Deal, send the address.
Seems everyone's in trouble, Yunhan thought, reopening the snatch order screen. By then the listings had refreshed. Blood Red Hotel is short on staff, come help from noon to 4 in the afternoon, wages paid same day. XX residential block keeps a little cutie, the owner is out, need a courier to pet sit, please arrive by 3 in the afternoon at the designated address for the first feeding. Crimson Glaze Levine bean cakes are amazing. Please buy a ticket to the magic
NK
show,
Books.
then buy 3 portions of bean cake and deliver to the noted address.
P.S. All costs covered by the recipient.
If the magic show ends with candies or drumsticks seized, please deliver those too and receive an extra tip.
P.P.S. Any noon or afternoon show is fine, deliver between late morning and early evening. This errand is long-term, feel free to take it repeatedly, Yunhan.
She chose the third order, then pulled from her storage 3 portions of bean cake, 1 drumstick, and some milk candies, packed them neatly, and set off. Lunyan, the newbie player from the very beginning, now stood outside the Eternal Flower Shop, her expression a little broken. Ningxia explained, I went to Fresh Meat Bun Shop to buy meat buns. A kind ghost told me the Eternal Flower owner has a courier bring 10 meat buns into the shop every day. The owner eats the buns, and the courier feeds the potted greens. To finish the order and get a like, there's only one way, beat the owner, snatch the phone, and like yourself. I get the logic, Lunyan said deadpan. But this isn't something a single player can brute force. We should form a team and sweep, Ningxia protested. Didn't you say you're great at fighting? Yeah, against peers I can 1 versus 3, maybe 1 versus 4, Lunyan barked. But you're asking me to 1 versus 12. Who can do that? It's 2 versus 12, Ningxia corrected. We can try. Lunyan didn't bite, snorting. Trying equals dying. If a voodoo wawa costs a 1 versus 12, I'd rather pass. Had she known, she wouldn't have come. She thought she'd breeze through 3 orders a day. But this was harder than climbing the sky. Live stream room, I'm dying laughing. 2 unluckies in one place. The instance is a pit, the teammate's a pit. How will our Ningning cope? I'm worried. Everyone knows Ningxia's fans are many because he's pretty, lots of mom fans and girlfriend fans. Worst case, sacrifice your looks and cling to a big shot. I've been hopping among 5 rooms with the script in hand, addicted to the drama, can't stop. Go on up there, spill it, let's have fun. Script? What script? You mean you know the strat? Say it now or I'll literally kneel crying, non-experts begging for a breakdown. If you insist, I'll say it. Spoilers ahead, pacifist step back. In this instance, many errand orders are straight death traps. Once you accept, you can't cancel, so vet carefully before tapping. For example, a team should agree in advance who takes what. If an order is pinned by someone, others don't touch it. If you want the same category, don't accept yet, go scout near the delivery point first. If it checks out, then accept, source the item, and deliver. The workflow is finicky, so in a day you'll manage at most 3 orders. Luckily the instance is bounded to 1 district, so although tedious it's doable. Players bump into each other and can lend a hand here and there, but those 2 unluckies, Ningxia and Lunyan, chose masterpieces of misery. For Lunyan's, the Hackdew shopkeeper is a lazy ghost. 8 days out of 10 refuses to open. If it does open and you buy a C-rank voodoo wawa and deliver it to the happy ghost guard post, the buyer still taps didn't receive to slam you. You think some other ghost stole it, right? Nope, the guard post itself placed the order, takes the wawa, then claims the courier failed to hand it to the proper party. Item lost, refund justified. In one loop the gatekeeper gets the wawa, pays nothing, and buries the player. 3 birds with 1 stone for Ningxia's. Buying 10 meat buns looks easy, but the Eternal Flower owner is B rank. Inside are 11 pots of greenery, 1 S rank, 3 A rank, 7 B rank, practically top combat power for this instance, even 6 players together might not win. Yes, That's data from a month or two ago. Nobody can swear it's still 11 pots now. Earlier, when the doorway's strongest pot was A rank, folks felt their teams were solid and intentionally took the eternal order to fight head-on. The owner had a rush of blood and raised 5 more pots. 16 pots combined flattened the players face down. With such rich nutrients, the greenery got plump and strong. One even climbed from A to S. Later the owner kindly transferred 5 pots out, leaving 11. As for what nutrients, we don't need to spell it out, right? The viewers were stunned. Whoa, an A-rank instance, that's scary. Someone hold me, my legs are numb. Not numb, jelly, I'm timid, I'm getting under the blanket. No wonder the system called the difficulty high. They say co-op, but these hiring ghosts are vicious through and through. Analyst bro, keep going. Reading the breakdown then watching live is such a rush. Tired? Pulls up a chair, thirsty? Hands you an iced drink, kneading your shoulders and feet. So, can you continue? If you all want it, I'll continue. The blood red hotel understaffed order makes the player a human butler for half a day, one-on-one service to a high-rank ghost. So that's a pit too. The little cutie in the residential block is 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. There's no stored feed, no open the cupboard and scoop kibble. The errand insists on a lunchbox, which means the player must feed it their own body. I saw someone complete it because their talent was limb regrowth. And they force-fed themselves to the little cutie till it was full and got a like. Given that, I strongly suspect the order placer is the little cutie itself. There's no absent owner. If an owner had placed it, they wouldn't know so fast whether the feeding pleased it. Crimson glaze Levine bean cakes are unclear. Looks like a new order. The pioneers pay with their lives so the latecomers learn if it's safe or reliable. Next door, Shu San and Gao Liao teamed up. They chose orders with adjacent addresses, pickup and delivery together. They even ditched bikes for ghost public transit. Honestly, that's the correct way through. You deal with fellow passengers, yes, but you don't face the road full of scam ghosts, which suggests they watched related streams and thus respond correctly. Viewers were puzzled. If they knew the strat early, why not say it? Wouldn't clearing together be better? Before the analyst could answer, others chimed in. Silly, reliable orders are few. Players race by tap speed. Sharing only heightens competition. It says co-op, but players still compete. Don't bet your life on others' kindness. If you bet wrong, some people will make you lose miserably. The analyst resumed. The beggar ghost on bikes, you'll meet it for sure. Pay 10 ghost coins a day and it stops pestering. Pay less and it'll block you here and there, endlessly annoying. There's also a bespectacled youth who already ate one bad review, mediocre strength, struggling to clear. That's it for now. When orders refresh, I'll analyze again. Thanks, analyst. Ning Xia's rich fans went wild, tipping to slip him strats. Ding. You received 300 ghost coins as a tip. Note, Ning Ning Run is a pit. Ding. You received 500 ghost coins. Note, Bring Lun Yen when you run is a pit too. Ding. You received 1000 ghost coins. Note, is dead for sure. Cooperate. Can't be cancelled, but can be investigated first. Ding. You received 500
NK
ghost
books.
coins. Note, you must cooperate. This instance is super hard. Ning Xia's eyes narrowed. Even with redacted text, the messages still yielded clues. His order was a pit, Lun Yen's too, and only teamwork would open a path. I'll abandon the eternal flower task. You should drop the voodoo wawa too. Ning Xia turned. This is an A rank, we need to partner. Lun Yen had already guessed errand quests wouldn't be simple, but abandon outright? She wavered, unable to decide. Lunchbox, Yunhan not. The ghost customer opened, glanced in, and beamed. How come there's so much? You're amazing, Yunhan smiled with poise. If you're happy, please leave a like. Like. The ghost pulled out its phone and tapped appraise on the spot. Yunhan peered curiously. I also want to place orders on the app. Show me how to operate it. Eager to finish the order and pleased with Yunhan, the ghost became extra accommodating. See, download the app and register as a member. There's a threshold, your combat rank must be C or above, and you need an asset under your name. A property or a shop. If you meet that, registration passes, then tap here, describe your order in detail, pay a deposit, and runners who feel it suits them will accept. Yunhan followed along on her own phone. Operation successful. Congratulations on registering as an errand app member. The corner of her mouth lifted. Done, thanks, she said, then produced a paper bag like a magician, a token of thanks. No need to be so polite, the ghost tried to decline, but Yunhan, gently yet firm, pressed it into its palm. Take it, you'll like it. Her certainty made the ghost accept unconsciously. What's inside?
It opened the bag, a bag of milk candies, a box of tranquility tea, a bag of beef jerky, a bagged drumstick, a tomahawk steak, 10 incense sticks, a box of bean cakes, and a bottle of soda. There was also a note listing the goods as purchased from the salted fish convenience store on the first floor of Ben and Ghost Tower, supplied by the same vendor as Crimson Glaze Levine. Seeing the note clearly, the ghost shrieked with excitement. By then Yun-Han had slipped away. On her way downstairs to find lunch, Yun-Han spotted a ghost circling her bike. Seeing her, it asked excitedly, "Big money buys lives, 10,000 per life, is that real?" "Real," Yun-Han nodded. "Then, can I sell?" it said, twirling in place. "You can, but you're sure you want to?" she confirmed. "Sell." The ghost's eyes rolled, a crafty glint showing. "Good," Yun-Han agreed. Before the word faded, the shadow surged out, shot into the distance, and swallowed a ghost hiding in the dark, the one puppeting this seller. Yun-Han tossed a thick stack of ghost coins worth 10,000 onto the ground and raised her voice. "You can only sell yourself, not someone else's ghost. The money's paid, your life is mine." At once, the ghost beside her went blank-eyed, its face fogging. After a dozen seconds it came to, saw the pennant on the bike shiver, and hurried to explain. "Something bewitched me and steered my body over. I'm fine, I don't want to sell my life." "I know," Yun-Han smiled, "so I collected the life of the creep working from the shadows. Thank you, thank you." The manipulated ghost was terrified, left the stack of ghost coins lying there, and bolted. Yun-Han pushed her bike and pedaled out at an easy pace. As for that 10,000 on the ground, whoever wanted it could pick it up, even a handful of small ghost coins, after 1,000-fold crit, becomes a stack of 10,000. Her family business is huge, they don't lack that bit. Once Yun-Han left, the hidden onlookers swarmed the spot, fighting over the cash. They nearly cracked skulls. After much brawling and many bruises, the ghost coins were, somehow, conveniently gone. This match has a real big shot. No way, why did she just leave? Spent a whole 10,000 to buy a life, money handed over, life collected, then turned and left. Do you have to be that scrupulous about your word? That's 10,000 ghost stars. You could be a bit shameless and pick the ghost stars back up. Thought I was seeing things, mistook the flag on the pole. Before I could take a few more looks, she flung a whole stack of 10,000 ghost stars straight out. "Rich big sis, throw it toward me next time. My skin is thick and my meat is padded, not afraid of being hit. There really are people this generous in the world. First smash that follow button, then hurry and memorize this face. If we run into her in a future dungeon, just follow behind her and pick up ghost stars to reach the pinnacle of life. That much money, grab it and you're rich. Host, go snatch it." To finish the order, Sanson already spent plenty of talent time. If she rushes in to grab ghost stars on a hot impulse, then later missions. I'm scared she'll end up spending money and losing her life. Ha? What hot impulse? Say that again. That's 10,000 ghost stars. Honestly, with 10,000 ghost stars, just buying up stock is enough to get praise at ghost rank. Fate? Who cares? Bought the wrong item? Who cares? Posting an order only costs 200 ghost stars, get praised and you get 400 ghost stars back. How could you miss a deal like that? Hold the line, go rob the ghost stars. Life or death is secondary, let the money enter my pocket. A pretty who wants money not life. While they bickered, a ghost stole the ghost stars, the culprit sprinted away and vanished in a blink. Fine, we can stop arguing whether burning talent to grab ghost stars is worth it. The event is over. Host, see yourselves out. Half your veterans weep on the floor. Host, why won't you try harder? Inside the dungeon, Chu-san had another take. A stack of ghost stars like that can't be real, likely double-sided notes with blank paper sandwiched between. Even if so, that person is clever, hanging a flag off the back to scare off the usual extortion ghosts. Gao Liao was surprised. This batch of matched players is higher quality than expected. Good, then we won't drag each other down. Chu-san recalled painful memories, his face twisting. Get a flaky teammate and they can be bigger pits than ghosts. Gao Liao, seasoned, spoke with a trace of lingering sorrow. Someone who doesn't drag your heels is already a blessing. Mutual aid? A big shot carrying you through? I don't even dare dream it.
A chance encounter, not even time to talk before rushing off, means the fate was thin from the start. Chu-san turned to business. We've finished 2 orders, hurry and accept a third, the earlier we finish, the better. Let me see what tasks are left on the grab order screen. Gao Liao pulled out his phone. Yun Han returned to the Piscos Tower and registered residents as members of the Runner app. Some were renters and got blocked by the app's threshold, unable to register.
Books.
Those who had purchased units and were proper households registered instantly. Yun Han then published new jobs for those who succeeded. Buy 3 bags of milk candy at the Salted Fish Grocery on the first floor of Piscos Tower and deliver to room 4244. Buy 2 bags of drumsticks at the same grocery and deliver to room 4043. Buy 1 box of Kamine tea and 1 bag of tomahawk steak at the same grocery and deliver to the guard room on the first floor. Yun Han accepted first. Half an hour later she took 3 bags of milk candy from her personal space to the child ghost, 2 bags of drumsticks to the fishing old ghost, and 1 box of Kamine tea plus 1 bag of steak to the door guard ghost, then collected the runner's fee. After receiving, remember to leave a like.
No problem.
The door guard ghost took the drumsticks, beaming, and tapped a like. Congratulations, player, day 1 main quest complete, work earnestly. Yun Han, perfect, new method to pass a gate, got.
Not this one, too far. That delivery point isn't suitable.
Gao Liao filtered and finally picked a few relatively reliable choices. Moonmeal Canteen has 1 lunchbox that must arrive before early afternoon at 1:40 to the psychiatric hospital, first floor, room 04. Crimson Li Yuan's mung bean cakes are super tasty. Please buy a ticket to enter and watch the show, purchase 3 portions of mung bean cakes, and deliver to the noted address. P.S. All costs borne by the recipient. If at the final magic act you manage to grab milk candy or drumsticks, please deliver those as well and the recipient will tip extra. P.S. Any matinee or afternoon show, please deliver between 10 at noon and 6 in the evening to the designated address. This runner order is long-term valid, feel free to accept repeatedly. Please buy 4 bags of spirit money at the incense shop, and at 5 in the afternoon go on time to intersection XX to perform the rite.
Chu-san felt complicated. Which is reliable?
The Moonmeal Canteen order is too rushed, hard to meet the time window. Crimson Li Yuan is a B-rank venue, picking up is not hard, but these long-term orders usually treat players as food runners.
Buy spirit money then worship at 5, won't we get haunted?
No helping it, nothing better, Gao Liao shrugged. You know being too picky may cause you to accept fewer than 3 runner jobs that day, fail the main quest and you're erased immediately. Headaching, Chu-san stared at the grab screen, feeling he had to rummage a trash heap to pull out something not so shabby, hard, extremely hard.
Ding! You received an 800 Ghost Star bounty. Note, trust me, Crimson Li Yuan B rank is doable. Ding!
You received a 500 Ghost Star bounty.
Note, the worship mission works. Believe me.
Chu-san, choice paralysis triggered, 2 bad options, pick one.
Go with Crimson Li Yuan, said Gao Liao.
This order allows repeats, if we choose others we can still try lunch delivery and worship after.
Of course Chu-san knew, only.
If repeats are allowed, in theory it's tougher than the other 2 combined.
He sighed. Then we can only grit our teeth.
Gao Liao, already braced for the worst, decisively hit accept. No need to detail the hustling. At the gate of Crimson Li Yuan, they each spent 10 ghost stars for entry and went inside. Mung bean cakes took no effort, pay and receive. Ghost staff bustled with trays while the opera stage had already begun. Chu-san and Gao Liao stayed alert, afraid of being picked as lucky audience to join the act, but no ghost actors performed fine on their own. Viewers neither jeered nor cheered, only a bespectacled one asked, "When does the magic act start?" Everything felt eerie. Chu-san tugged Gao Liao and whispered, "We've got the 3 boxes, let's head out."
What about grabbing milk candy?
The order states if we grab milk candy, there's extra tip. The runner job only demands buying 3 boxes of cakes, the rest is add-on fluff. Gao Liao rechecked the order details, indeed, so the 2 stood and slipped out, leaving. They weren't ambushed nor blocked. The ease made Chu-san uneasy. Could the drop-off spot be the ambush? But, you 2 accepted together, help me buy 6 boxes of mung bean cakes?
Okay.
I've left a like,
remember to prioritize my orders next time.
The ghost client hugged the snacks inside and slammed the door. Shu San and Gao Liao stared at each other, locked out and bewildered.
Is it possible, Gao Liao ventured, this is actually a welfare order? I don't buy it.
Shu San, contrarian, unless, tomorrow and the day after are exactly the same.
Except at 3 times and the day's work is done, huh? Woman, I see right through you. Is that Crimson Li Yuan under Han Han's name?
No fighting allowed inside the garden, of course pickup is easy. The Li Yuan performances are pretty, but you can't beat audiences who are all gluttons at heart only thinking of snacks, so every day they ask, the magic act. Han Han's room has better shows, shadow ghosts and monkey demon ghosts tag in and out, epic battles with human trackers, viewers tip to help the Ghost King turn the tide, so many formats it's insane.
Looks burning hot. Now it's just an S-rank monkey king against a vicious ghost, nice, but something's missing. We need a human blood reverses the Ghost King arc. No objections accepted. Yun Han's fans were fired up, dominating chatter. Gao Liao's fans watched, shell-shocked. You re-saying Crimson Li Yuan is a player's property? How could that be? What's a human blood reverses the Ghost King? What did I miss? Shadow ghosts? Monkey demon ghosts? What is any of that?
A kind netizen immediately did a science dump, highlighting Yun Han's string of stellar performances and adding, follow now or you'll only be a late-stage fan.
Han Han is super awesome. Fall into the pit and you won't lose. Hold on, the explainer spooked even the family. I sent Han Han a D-rank talent, shadow control? Why so strong? Ha? What nonsense are you spouting? Fake fan. Shadow power slaps. Definitely B rank and above. How? She was a newbie when I started following.
Yun Han's fans turned on each other, both sides convinced they were right and the other side were saboteurs.
Who were the saboteurs? Doesn't matter.
Passerby
NK
fan,
books.
From what I've seen, Yun Han may be a growth type talent, earlier D rank, now B, or A or S, so you're both not wrong. Or she hid as a low rank early on to avoid notice. I've followed many hosts. Yun Han is the hardest to read, outsiders don't know which info is true, which is fake, or how many cards she's hiding.
Agree, like a fox, hides very deep. Other viewers, the takes grew, extravagant, every fanbase believed only they knew the truth and everyone else babbled. Elsewhere, Lunin thought it through and decided to team with Ningha. Ningha's next mission was delivering lunchboxes for Moonmeal Canteen, so Lunin accepted the same and they went to pick up. Moonmeal Canteen had many turns like a maze, some direction plaques were wrong. Without a guide they circled more than 20 minutes. Just as Lunin was about to smash a wall to make a shortcut, they luckily met a ghost worker. We're runner-up workers. We need to get to the kitchen to fetch meals, but we're lost. Ningha apologized slightly. Could you guide us over? Not long ago he had guided someone and unexpectedly got a tip of 100 ghost stars, so the ghost worker nodded without thinking. Of course. He kindly led them to the kitchen to fetch the meals, then even escorted them to the canteen door, finally gazing at them with hopeful eyes. Ning Ning is so charming. Every ghost he meets likes him, that's why he's so warm and approachable. This is what 10,000 hearts charmer means. Ningha hadn't expected such smooth sailing and thanked him sincerely. The ghost worker waited for him to signal with points, but the two turned, mounted their bikes, and just left. The ghost worker felt thunderstruck, muttering, that previous human tipped a whole 100 ghost stars. If you can't match that, at least you might. I am dead. So the ghost was only so attentive because another player had tipped 100 ghost stars to be guided. Then after guiding, these two patted their butts and rode off, and the ghost's face screamed, "Where's my tip? Where's my tip?" As a worker you really can't catch feelings for this kind. Don't blame Ning Ning, without that habit he wouldn't even think to tip. Saying thanks should be enough. It's only because someone else raised the industry index. Let it go, it's a ghost. If you'd said beforehand there was no tip, see whether he'd still do it. He led them to the kitchen, then back out, also not easy. Regardless of the ghost's grudge, Lu Nim and Ningha secured the meals and sped to the drop. The countdown ticked away. Anxious at the dwindling time, Lu Nim rode like the wind. Ningha only needed to deliver between 2:20 and 3 in the afternoon, but Lu Nim was peerless. He could not just watch, so he pressed harder to chase. Fans, unaware of Ningha's mental exhaustion, even envied him. I want Ning Ning to chase me like that too. The way you chase me looks exactly like young lovers. Passers-by. Love-brained, even zombies don't buy it. With 10 minutes left, Lu Nim was still over 1 kilometer out. We're tight, I'll go ahead, see you in a bit. She parked at the curb, gripped the lunchbox in her right hand, and sprinted like mad. Her skill was obvious. She even flipped lightly up to the eaves and ran along the roofs, cutting the route. Reminds me of the Wolverine mustelid, small and cute but hunts reindeer and even fights wild wolves. Left behind, Ningha froze, hesitated, then chose to stop and watch the bikes. Lu Nim blazed ahead and reached the 3rd floor, room 03, before the clock ran out. Face unflushed and breath steady, she rapped boldly. Hello, your lunchbox is here. The door opened and a homebody ghost fat as a little hill waddled out, scowling. Why only now? I'm starving to death. Lu Nim explained, we were short-staffed and picked up the order late, but we still made the window. What window? I say you're late then you're late, the ghost blustered. After sizing her up it added, if you're willing to give me one arm, I'll overlook the lateness. Either eat a bad rating or lose an arm. What hellish choice is this? These ghosts are shameless. The stream chat was angry for Lu Nim, yet she smiled, eyes flashing wild. I never intended to do that. Homebody ghost? With her left hand Lu Nim seized its neck, hauled it into the room, and with her right swung the door shut. A bang, followed by a drawn-out scream. Ah! A moment later the team channel popped up. Lu Nim, 1002. Ningha, where are you? Ningha, 1001. Where you left the bikes. Lu Nim, 1002. Wait, I'm on my way. Just then she received a prompt, player -1 current existing headcount, 5 of 6. Lu Nim, 1002. Who got hit? Sound off if you're alive. Ningha, 1001 here. Yunhan, 1006 here. Chusan, 1003 here. Gao Liao, 1004 here. Absent was 1005. Lu Nim remembered the bespectacled boy who at the start said he probably wouldn't make it. His words had become thunder. She returned to meet Ningha and the two delivered together. Upon successful handoff, Ningha smiled and said, if satisfied, please leave a like. Got it. As the client moved to close the door, Lu Nim braced a hand to stop it and strode in. Ningha? He stared, not understanding. Quick as a cat, she snatched the phone. You weren't planning to leave a like at all, were you? The client, shocked and furious. What are you doing? Give my phone back. Answer my question. So what if I rate you bad? I'll judge however I like. None of your business. Ningha had intended to stop her, but hearing that he paused it let Lu Nim go hardline. After a flurry of taps, she used his own phone to post a like, then looked at the ghost and lectured, if your strength doesn't match the other party's, don't shout so loud. Don't come closer. The ghost. Panicked, worried about disturbing neighbors, Ningha gently closed the door, and calm returned quickly. Done with the order, Ningha sighed from the heart. Seems soloing is truly hard. Players need to cooperate to find a way. Lu Nim, however, felt very tired. Cooperation ends here. After this, let ability speak. Ningha. Tight-chested, he caught her arm. Why? First you called me to fight. After running myself ragged to Eternal Flower Shop I found it was 1 against 12 gang warfare. Then when I delivered mine I went alone. When you delivered yours I accompanied you. Why do you think I'd stay? Ningha was speechless. It was a trial cooperation. After testing, if it doesn't fit, parting ways is normal, she said evenly. Thanks for telling me to drop the toad poison baby mission. You almost ate a bad review just now. I saved you, so we're square. It'll be dark soon. I'm rushing deliveries and not in the mood to argue. Farewell. Crisp and neat, she packed up, mounted the bike, and receded down the street. Ningha's live room exploded. That woman ditched Ning Ning again. How dare she? I'm so mad I want to yank her hair. So heartless, she can throw Ning Ning away. If I were her, even if I was weak, I'd still carry him through. Ningha watched her go, his face stayed calm, but his right hand clenched, nails biting deep into flesh. The dungeon was hard already, worse, the runner job's nature heavily impacted his talent's effect. 10,000 hearts charmer, S-rank talent, cannot level up. Over time, any being who interacts with you will gradually develop goodwill, passive skill, always active, stronger on the opposite sex, investigation talents below SS cannot measure it, ordinary players will assume you have no talent. It was extremely powerful, he had relied on it to banter his way into teammates who would live for him, die for him, and crash headfirst into walls for him. From stranger to willing to die for him often took only a day. By this talent, everything went smoothly for Ningha. Over 9/10 of his stream fans were not even players, many disliked horror streams, but after watching 2 or 3 sessions in Ningha's room they developed goodwill and went mad for him. In practice, they would pay huge sums to buy ghost stars on the black market to tip him live. Others only knew Ningha's fans were a bit crazy and never thought there was an issue. With hundreds of millions nationwide, anyone can watch streams, some rabbit stands are nothing unusual. Ningha thought this dungeon would be easy by talent. Reality was the runner job demanded roaming the whole world, never letting him stay long enough in one place for the talent to steep. At first he lingered at the fresh meat bun shop. The owner thought him pitiful and could not bear him dying pointlessly. Goodwill rose, then revealed the truth about the eternal flower shop. Deeply moved, Ningha lingered more and wanted the bun shop owner to accompany him in. He figured as neighbors, with the bun owner along, perhaps the flower shop owner would be embarrassed to act. Unexpectedly the bun owner shook like a drum and firmly refused. When Ningha tried to persuade him, the owner even wanted to eject him. Ningha was stunned. 10,000 hearts charmer was not omnipotent. If full goodwill was 100, some people at 50 would risk themselves for him, and some at 90 still would not. The extremely selfish might ditch him even at 100. So he gave up courting the bun owner and looked for a player who could fight and build rapport. Just then Lunim spoke up in the team channel. Everything felt like fate, though there were setbacks at first, things slid onto rails. Right as Ningha felt hopeful of clearing, Lunim left. As expected of an A-rank instance player, defense high, Ningha shifted his gaze to the team channel seeking a new partner. Chu San and Gao Liao were a pair from the start, and Lu Nim insisted on soloing, so he didn't choose them. Ningha, 1001. The dungeon is too hard. Team up? At Yunhan, 1006, in Ningha's live room, Yunhan's fans burst into laughter. Chrysanthemum Bunny, scram! Don't huddle over here. Our sister Yun has only missions in her heart. Doesn't focus on tasks, only knows to hug others' thighs, no idea how he got to A rank. Look familiar? At the beginning of the dungeon, Ningha's fans roasted Yunhan with the same words. Now the wheel turned, Ningha asked to partner, and Yunhan's fans fired those lines back. Ningha's fans stomped in anger, a few forced to retort, talk big all you want, what if the person herself agrees? The next second the team channel showed Yunhan's reply. Yunhan, 1006. I finished 3 orders today. For tomorrow and the day after I've already figured out solutions for the main quest. I'm resting at the apartments, do not queue. Ningha petrified, his fans petrified, Yunhan's fans celebrated in a frenzy. Sister Yun is insane good. No wonder she's the one I stan. Han Han number 1. Sob, she's super tough and I super love. Ningha, 1001. Where are you? Yunhan, 1006. Peaceful Ghost Tower, room 4044, you're welcome to move in together. Ningha's fan live room, liar. She's definitely taking advantage of not going live, so she can say whatever she wants. Peaceful Ghost Tower is an S-rank instance. Moving into Peaceful Ghost Tower is matching your own level while making it harder for yourself. Is she stupid or what? Or maybe she's just well informed. I heard Peaceful Ghost Tower recently changed style. As long as you have money, it doesn't want your life. Ningha's fans, anyway, until she streams, I won't believe a word she says. Judging from the written descriptions, her little daily life is too comfortable. Whether you believe it or not doesn't affect her. The fans fumed, and the other live rooms started tossing rewards. Ding! You tipped 300 ghost stars with the note, go expose Yunhan's lies. Ding! You tipped 1,200 ghost stars with the note. Move into Peaceful Ghost Tower and find out whether other players live there. After completion, add another 800 ghost stars. Ding! You tipped 200 ghost stars with the note. Ship in for the night fee. Just help me check who exactly lives in 4044. The streamers were overwhelmed by the noise. The blunt one, Shu-san, said straight out, stop tipping. I've got other plans. I'm not going to Peaceful Ghost Tower, and quit pestering my stream. The broke one, Lunim, shone brightly and made it a cash deal. If the total tips hit 5,000 ghost stars, I'll go crash at Peaceful Ghost Tower right after I finish the current order. Viewers. Even Ningha's fans had to admit, Lunim could get things done. When there's money, she really earns it. Shu-san refused, Chao Lu refused, Ningha is stuck with main quests. Only Lunim clearly agreed. Everyone, let's push it. In about 10 minutes, the tipping total met the target. Even Lunim was surprised, thinking, who are these viewers? Are they really this curious? Goal met. After I finish the third run, I'm heading out. Others feared entering Peaceful Ghost Tower. Lunim did not. Among her relatives and friends, someone had entered that instance. Supposedly, as long as you pay the rent on time, the ghost neighbors won't make things hard. So, after finishing her delivery runs that day, she pedaled her bike, comfortable and bold, to the front of Peaceful Ghost Tower. Before actually going in, she found a spot to park. Whoa! Whoa! Look at the riverside. That one called Yunhan is really here. Not just here, she's napping on a recliner while fishing. I could cry. What kind of fairy tale life is this? Sunbathing, afternoon naps, fishing. No wonder she won't go out. If it were me, I wouldn't either. So she wasn't lying, she was describing her current state as is. Then a bunch of viewers smashed that belief, refused to accept she was telling the truth, and forced a streamer to come verify. Honestly, it's kind of funny. Just then, a fish bit. Fish. Fish. The old ghost fishing nearby urged anxiously. Yunhan, who might or might not have heard, kept sleeping. The old fishing ghost panicked and scooped the hooked fish himself. He had just dropped Yunhan's fish from her rod into the bucket when his own rod jerked, so he hurriedly switched back and pulled hard. Are folks here really this simple and sincere? The human lounges about sleeping while a ghost, unfazed, neatly nets fish. Not only minding his own rod, he's enthusiastically minding Yunhan's, too. Maybe it's precisely because the folkways are honest that Yunhan dares to sleep here? A viewer tipped 200 ghost stars and urged the streamer, be brave, step up, and, if you can, chat with the ghost. Lunim did as asked and walked forward. Before she got close, Yunhan woke, eyes looking straight at her. You said welcome to move in together, so I came. Lunim leaned nearer and sat down naturally. Yunhan yawned lazily. How do you fish here? Lunim asked, carefully composed. Set good bait, set the rod right, and it will bite when the time is right, Yunhan answered. Lunim's hands paused, unsure whether the words were about fish or about herself. The old fishing ghost eyed Lunim curiously and turned to ask Yunhan, a friend of yours? Yunhan, an acquaintance. Oh. The fishing ghost instantly lost interest and focused on his line. What's with this ghost's attitude? It was interested in Yunhan's friend. When it heard just an acquaintance, it went indifferent. LOL, who exactly is Yunhan? Why does she look so high status? I'm really not the type to be easily shocked, arg. Why tell other players to move into Peaceful Ghost Tower? Lunim asked. Yunhan, because it's a good environment, safer, and it helps with delivery quests. Yunhan's fans, come explain, does she always brag like this? Not really, she's actually quite specific, and her personality's good. When she happens upon players in an instance, she'll lend a hand. Eye-opening, we're redefining specific and good personality again. I feel like she's scamming us with some grand scheme. I'll sprint 800 meters back to my streamer's room and tell my bro, do not trust Yunhan. Do not go to Peaceful Ghost Tower. Lunine believed and asked again, why not say it directly in team chat? Wake up, streamer. How can you believe something that over the top? Crazy, all of you. If no one asks for help, there's no need to interfere.
Yunhan propped her chin, yawned, looking extremely lazy.
Besides, it's not like they'll believe me just because I say it.
They don't even believe the move in together bit. Talking about helping with quests sounds like asking for trouble and complicating the board for nothing. Lunine said it once, I work really hard on delivery quests, I'm willing to trust you. Show me how Peaceful Ghost Tower helps clear hurdles. Yunhan nodded, okay, I'll take you on quests tomorrow.
Where are the plot explainers? Help! I don't get it. Can someone decode this?
If you're well informed and know Peaceful Ghost Tower is safe, you can guess the first half of Yunhan's words were a big truth, and getting players to move in was goodwill.
So trying to believe the second half is reasonable too, right? 3 months ago, going to Peaceful Ghost Tower meant danger multiplied. About a month ago, a normal ghost tower gradually turned into a safe zone. What it is right now is hard to say.
There's still a possibility the tower is safe, but the players are not well-meaning.
Amid all the suspicion, Lunine successfully moved into Peaceful Ghost Tower.
I'm in 4044, if you need something, come knock. Yunhan split off from her on the 4th floor and, under everyone's eyes, opened her door with a key and went in.
Whatever happens later, for now it's true she lives in room 4044, she didn't lie.
In Lunine's live room, viewers were deeply concerned about her safety. Some guessed Yunhan had earned the ghost neighbor's favor by selling out players and that something would surely happen that night.
But nothing did.
The ghosts in Peaceful Ghost Tower were all elderly, early to bed and early to rise, lights up before 9, and it was quiet outside to an eerie degree.
They don't have nightlife?
I wasn't asleep yet, but the ghosts were.
Yunhan didn't come knock. Maybe the only ones awake in the tower were the viewers and the streamer. Complicated feelings, from my observation, Han's status is above the ghost neighbors.
But earlier folks guessed she was a ghost spy, the guess sounded convincing, and I don't dare contradict it.
Yunhan can do what other players can't, so she must be a problem.
Wow, such brilliant logic. A viewer tipped 300 ghost stars and urged, I don't believe she did nothing. Be bold and go outside to see what they're plotting.
Lunine, speechless, don't fool around at night. If there's nothing to do, sleep early.
With that, she flipped her blanket and fell asleep in a heartbeat ice cold and ruthless.
Don't be like that, streamer, wake up. Just one lap outside, one lap. Lunine didn't react.
Soon, steady breathing rose.
A bunch of insomniac viewers sobbed, she fell asleep in a second. I'm jealous of that sleep quality. The next day.
Waking up, Lunine felt refreshed, all the fatigue drained away.
Rare, in an instance you can hardly sleep this well. NK books, she muttered as she got up.
Outside, Yunhan was already waiting, come on, I'll take you on quests. After waiting all night, the conspiracy finally begins. I stayed up in case I missed the high-energy plot.
Will it be rallying the ghost neighbors to besiege her? Or poisoning? Whatever you plot, we're no pushovers. Yunhan took Lunine to stand outside the first-floor salted fish convenience store and nodded to the ghost residents.
The ghost residents did a short series of operations, and 3 new delivery orders appeared. Buy 3 sticks of incense rope at the first-floor salted fish convenience store in Peaceful Ghost Tower and deliver to this ghost. Buy 1 box of mung bean cakes at the first-floor salted fish convenience store in Peaceful Ghost Tower and deliver to this ghost. Buy 3 packs of chicken drumsticks at the first-floor salted fish convenience store in Peaceful Ghost Tower and deliver to this ghost. Yunhan demonstrated and had Lunine accept them one by one, then they went in and bought each item per the list, came out, and handed them to the ghosts. The ghosts confirmed receipt, gave praise, the day's delivery quota was complete, the whole process took about 8 minutes. Yunhan looked at Lunine, got it? Lunine was dumbfounded. Wait, hold on, what did you just do? Ha?
I stayed up all night and got this kind of minigame. I want to hug myself and cry. Report, teacher, I'm a failure. Please demonstrate again.
Yunhan's fans rose up. Told you Han is super strong and super nice, and you still didn't believe.
Line up to apologize.
Elsewhere, after parting with Lu Nim, Ningha peacefully cleared the first day. Because his third task was to buy mung bean cakes at the bright red Le Garden. Yes, it's the repeatable delivery quest, bring the goods and payment completes instantly, plus face-to-face praise, the markup becomes the player's delivery fee. By then, Ningha finally managed, before dark, to finish 3 orders and checked into a small nearby inn. The inn was small, but a night still cost 150 ghost stars. Fine, but after he fell asleep, sometimes there were people arguing outside, sometimes thieves, noisy as a wet market. Ningha was woken repeatedly and fumed. He wanted to open the door, but feared trouble, so he endured. He barely made it to morning. Outside finally quieted. He planned to nap a bit more before getting up, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he fainted. When he woke again, it was already late. He jumped up, panicked, grabbed his phone without thinking, and in the delivery app grabbed a big mung bean cake order.
Order accepted.
After washing up, he looked at his haggard self in the mirror. His mood hit rock bottom. Such bad luck.
This instance strongly countered his ability. In the past, was it ever this troublesome?
If he matched good teammates, they'd rest a day, scout around, and the next morning he'd naturally gain top say-so in the instance. After another 2 days, the whole team would be stuck deep in the mire. Many teammates were willing to die for him. Some blocked backstabs from higher ghosts, others used self-sacrifice moves to strike the boss.
He could arrange everything properly. With good luck, he'd smoothly collect their inheritance.
If he matched a potential powerhouse, they'd stay in touch after leaving the instance. Sometimes the other party would proactively gift him high-grade ghost artifacts for protection. Ningha always accepted gladly, privately calling it tribute offered to the master who controls their soul. Compared to that, this run was terrible. It was already day 2 of the instance. Not only had he failed to catch a suitable teammate, he couldn't even find a single ghost who was on good terms with him. Maybe I should sit somewhere public, Ningha thought.
Le Garden isn't bad.
If I sit in the grand hall from early to late, I'll definitely catch 1 or 2 suitable targets. Unfortunately, the system's rules imposed a main daily quota. You must finish 3 orders. Also, Le Garden has a midday show and an afternoon show. In between, viewers may not linger there. That rule seriously hindered Ningha's talent. I have to think of something. Urgent business remained getting to Le Garden. He pedaled hard and finally arrived as the performance started. Whether fortunate or not, he saw Chu San and Chao Lu in the hall. He instantly realized this stabbed at his quest. If they could sit together in the hall for over an hour during the show. He deliberately avoided looking at them and pretended to be spellbound by the acts. One splendid act after another, finally the street-style magic show scattered favors, and he scrambled even harder. When everything ended and the crowd dispersed, he discovered Chu San and Chao Lu were gone.
Where did they go? Ningha asked, dazed. Ning is so adorably dumb.
I just want to gather all the snacks and present them before Ning.
Ning, sit down. I'm used to being a workhorse anyway. Let me at it, I'll pick them up for you.
Chu San and Chao Lu bought the cakes and bolted. They didn't watch the show at all, huh?
Only Ning sat there earnestly.
Pinches the little cheeks. A generous tipper notified Ningha that those two had left long ago.
Ningha, they left at the opening? Total time together, about 5 minutes?
Speaking of the ghost client who posted the job, the first time it received mung bean cakes, it was delighted. When it got the sample treats Yunhan added, it was even happier. Then came +3 cakes from Chu San, +3 from Chao Lu, +3 from Ningha. The smile gradually disappeared. Something felt a billion points off.
At noon the next day, delivery players queued again with cakes.
The ghost couldn't stand it, jumped onto its phone, and cancelled the order.
Buy any more and I'll go bankrupt, it muttered.
No matter how delicious something is, It's not like I can't live without mung bean cakes. Then it ran off to research how to become a peaceful ghost tower resident and started sourcing directly at the first floor store. Thus each of the 3 players got +1 delivery and +1 praise, and the plan to farm orders failed. I knew it wouldn't be that smooth, Shu-san sighed, and rescanned the order list. Day 2 was tougher than day 1. She scrolled from the first row to the last and still couldn't find a reliable order. Even the Eclipse Canteen meal delivery job, usually a bit finicky but still with some chance of perfect completion, looked pathetically scarce. Let's just take the Eclipse Canteen delivery, Chaolu said. If we keep picking, we may end up with nothing anyway. Shu-san was about to agree when fans bombarded her with tips. Ding! You received 200 ghost stars. Note, farm * reliable. The room next door has a method. Farm 3 * in about 8 minutes. Ding! You received 800 ghost stars. Note, try sign up for membership. Ding! You received 500 ghost stars. Note, if that fails, snatch 1, orders will all pop, surely there's, right? Also already downloaded with membership included. She'd heard some players, with good luck, had fans who'd scheme for them, even run to other streams to copy homework and carry the host to victory, but she'd never enjoyed the treatment. She hadn't expected it this time. Do you think it's trustworthy? Chaolu, who received similar messages, was stunned. Trustworthy or not, we'll know by trying. Shu-san picked up her phone and tried to register a membership herself. After a bit she shook her head, no. There are tight requirements, says we don't qualify. But because so many fans wrote in, an idea struck her, since we're about to accept the canteen delivery, after we hand it over I'll snatch the ghost client's phone. First I'll hit a like, then use the phone to place orders like go downstairs to the snack kiosk to buy bread and bottled water. If the strat worked, clearing the quest would be much easier. Once she thought it through, Chaolu couldn't sit still, itching. Go, let's grab the meals. Ningha also received fan intel. His fans often did this sort of thing, so he even knew some hidden rules. For instance, the first day has the fewest restrictions. As the instance goes on, more words get censored and players must fill in blanks. Ningha had done plenty of this, so his comprehension leveled up. It was easy for him to parse what the fans meant. Snatch a phone to farm orders? Whoever came up with that is a genius, he burned with excitement. If I can recruit that person, then in future instances together, anything requiring brains can be handed over to me. He plotted grandly, but because he zoned out, he was bumped by a limping beggar ghost, then collided with another passerby ghost. Sorry, he was about to apologize when his eyes locked. The passerby ghost wore a cloak, and the hat knocked off by the collision revealed a face pale beyond normal, no glasses, yet he still recognized him as 1005. What's going on? Didn't 1005, the glasses guy, die? I camped his live and saw him die with my own eyes. I kept watching his stream. Yesterday I saw the system announcement players -1, currently remaining players 4 of 6. Oof, goosebumps. Dead and alive again? A player's body possessed by a stray ghost? Rewatching the stream, I suddenly felt off. Normally the alert says player has died. Yesterday it said players -1. Why do I feel the system meant player side headcount -1, fierce ghost headcount +1? No way? Who would, while perfectly fine, willingly become a ghost? Are they mad? Unclear situation, don't speculate. While the viewers argued, the ghost in question side, I've tried to avoid players, and yet I still run into you. I don't know if you're unlucky or I am. Alarm bells exploded in Ningha's chest. Without thinking he turned and ran, simultaneously commanding his high-grade ghost artifact to try stopping 1005. My name is Gong Sun Mu. Remember it, everything I do is for humanity. Do not try to obstruct me. The next instant, the high-grade ghost artifact was crushed to dust. Right after, the live screen went black. One player has died. Current headcount remaining, 4 of 6. Peaceful Ghost Tower.
With Yunhan's help, Lunim easily finished today's main quests.
Yunhan gave a slight nod, and the ghost residents dispersed.
They're so obedient, Lunim was baffled. Why does every single one cooperate so well?
Yunhan didn't bother to hide it, because I'm the tower master of Peaceful Ghost Tower. The
whole building is a property under my name, and they're under my management. Talk if you want, but why drop a bomb on us? Do you know that's bad for the audience's hearts?
The ones who swore Yunhan curries favor with ghosts by selling out players, where are you?
Come out and get smacked.
Let them off. From some folks' vantage point, all they know is pleasing ghosts and desperately farming ghost favor. Who'd have thought the real boss treats ghosts as little brothers and has them farm favor for her?
Lunim was stunned. Players can purchase property in a weird ghost world?
First I've heard. Not just this building, there's also the bright red La Garden, Yunhan chatted.
And the first floor convenience store, they're all mine. I'm crying.
I long noticed the store sells the items Yunhan often uses. I thought she escorted viewers through Peaceful Ghost Tower, found the goods decent, and came to stock up often. Never thought the shop was hers. A pile of ghost stars and several properties, why is she so rich?
I submit, instant follow. Am I the only one noticing this?
The delivery quest for mung bean cakes was easy because of Yunhan.
The idea to snatch a phone to farm orders is also thanks to Yunhan. With her around, the instance difficulty drops a lot, and other players benefit. Okay. We get it. This fan is starting the Rainbow Fart Parade.
Fans from all sides exerted force, the live room was as lively as a festival.
Lunim herself looked up at Yunhan with deep respect. You're amazing. Yunhan, believe it or not, I just muddle through like this.
Chu San and Chao Lu delivered the lunchboxes to the ghost customer without a hitch, then snatched the phone, tapped a 5-star like, and did it all in one smooth motion. Just as she was about to announce a new order, the app pinged. Verification found a mismatch between the orderer and the registered member identity. This account is frozen for 24 hours. Please have the account owner unlock it personally after 24 hours.
Chu San, Chao Lu,
NK Books.
How come it doesn't work?
San, Brother Chao, your fans are something else. Why not just tell San, Brother Chao to go to the Peaceful Ghost Inn like Lunim did? Would that not be fine? Instead you had to watch Yunhan's moves and assume robbing a Wraith's phone lets you farm orders, and now you're stunned, right? The account's locked. Did Van Han rob a ghost's phone? Why is the answer still no? I am truly shocked. Inside the dungeon, Chu San and Chao Lu were shocked for real. They had thought the fans were offering stratagems, yet in fact they got baited. Chu San did not blame the fans. After a beat of thought she opened the team channel and typed, Chu San, 1003 how do you farm orders privately? Van Han, 1006 in the Peaceful Ghost Inn there are seasoned ghosts who are willing to help post quests. Lunim, 1002 speaking as someone who stayed a night in the Peaceful Ghost Inn, it's true, nights are especially safe, and at dawn they help. Finish the main quest, ding, you receive 300 ghost stars as a tip, with a note, go to and find Van Han, she's super nice, she will you. So are these fans or black fans laying traps on purpose? Chu San and Chao Lu fell into contemplation. It's all because of that earlier batch of seed fans throwing out ideas. Now San and Brother Chao don't dare believe anything. What should they do? Fake news flies fast, the truth gets doubted. I'm impressed, watching these streams gave me a headache. I've decided to stan Van Han. The other streamers haven't even cleared the dungeon yet and I'm already furious. In reality, streamers in a dungeon keep their nerves wound tight, and with incomplete intel it's very hard to judge whether advice is true or false. Still, Chu San and Chao Lu had come this far on their own and were decisive. Seeing how hard it was to complete app orders at the moment, they decided to head straight to the Peaceful Ghost Inn to see for themselves. To avoid walking into a trap, they told no one and went quietly. Upon arrival they saw a ghost on the riverbank happily fishing, while Van Han and Lunim reclined side by side on loungers, sunbathing and napping. Chu San, Chao Lu, to clarify, this is not a flex, the quest was done in under 10 minutes, they are honestly just bored. Before arriving at the inn, Lunim, what should I do? Dizzy with anxiety. After arriving, Lunim, what should I do? So free he went philosophical, thought for a bit and fell asleep. I'm laughing to death. Now I get why so many drifters watch Van Han. She's wildly cool, wildly cathartic, wildly funny, supplying a ton of emotional value. Chu San wanted to ask how to farm orders but felt bad waking sleeping people, so she hesitated.
the old fishing ghost, recognizing more visitors for Van Han, called out, "Innkeeper, wake up, more folks are here." The next second, Van Han opened her eyes bright and clear, glanced at Chu San and Xiao Lu, and greeted lazily, "You're here, we." Xiao Lu tried to explain their situation. Van Han didn't listen, just waved, "This way." The three stopped at the general store. Xiao Lu asked, "Can you help us farm ghost orders? You didn't say you were coming." "They all went out to have fun," Van Han said, listless. "Chu San, without ghosts to post orders, why did they even come? Would this be a wasted trip?" The next moment, they watched Van Han pull out her own phone, press several 100 denomination ghost stars to the back. The phone exhaled black smoke that became a mouth and swallowed the bills. Instantly the app's member account gained credit, and members could post new orders. After a brief flurry of taps, she granted players access to the salted fish general store, then looked up. "All set, go accept orders." Chu San and Xiao Lu stood dumbfounded. "Holy holy holy. Van Han is an app member too. I recall San tried to register and the app wouldn't allow it." "Then why can Van Han, system, are you playing favorites?" "So we toiled together like oxen and horses, and while the boss wasn't looking you secretly swapped out your identity card, stiff as puppets." Chu San and Xiao Lu opened their phones to accept jobs, stiffly stepped into the store to shop, stiffly stepped out to deliver goods. Van Han tapped a like, "Done, that's today's work, find a place to rest." With that she yawned and went back to her lounge chair for a nap. Chu San, Xiao Lu, is this how a main quest in an A-rank dungeon works? Don't fool me, I haven't read enough books to keep up. Across the different live rooms, fans of all camps spammed, "So badass, so badass, so badass. Congratulations, player, on clearing an A-rank dungeon. Your performance was outstanding. Reward: Ghost Stars times 3,600. Special item vacant property." Deed One Piece. Just as Van Han was about to happily start a new vacation, urgent knocking rattled the door. Together with senior sister Truna's emergency summon, something happened. Van Han, great, off work and immediately forced into overtime. Even Boss Pigskin isn't this rough. Reluctantly she opened the door. "What is it?" Truna's face was grave. "A life forbidden zone has appeared in the suburbs." A so-called life forbidden zone means a patch of the real world has been eroded, an entire tract buried under white mist, and whoever rushes in may never return. It was reasonable that Van Han did not know. This world had never seen such a zone before. Truna knew because she curated short videos about special dungeons, and one mentioned it. "In the suburbs there's a village called Gwyn Village. We thought it was ordinary fog, but from its first appearance until now, more than half a month, no one has come out," she explained. 7 days ago the government sent experts to scout. 2 days ago a second team went in, all of them went missing, no one returned. Knowing the risk, why send people to die?" asked Van Han. "If we just sealed the area, it will spread," Truna said, both anxious and helpless. "First one village, then half a city, then the whole country." Van Han was speechless. "Is the director planning to send me?" she thought. "I just got back from a dungeon and haven't even rested. But if it's truly urgent, fine, I'll go." She braced herself, only for Truna to say, "It's urgent. We need you to supply a large number of exorcism candles." Van Han, not frontline duty but procurement. "Okay," she agreed without hesitation. Still, not going personally left her uneasy. The first 2 teams never returned. Who's being sent this time? Senior Kyo Dike-tin volunteered. With him leading, he'll disperse the white fog and bring the survivors back. And at that her expression eased, hearing Kyo Dike-tin was leading. Van Han felt much calmer and helped Truna warehouse the supplies she had stockpiled. At dawn the next day, Kyo Dike-tin led an elite squad out. The chalky fog swallowed them whole and they soon vanished. Trunat had said they tried carrying livestream rigs, but the fog seemed to block all links. The channel showed nothing but snow, and those outside knew nothing of what happened inside. 3 days flashed by. The suburban white mist, suddenly there more than a month and still lingering, was ringed by cordons that made the scene look dire. Residents filmed and posted, and the internet buzzed with every theory under the sun. The education director was called to an emergency meeting on whether to disclose that the ghostly world was invading reality. With most staff scattered, Truna was left running academy projects alone and was swamped. In front of ordinary students she kept a cloudless face as if nothing was wrong. When she ran into Van Han she could not help sighing. It's already the 3rd day, still no news. From the second team led by Tu Van Vuda, the third team that Veen Thudan joined under senior Kyo Dike-tin, "We still don't know how they are." Van Han's gaze flickered. "So it has been 3 days. Truna laughed softly. "Don't worry, your logistics, we won't send you." Eyes downcast, Van Han asked, "Is the director back from the meeting?" "Back in his office. I'll go see him," said Van Han. "Truna, usually you hate being sent. What's with the change today?" In the office, the director was indeed there. "What is it?" Van Han got straight to it. It's been 3 days since Kyo Dike-tin led the team in, with no word. What are the plans after this? The director looked at her in surprise, as if he had not expected her to care. SS-class players are rare, but the country still has a few out-of-province talent of Tuas rushed overnight. If in 2 more days Flagstar's squad is still not out, the Tuas from out-of-province will lead a team in. Van Han thought, this is that gourd-saving grandpa routine, one step following another. Don't send anyone, let me go, she said. If even I cannot bring them out, stop sending people to die, seal the zone outright, you cannot go. The director refused at once. Van Han ignored him, she was an adult and would not let him decide for her, so she rebelled on the spot. If I don't return either, just count it as the loss of a talent and be regretful for a bit. That's enough, I order you not to go. He barked, face darker than ever. I'm not here for permission, I'm here to inform you, she said evenly. The world won't stop turning without me, so no need to oppose so fiercely. Do you know what you're doing? Kyo Dike-tin, with a Tuas combat gift, still hasn't returned. It's fine, because I'm 3S, said Van Han, opening the door to leave, her mind made up. Inside, the director stared dumbly for a long moment, then cursed. You brat, hiding this so deep, yet a smile tugged his lips and his mood greatly improved. After that, Van Han returned to her room, quickly packed essentials into a hiking pack, and, like in a farmer family music run, stepped into the white fog. Come back alive, many prayed outside the mist, following the trail into the mountains. She kept walking until the mist thinned and a village appeared ahead. This dungeon instance, Gwyn Village, due to being a special instance, livestream is disabled, spatial type ghost gear is disabled, and all tiers of gifts are restricted to varying degrees. Difficulty, SS, present population, 23/43, main quest, escape. Gwyn Village has been affected by unknown factors and has become extremely terrifying. If you enter by mistake, run. Main quest, unravel the secret, discover why Gwyn Village became what it is now, expose the mystery, and restore everything to its original state. Proceed with the 35th daily mark in. It seemed the life Forbidden Zone was essentially akin to the ghostly game world, thought Van Han. Normally, reality did not allow daily marks, yet the moment she stepped into Gwyn Village the system prompted one, as if reality had been assimilated by the horror game. Mark in. Mark in successful. You have persisted for 30 days, item rewards tripled. You own assets, 2 shops, item rewards tripled. You hold territory, 1 peaceful ghost in of S rank, item rewards quadrupled. Congratulations, you receive milk candies 288 bags. Clearmine tea 288 boxes, beef jerky 324 bags, chicken drumsticks 324 packs, tomahawk steaks 324 cuts, incense sticks 216, mung bean cakes 288 boxes, soda 252 bottles, Fin liquor 252 jars. New product. Congratulations, you receive 100 cubic meters of personal storage space. Congratulations, you obtain 1 strand of world origin, which increases daily usable time by 1 second. Seeing spatial ghost gear disabled, Van Han tried pulling items from her personal space and did so with ease. Apparently the restriction did not apply to her. Steadied, she moved on. After a bit over 10 minutes she spotted a familiar face, Vien Thu Dan, working a field. While some people spread fertilizer, some pulled weeds, some set trellises, everyone toiled shoulder to shoulder toward a better tomorrow. Van Han, outside, people were panicking, and in here they were having a grand old time. Catching her out of the corner of his eye, Vien Thu Dan exclaimed, Junior, how did you get in? You've been gone so long and have no idea what a fright you gave the city outside, said Van Han, mixed feelings. Before I entered I never thought the reason you hadn't returned was because you were busy farming. Let me explain, he said, embarrassed. We were forced. Wait by the side a moment, we'll be done soon. He wrapped up the work carefully, then shouldered tools home. On the way he said, our powers are restricted to maybe 10 to 20%. Our bodies are clearly weaker, spatial kits are disabled, we can't pull items out. The village looks calm on the surface, but danger is everywhere. We got tricked right after entering. The earlier groups, who knows where they went? The Count says there are still survivors, but we can't see them. What trick? Asked Van Han. When we first arrived, villagers looked normal, just trapped by fog. While we discussed how to get them out, an old woman brought braised chicken and said it was for us. We declined, she insisted, saying chickens and ducks were cheap here. We couldn't refuse forever, so we accepted and even paid market price, he said. Van Han sensed it. The chicken was the problem. She accidentally spilled rat poison into the rice jar, felt it was a waste to throw the grains out and fed them to the chickens, which died. She couldn't bear to discard the carcasses, so she braised them and gifted them to buy our goodwill. More than half the team got poisoned and are still bedridden on meds, he groaned, and not just her. Other villagers are strange too. The village chief said we were idle anyway and should go work the fields. I said we needed to care for the sick and plan rescues, not be idle, but refusal wasn't an option. The chief's face went dark, black miasma rose off him, like we had triggered a dungeon taboo and were about to be swallowed. Fearing the change might spread to the whole village, I didn't dare gamble and agreed to work. As soon as I agreed, he returned to normal and left laughing, and we can't slack, because the chief inspects the work and gets angry if it's shoddy. Van Han, outrageous, utterly outrageous. She looked from him to the others. So how did you avoid it? I don't like braised chicken, the others like to save the best for last, he said. Before they could finish the meal, his comrades were collapsing. Where's Senior Kyodaitin? She asked. After the braised chicken, more than half the squad was poisoned. The senior wanted the village doctor to treat them. The doctor said it was poisoning and prescribed bloodletting, then proceeded to take blood the same way they butcher a chicken. The senior was horrified and refused. The doctor insisted that once he acted he had to cure them. They argued, then fought, and both were wounded badly. He sighed. Because of that I've avoided confronting villagers. We don't know whether they're people or ghosts, whether they can be saved. Fighting them may not help. Van Han, this whole thing is a powder keg from detail to detail. Walking and talking, they arrived at a grand compound. Here we are, said Veen Thu Dan. The village is sparsely populated. The chief assigned us some empty rooms the first day. I had the place checked. The house is fine. We should split up, said Van Han suddenly. From now on, watch your words and don't reveal that we know each other. Soloing is too risky. He began to argue, but she gave him a long look, pretending
NK
Books. These strangers is for your safety. Everyone, if you insist, will do as you say, he conceded. A teammate objected. We started chatting the moment we met. How do we pretend we're not close? Villagers won't buy it. Your friend is sick, and you think I can treat him, so you sought me out. I do have some medical ability, so I came with you to take a look, she said with a pleasant smile, twisting the facts. Talking to someone doesn't automatically make us friends. Last time you found the village doctor and even fought him. The reasoning landed. The teammates were convinced. Let's go, she told Veen Thu Dan. Take me to the patients. This way. Inside, Kyodaitin lay unconscious, gravely wounded. Can you heal him? Asked Veen Thu Dan, tense. I'll try, she said, placing her palm on his brow. The system popped up. World origin is limited by local rules. You may only simulate 3 gifts. Proceed with simulation. Van Han, really, sensing her disdain, a new prompt appeared. Total world origin output may be increased, but restrictions will be lifted step by step. Van Han, fine. The problem isn't the origin, it's me. Confirm simulation. She began treatment. His injuries were heavy and took quite a while to mend. Where are the other patients? She asked. Over here, because the daily usable time of world origin was only 2 minutes for now, and she needed to reserve some for self-defense. She stopped after healing 3 people and announced, that's it for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Alright, said Veen Thu Dan, grateful. Van Han was about to leave, then paused. Your squad should have a medic. Where is that person? Stone-faced, he said. Too fond of braised chicken, ingested too much toxin. To our only member is the one who died of poisoning. Unlucky, you run into every worst case, said Van Han. Could be worse, he said with stubborn optimism. Ever since meeting you, things will get better. I always believe that. If we keep going, a turning point will appear. Van Han, why does that sound more tragic the longer you talk? Leaving the house, she asked villagers for directions, turned left and right, and finally found the village chief's place. Inside, she stated her purpose. I'm here to invest in land development and would like to stay a few days. Could you help me find a suitable empty room? As she spoke, she produced several big 100 notes, not ghost stars but human money, with a courteous smile, testing the waters. Yes, lots of rooms, beamed the chief as he pocketed the cash. All the young folks work out of town and many houses sit empty. If you don't mind, the western house in my courtyard is available. I prefer quiet. Anything more secluded? She asked. He thought it over. There is, next to Aunt True's place there's a spare room that fits you well. It was meant for her eldest son as a bridal room, but the rascal went off to work and hasn't returned for 3 years. Aunt True is miffed, but she keeps the place swept. I'll speak to her. She should rent it to you. Thank you, Chief, said Van Han, noting how neatly he handled business and how his face betrayed no oddity at all. Whatever he said to Aunt True, she soon came back all smiles. Done. A vacant room brings in nothing. Better to rent and earn a little. And so, that noon, backpack on, Van Han moved in. Van Han tidied up quickly and went out to stroll the village. It was a tiny hamlet with no more than 100 souls, mostly elders, widows, and children, scarcely a trace of able young labor. After a loop she sat on a big rock and called, "Kids, come here, I've got questions," while producing her secret weapons, milk, candy and soda. Milk candy exerted a special pull on baleful spirits, and ordinary ghosts alike could hardly resist. Soda was lightly sweet, lifted the mood, and made you want another sip. Once the twin killers appeared, 7 or 8 kids swarmed like a hive, faces upturned for shares, eyes brimming with hope. You. She handed 3 candies to each, the rich dairy aroma surged up their noses, they could not hold back, peeled one and popped it in, eyes lighting at once. Next she uncapped a bottle of soda and let them drink in turn. One child took a tiny sip and his pupils flared with wonder. You lot stick around the village, so you must know fun tidbits. Tell me, she smiled to steer them. Say it well and you get candy and soda. A boy tilted his head, then blurted, a few days ago Iron Egg walked alone, tripped on a pebble, fell flat, and bawled like crazy. The others burst out laughing. Good answer. One more candy, she said, still smiling. Anything else? I know. Second girl fell from a tree and split her brow. My sister says that's a scarred fate and she will not marry well. Dog Shang also took a spill. She handed out candies in order yet could not help showing a shade of disappointment. Why are these all just little falls? She feigned standing up. All right, go play, I will ask others. Hey, do not go. The kids panicked and racked their brains. After a bit a boy waved frantically. In the whole village, Granny Lee is the stingiest. Does that count? Van Han's eyes moved and she sat back. How so? She pickled cucumbers long ago and could not bear to eat them. Later they spoiled and she gave them to a neighbor. The neighbor ate them and went straight to the hospital. Also, Granny Lee had 2 children. The elder got a fever and an injection and was rendered mute and deaf. Later she had a second, and they kept using the same ineffective fever shots from the first on the second, so the second ended up mute and deaf too. They say the 2 uncles were furious when grown, moved to the city, and never came back. Also she is allergic to peanuts. Others did not know and gifted peanuts. She could not bear to toss them and ate them all. Now for days she has been swollen like a pig's head. Excellent. Van Han grabbed a handful of candy for that child and threw in a bottle of soda. Heavy rewards beget bold tellers. The others got the trick and followed up. Grandpa Chow has 4 sons. Later all of them went to the city, married, had kids, and dumped him alone here. Actually the headman's son too. The headman helped him buy a flat in the city, and he never comes back, saying things like, hard one to get out and cannot let the next generation be trapped here. They must have eavesdropped on adults, for their mimicry was vivid. And Aunt Chow, her son ran off too and has not returned in years. I once heard her gripe that if big sisters in the village were a bit prettier it would be nice, then her son would not long to run. I do not get it. Staying in the village seems fine. Why does everyone want to go? A tween sighed like a tiny grown-up. My mom and dad also left. They return once a year. I am about to forget their faces. You are still lucky, his buddy consoled. They earn money and bring lots of gifts once a year. Big girl is the pitiful one. Her parents have not returned for 7 or 8 years. Rumor says they live in the city and even had a baby boy there, a precious darling. Before, when they came back, they said adults must earn and it was inconvenient to bring kids. But with her baby brother they keep him at their side all the time. It is apparently not inconvenient. Everyone whispers that big girl's parents simply do not want her. Once she overheard and cried her heart out. The tots chatted so hard they nearly forgot their prizes. Van Han had to take the initiative to hand out candy and soda. Right on, take more. Their pockets bulged and they were satisfied. One asked curiously, Sis, why does everyone run outward but you are different and want to stay here? I plan to buy this plot, she smiled. Kindly, think about it. Why does Granny Lee refuse to throw things away? Because she is poor. Why do Grandpa Cho's sons ignore him once they are in the city? Books. Because he has no money. As for the headman and Aunt Zhao, if they had plenty of money, why would their sons not come home? If Big Girl had money, her parents would cherish her more. Lastly she drew a giant pie for them, and your parents would not have to toil out there. They could be home with you every day. Wah, the pie was irresistible and snared them all. Yet a skeptic quickly asked, if it is that simple, why has no one done it before? Van Han corrected, it is simple for me, for others it is very hard. Why? A child asked blankly, and she rang out, because I have money. They still did not fully grasp it, but even they could see she looked formidable in that moment. When she first entered the instance, she had not realized it, not until Yuan Xiaodan mentioned red-braised pork and chicken drumsticks triggering a tragedy that she formed a hazy idea. The written Jade village was in truth poor village, so she purposely bantered with the kids to gather intel, which went smoother than expected. She had planned, if the children knew little, to ask the elders. Those who liked cash would get cash, the gluttonous would get food, those fond of drink would get good liquor. There is always a way to pry open a mouth.
But the kids, small yet sharp, knew plenty, so there was no need to ask grown-ups. Later, after chatting a long while, she split up with them. On the way back she clearly saw the kids scatter and spread the conversation through every corner of the village. Do work hard. Make sure everyone knows. She pinned high hopes on them. And strolled back at ease. That night Aunt Ja brought a bowl of duck soup to visit and said warmly, I saw you did not light a fire and likely have not cooked, so I brought you something to eat. Before finishing she glimpsed steak, drumsticks, mung cakes, soda, and tea leaves filling the table, and her face froze. Out on the road, a bit of hardship is nothing, Van Han said gently. Aunt Ja, hardship? Could it be her ears were old and misheard? With such material comforts where was the hardship? But I just walked Lupin found the village's location and surroundings are quite good with strong development value. Van Han continued, if the villagers would sell me this tract that would be best. Then she rattled off figures. By preliminary estimate this plot is worth 300 to 400 million. The village has fewer than 100 households, each could receive around 3 to 4 million. Aunt Zhao's fingers trembled. How much? How much per house? I hear the young laborers have all gone to the city to work. The elders cannot be cared for and the children cannot be mindered. She painted a grand blueprint. If this deal goes through, flesh and blood will no longer be split. Elders can buy flats in the city and see the little ones daily. With money, the children will not have to toil so hard, and the grandkids can attend better schools. On idle weekends the kids can come by to chat and keep the elders company. As for the unmarried youth, girls with rich dowries will have better prospects. Boys can buy new homes, decorate them well, and find good partners. Auntie, do you think the headman would agree to sell? He should. Aunt Zhao's heart blazed and her voice shook. Van Han pretended not to notice. If the headman agrees, that would be wonderful. Aunt Zhao's mind whirled. The duck soup felt like 1,000 caddies in her hands. I will go home and cook you something even tastier. She grabbed the bowl, not noticing the scald, and fled. Behind her Van Han sipped tea. The big fish is on the hook. In Grandpa Cho's cellar below ground, the old man admonished, why do none of you understand me? I treat you like my own sons. Led by Tuan with a group went. First time hearing such words, they were inexplicably moved, as if feeling rustic sincerity. Having heard the villagers say Grandpa Cho had 4 sons who all abandoned him to settle in the city, they felt more sympathy and often checked on him. Then in casual chatter they mentioned that once things were handled they would leave, whereupon the frail elder bound them all on the spot. I treat you as sons. Why do you abandon me? To keep them from leaving he locked them in the cellar, replaced rough ropes with rough iron chains, brought 3 meals a day, and absolutely forbade them outside. Everyone, so treat his sons meant this, just like his flesh sons, they would not be allowed to get away, their movements would be restricted. Tuan Wu's group told the truth and reasoned, trying to persuade him to release them, but he would not listen, and talk made him red-eyed and ready to beat them as he would sons, perhaps after too long in confinement and sinking into despair. Or perhaps from the beatings being too harsh and wounds lingering, some fell ill and later never opened their eyes again. Stunned, they watched system notices of obituaries and were helpless. This instance weakened players far too brutally while greatly boosting villagers' combat power, so even together they could not beat the old man, only wait in the cellar for death. Grandpa Chow, the headman is summoning a village meeting, a child shouted. In the room, late at night, a meeting for what? Grandpa muttered and left the cellar. Now, Tuan Wu flashed a look, teammates strained to turn their backs to him, he pressed his gut and spat poison outward, a new ability with great force and corrosiveness. Normally one burst would eat through a chain, but this wretched double S instance had weakened him nearly to nothing, his daily production of venom plunged and its bite had dulled. After spitting for several days he finally corroded half through the chain on a teammate's wrists. Done with today's dose, he whizzed yet still asked, can you pry it? The teammate, gifted with a rank strength, strained until his face reddened, yet could not snap it. Despair crept over the rest. When will this life ever end? At Big Girl's house, the child beamed with pure innocence. Mom, what delicious thing today? The college girl playing mom jolted. Corn cakes. What about Dad? What are you doing today? Big Girl asked the male student. Playing Dad, whose face went stiff. I will make you a wooden pony, and later a swing for you to play. Great, Big Girl cheered. Nyo really is a happy child. The 2 students, they had heard Jade Village was shrouded in white mist with a cordon around, no civilians allowed near. A few college students, curious, slipped in at night to explore, only to find the place uncanny, easy in, no exit. The villagers were frightening. A girl of about 10 sprang out and demanded to play house. Of 5 students 1 became mom, 1 dad, 1 grandpa, 1 granny, and 1 little brother. 1 companion found it absurd and refused to play, and the moment he refused he vanished. Big Girl even pouted. Big Girl does not need a disobedient little brother. With grandpa and granny and mom and dad that is enough.
the remaining 4 were terrified, followed her home, and began the family roleplay. Each time she went out, she locked doors and windows. Days passed with no chance to flee. The girl student cast as Granny went crazy. The boy student cast as Grandpa, a chem major, proposed carbon monoxide plus a naked flame for an explosion. Yet before the plan could be executed, Big Girl appeared like a wraith. Disappointed, Grandpa and Granny would not treat Big Girl like that, and 2 more companions were gone. The 2 survivors had no idea what to do and just cooperated, acting day after day. Big Girl, the headman is holding a full village assembly. Be on time, eh? Little friend called outside. Big Girl curled her lip. Every day a meeting, so annoying, yet still stood. Big Girl will step out. Mom and Dad must wait for my return before sleeping. Of course, the male student bobbed his head. We will wait. Only then did she go. The 2 students shared a look, palms sweating, knees weak. At Aunt Ja's house, the younger son asked excitedly, Mom, if we prepare a new room and a pretty bride, will Big Brother come home? What nonsense. She had planned exactly that, but now denied it firmly. The one renting our room is a rich miss. She plans to buy our village. Come with me later. The headman is holding a meeting to tell everyone and solicit opinions. By the village. Will that mean lots of money? The boy's eyes lit up. Then I want to marry too. Marry. Once the payout comes, we will find you a wife. She replied. Mother and son, full of hopes, stepped out together. At dawn the next day, the headman hurried to stand outside Van Haan's door. She opened to find him there and, surprised, asked, Why are you here so early? His expression was hesitant and expectant. The kids made a ruckus saying you want to buy land. I lay awake all night and came to ask if it is true. In truth, it was not so simple. If it were just the kids, it would be one thing, but Aunt Ja said the same, so the whole village held an overnight meeting. Some, hearing the news, were ecstatic, feeling life again had hope. Some were skeptical, refusing to believe pies fell from the sky. More clamored and urged the headman to act and push this along. It is true, she admitted. Then you came here specifically to buy land. What a toil, but what an eye, recognizing our treasure spot and our outstanding people, the headman babbled, grabbing the chance to praise the village. Not specifically, she explained. I was on a self-drive trip, the car broke down, and I was going to find a village to stay in for a few days. Yesterday I walked a loop and liked the environment and location, so the idea arose. The headman's smile stiffened and he stammered, So, you plan to buy it? She answered as casually as choosing a cabbage at market. No price can buy what I fancy. I see, thought the headman. He must not understand rich folk and had overreacted. I am not domineering. If the villagers disagree, I will not force a sale, she said. I mainly heard the young have gone to the city. I figure if the land comes to me, everyone can reunite in the city, which is also good. Right, he chimed. Then when do we sign? She bulldozed forward. Set the purchase price at 300 million, with additional relocation and settlement fees. I did not bring much cash when leaving, only 100 million on me. Once the contracts are signed, we can distribute that as earnest money. The balance will be paid later. I will stay a few days, then have someone drive to pick me up. Once I am home, within at most 1 week the balance will hit each person's account. The headman meant to say something, but between 300 million, 100 million in cash, signing then and there and distributing, and a 1 week tail payment, the combo flurry left him dazzled. She gave him no time to ponder. Headman, when will you arrange for everyone to sign? Only after signatures is it settled. Sign, right, we need consent letters to sell. Thinking of that much money he burned with urgency and rushed to it. If we sell, do we really get paid? Is she a swindler? Villagers hesitated and dared not sign lightly. You think everyone is barefoot like you, someone that rich would bother to cheat you. Aunt Zhao, with her younger son, was the first to sign. Good, Auntie, here is the deposit. Once every household signs, within a week the balance arrives, Van Haan said, pulling several thick sheaves of large bills from the burlap sack at hand and passing them over. Aunt Zhao hugged a bellyful of joy, flipping the stacks, grinning so wide it would not close. So much, oh my, how embarrassing. Mind your step. Van Haan smiled, then told the others, as long as you sign a consent, everyone will have this. That was like poking a hornet's nest. Villagers crowded to sign and fought for spots at the head of the line, nearly coming to blows. Form a line, one by one. The headman kept order, eyeing the big sack by her side. Van Haan felt a pang of awe. Who would have thought the best supporting actor of this run would be 100 denomination cash, a total of 100 million in genuine notes. The money was all real, not mass fabricated by replication talent. Of course she had considered replication, but the copies were indistinguishable down to matching serials, so she destroyed all replicated notes and kept only the genuine ones in her personal space. As for this low-key fondness for hefting cash, she had not planned it. In her last life she died from exhausting labor for money,
and in this life the prior 18 years were hard and lean, so she had accidentally cultivated a new hobby, now and then swapping ghost stars for real-world cash and keeping a bit of paper money. 100 million in notes stacked could reach as high as a building of 3 to 4 dozen stories, yet piled together it was only about 1.2 cubic meters, and her personal space was vast enough. As time went on, more villagers clutched money. Those thick bricks gave boundless hope. We can live in the city with the children. Oh, my tiger will not have to work overtime day and night. The little ones have not seen their parents for so long. We will not be separated again. What they craved was not merely wealth but reunion and seeing loved ones anew. Later, those who had signed even ran to notify the households who had not and urged them, hurry up, it is just you we are waiting on. They said once every home signs it takes up to 1 week for the balance. Move it. If you do not want to get rich, do not block others. Grandpa Chow even spared time to return to his shack and released all the youths imprisoned in his cellar. Tuan was group. What sudden change was this? Grandpa Chow said sternly. Though I truly treat you as sons, I am about to go live with my flesh son and cannot care for you, so off with you. Back to wherever you belong, with a chance to see the real thing, who would care for substitutes. Thus he showed no mercy and drove them out. The bunch who had been forced into stand-ins, suffered, and now were chased away. Even for a double S rank, this instance was outrageous. At noon, Kyo Dike Tin woke slowly, and the first thing he said was, "The villagers are being corroded." When Granny Lai brought braised pork with chicken and he detected poison in one piece, he still did not rush to a verdict, because humans can make such mistakes, but the village medic he saw to treat the sick oozed malice, and toward outsiders there was no goodwill. Clearly abnormal. Think it through, and only one answer remains: the white mist is the problem. And after a long time here the villagers are corroded into something neither human nor ghost. Veen Thu Dan nodded. I know. Most of the time the headman acted normal, yet refused his help to work the fields and he would darken at once, obviously tending toward becoming a demon, only it seemed to require a process, which was underway right now. Kyo Dike Tin continued. Judging by the small number of survivors, some original villagers still remain. They should have contacted us on their own. The long silence means something happened. In hamlets like this, every household digs a cellar, the perfect place to hide people. Veen Thu Dan, I know, a group was locked in Grandpa Chow's cellar and has been released. Once free they reached our people immediately, formed teams, and are quietly going house to house to investigate and rescue the other survivors. Kyo Dike Tin, he steadied his breath and went on, I thought about it. Even if this is a double S instance, players should not be weakened this badly. So, this time Veen Thu Dan cut in. There must be added restrictions. If the players discover and remove them, they can recover part of their strength. That's already in progress. Kyo Dike Tin stared at him for a moment, then suddenly asked, while I was out, did anyone else get in? Thinking carefully, the way his injuries suddenly improved was also strange, and there was clearly no medic following him. Veen Thu Dan averted his gaze. No one, only Van Han slipped in. Kyo Dike Tin coughed violently, almost wrenching his side. How dare she? How would the director ever allow it? Exactly, so she went in on her own. Veen Thu Dan refused to meet his eyes. On day 1 in the instance she treated and cured 3 people including you, and today she even took time to cure 4 more. If not for her, our whole team would have been done for. But you still can't let her take that risk. Kyo Dike Tin glared at him. Veen Thu Dan thought, I did not kidnap her in. Why are you yelling at me? Anyway, it's done. He looked up at the clear sky. She has her own plan. Don't get in her way. Kyo Dike Tin, swallowing anger and frustration, he enunciated, what happened after I passed out? Explain it clearly. Veen Thu Dan, nothing special, just a set of operations from our junior. Now, inside the village, her standing is almost higher than the headman's. Kyo Dike Tin, had he not slept 3 days but 3 years? Why does everyone get the same money after signing? That's not fair. My plot is larger than his, a villager complained. The headman patiently explained. The young lady said the actual payout will be calculated by land area and dwelling area, but she's alone and finds these details tedious, so after all villagers sign the consent, she'll hire professionals to handle it. Then the detailed rules will be announced, and after villagers receive money, they'll sign another contract, meaning the payment is agreed by both sides. In any case, buying our whole village won't be less than 300 million. Hearing this, others chimed in. She put down a deposit of 100 million alone. How would she short you the remainder? Forget 300, even only 100 would be enough for me. It's been decades, haven't you lived here long enough?
I want to sell fast, take the money, and go into the city to see my girl. The grumbler at first knew nothing of how demolition and relocation actually worked. He only felt his family was losing and wanted to claw back a bargain. When he heard professionals would recalculate later, he stopped making a fuss. Van Han watched from the side, only smiling without a word. From the start she knew you do not need a brilliant grift to fool people, the entrance zone hunger will help plaster over the holes. The money distribution push surged from noon straight into the night. The villagers' minds were elsewhere, free to imagine how they would spend that enormous sum, how delighted their children would be, how happy the household would live together. In that air, Dai Nu drifted home absent-mindedly, pushed the door, and found the house robbed. The fake father and fake mother who played house with her were gone, the room empty, wretched, and desolate. She meant to chase, then thought she would soon see her real parents, so losing the fakes did not matter. Good that they ran, saves me from having to deal with them. She secured doors and windows, lay down, tucked in her little blanket. That night she dreamt a sweet dream. Half an hour earlier, leading a search to find entrance and rescue others, Tu Van Vu discovered 2 students in a locked room, his face full of question marks. Who are you? Where did you pop out from? Why are you here? We came to explore Gwyn Village with friends. As soon as we entered, a little girl locked us up. The 2 students bawled, "Help us! The villagers here are terrifying." Though the meeting was unexpected, they could not ignore it. Tu Van Vu led them out. Thank you, they said over and over. He asked, "Didn't you say your friends were also in? Where are they?" "All dead, while playing family roles." They said our acting was bad, not convincing. The girl choked. The boy looked around everywhere, with a panic he could not name in his voice. By the time, she's about to come back. Let's go now. With no choice, he brought them back to quarters. After settling them, teammates whispered, the remaining entry slots got taken by those 2 stray students. Looks like Team 1 is in bad shape. But we've searched over half the village and no other sellers are hiding people. No living found, no corpses seen. Where on earth are Team 1 survivors? Let's not jump to conclusions, said Tu Van Vu. Lately villagers don't go home but sit outside chatting. While it's like this, we'll check everyone's cellar. Something's odd. One teammate hesitated. Some villagers do act strange, but some look pretty normal. Another immediately guessed, an act posing kind and harmless to make outsiders drop their guard, then biting with one snap. That's exactly how the second rescue truck got trapped before. They thought the villagers were innocent, tried everything to send them out, and while rescuing others, they themselves were ensnared. I keep feeling that's not quite it. The doubter was cut off ruthlessly, caution above all. After entering we did nothing proper, just toured cellars. Absolutely must not lower vigilance and get locked up again. The teammate fell silent. In short, concluded Tu Van Vu, for now the cellars are most suspicious, cellars first. All nodded in agreement. While the second rescue team hurried its investigation, Van Han was not idle. In about 2 days she had every household in the village sign the letter of consent. The marked cards are done, now the final payment. The headman looked at her expectantly. Once we get out, I'll give it to you. She made 2 calls and frowned. Signal in the village is awful, I can't reach the outside. The headman volunteered, I'll take you to the market town. The signal there is good, we'll surely get through. She agreed. He got a 3-wheeler ready, seated her, then puffed and pedaled out. After more than half an hour, they returned to the village. Refusing to believe it, he pedaled out again. Soon, back again. What is going on? She said, unhappy. Weren't we heading for the town? How did we end up back here? You're not deliberately keeping me from leaving, are you? How could I? The headman cried his innocence, thinking he wished nothing more than for her to arrive at his home the very next second to settle the balance. How would he hold her back on purpose? If it's not a people problem, then it's the white mist. She peered into the distance, impatient. When will this fog lift? It's been many days, why is it still so thick? The headman brightened. I don't know either, but don't worry, I'll go ask the villagers. They said they did not know why either. The fog had been there a long time. They checked their stored grain and, since the mist didn't hinder them, they let it be. Now it hinders, the headman declared. The lady needs to get out, contact the outside, then we can settle the account. At the word money, the villagers all took it to heart. I remember one early morning, just out the door I saw a huge band of white fog ring the village. Seems from that day the mist all around was vast and never dissipated. The white fog appeared on the night 2 days earlier, nothing special otherwise, same as usual. Old Mountain drinks all night daily, I'll ask him. The villagers were even more anxious than Van Han and moved on their own to investigate. The group that had been secretly probing nonstop, to Van Vu and company. Well, that works too. Kyo Dike Tin watched a while and issued orders. Split our forces in two. One keeps searching to rescue Team 1, the other looks for ways to remove the player weakening restriction. Veen Fudan, we couldn't win already, and now we split into two, is that wise? If we don't quickly recover strength, players will again be the villagers' toys, said Kyo Dike Tin gravely. Didn't you notice that, hearing Van Han can't get out and the balance can't be paid at once, with their poor patience they're already getting restless? One day not getting out they can endure, but 2? 3, 4 days? Veen Fudan shivered. You're saying Van Han used a giant carrot to lure them and divert attention, but if it drags on, the trick will lose effect? Kyo Dike Tin gave him a sidelong glance. When have you seen a scheme that drags on and still works? You must act fast so the target group has no time to think, then they bite the hook. Over time, deceived long and seeing no promise fulfilled, they will start to doubt, he realized, so our junior simplified wildly and finished the signing in just 2 short days, and more, said Kyo Dike Tin without expression. Villagers who linger in the white mist will turn ghostly, if they rush in the wrong way, will also be affected. A chill ran through Veen Fudan. Kyo Dike Tin continued. Team 1 clearly had survivors, yet they never appear. They must be imprisoned. If we want to save them, we likewise must race the clock. He had thought the situation had stabilized, yet after only a few hours it turned dangerous again. Before things sour, move, sighed Kyo Dike Tin, we don't have much time left. Skirting villagers, Tu Van Vu's team practically turned the whole village over and still failed to find Team 1's survivors. Leading people along the riverside grove, Veen Fudan seemed to discover an important clue. On the stone bench at her doorway, Van Han sat, gazing at the layout of the hamlet, sunk in thought. The 4th day in the village, at dawn the system began to toll morning. 1 player has died. Current survivors, 22 of 43, 1 player has died. 4 prompts sounded, and the count became 19 of 43, 2 Van Vu's eyes dimmed. No need to hold out hope, Team 1 has no survivors. Fortunately, leveraging his Taoist talent and talismans, Veen Fudan found a key item in the grove, its sorcery. Someone laid a weakening curse, then buried cursed objects in the earth. That's why everyone entering Gwyn village was cursed and their power dropped. How many cursed objects? Asked Kyo Dike Tin. 7, he ground out, and the 7 burial points form a grand array that buffs the sorcery, even you couldn't slip it. Can they be destroyed? Others might not manage it. Luckily, I'm here. He stuck a talisman on the object. The next instant flames wreathed it and burned fiercely. Minutes later the object was ash, and around them players felt a lightness. Some strength returned. 6 more left. The second should be buried here. He led the way and pointed for comrades to dig. Working in smooth concert, they soon destroyed all 7. Feeling long-lost power, Kyo Dike Tin grew calm. With the sorcery broken, our strength is back. When needed, we can resolve this by force. For all their probing, they still could not trace the origin of the white mist, and the villagers were disheartened. Some even began to doubt whether they would be trapped forever. Then Van Han found the headman. Do we have a simple village map? I think I have a lead. The headman brightened and had a villager who could sketch a crude map on the spot. Mark whose house each is, she said, make it clear. The villagers drew as told. With the fresh plan in hand, she sought out Kyo Dike Tin. There's a place we need to investigate. Where? Where? Cried Veen Fudan, excited. Right now it was not scary for the investigation to be hard and tedious, the only fear was having no clue. She did not reveal the answer at once but held up the sketch. I kept wondering why some villagers are severely demonized while others retain their nature almost unchanged. Later I thought it might be the principle of radiation. No sooner had she begun than Kyo Dike Tin responded, the nearer you are, the easier you're corroded, so by how severe villagers are around their homes, we can back deduce the location of the source. She nodded. As it happens there is just such a place. The nearer to it, the worse the symptoms, the farther, the more normal, the more human. She circled a patch on the plan, right here. Seeing clearly where she drew the circle, he froze. That's the village medic's place. Wow, goosebumps. Veen Fudan's hair stood up. Could it be we've already met the big boss without realizing, and we almost had him treat an injured teammate? The teammate poisoned by the braised pork and chicken shuddered to recall how close death had been. Instead of groundless guessing, let's go look, said Van Han, stowing the sketch. If the inference is right, the instance before us is still evolving, not yet fully formed. If all the villagers get corroded, a cold ran through him. He waved his comrades on. Go, take a look. The medic's dwelling was very secluded. When they arrived, he was dealing with a Team 1 member's body. He tossed the person onto the trash heap like discarding spent living test material, not even bothering to cover it up. A furious teammate lunged and smashed a fist into the medic's face. If not for remembering they still needed to question him, they would have butchered the boss on the spot. Why would you do this? Kyo Daikin clenched his fists. I heard the divine voice, the medic raved, pupils spilling endless madness. It said I could become the greatest doctor in the world. As long as I found some live experimental material and practiced more, I could do it. Where did you hear it? How did you hear it? Kyo Daikin held down his temper and pressed on. If it really exists, I too want to hear it. The medic looked deep at him and smiled strangely. In the dry well in the backyard, once you see it, you'll become its believers too. A few teammates volunteered to stay and watch him. The others went toward the dry well he mentioned. As they passed the medic, Van Han suddenly spoke. It cannot foresee the future, it merely sensed your ambition and used your craving. The medic's eyes bulged. I even doubt whether it can issue any divine voice at all. Perhaps because you were closest and most badly corroded, you hallucinated, she finished and quickened her pace. Behind them the medic thrashed and howled himself hoarse. You lie. The divine voice is no hallucination, it truly exists. It can foreknow everything it said is true. The keening was as if someone had stepped on his foot. On the other side, they reached the dry well. According to Van Han, that thing is highly radioactive and will corrode ordinary people, volunteered Tu Van Vu. I have the Blade Wraith talent. I'll transform and go down to scout, the rest of you fall back. To be careful, he even donned protective gear and was about to descend. She hurried up in time to grab him, no need to risk it. But whatever is in the well, the shadow will swallow it, she said, releasing her shadow. If the unknown in the well could turn humans ghostly, how fitting. The shadow itself was a near-ghost existence. To ensure success in one go, she let the world root cling to the shadow's resistance soars. Temporary buff, the shadow's digestion speed increases 100-fold. Temporary buff, the shadow's devouring capacity expands 1,000-fold. Temporary buff. Before she finished reading the prompts, the shadow leapt into the well, eager as if rushing to a grand feast. Tu Van Vu, whether it would succeed was one thing, but that work enthusiasm he could not match. Vinh Thudan murmured, the fewer people go down the better, best if no player needs to take the risk and the matter is resolved perfectly. After a short wait, she received a prompt. The world root has devoured high-grade energy, daily usable time plus 10 minutes. The next instant, all players in the instance received a system message. One night, an unknown meteorite fell into the dry well beside the village, greatly affecting nearby villagers. The closest, the village medic, was the first corroded and beguiled. He even used animal corpses as cursed objects and snuck them into the riverside grove later. Groups of outsiders entered, they destroyed the cursed objects and consumed the meteorite. The white mist finally dispersed, and the dreadful village was reborn. Finally the system announced, congratulations, players, you have cleared the SS rank instance. SS rank real instance. Gwyn village is disappearing. The mist is gone. The mist is gone. In the village center, a faint excited clamor rose. As the white retreated, warm sunlight sprinkled the earth. The road out of the village grew clearer, and the villagers' bodies grew more and more translucent. Without exception, ordinary bodies cannot resist. They've been in the village too long and have been corroded, said Kyo Daikin, heavy-hearted. Did you foresee this, and so hurried to get everyone out? Vinh Thudan whispered to Van Han, even if nothing showed on the surface, their insides had already been affected. Once the instance is broken, they are judged a part of it and disappear. Right now it was the villagers who vanished. If dragged out longer, those who would vanish would include the rescuers. She did not answer, only watched quietly. That must be it, said Tu Van Vu. Seeing the two students he had hidden after rescuing them dash out in panic, their bodies half transparent. Ordinary folk lack the constitution, and players weakened weren't much better. At most, a few more days. The village fell into chaos. Almost everyone asked, what's going on? Why did the white mist clear? Why are we like this? Is our village cursed? Bathed in sunlight, Grandpa Chow finally remembered that it was not his sons who wanted to leave. He hardened his heart and drove them out, because the next generation could not be like him. penned in the village for life, but later he forgot, remembering only boundless loneliness. Not far away, Auntie True also drifted into thought. She remembered, her eldest went out to work, and the first year, seeing a chance to help, died in an accident. The bearer of the news said that by the time he reached the hospital, life was already gone. He was a good man, and those he saved were deeply grateful to their family. She knew this clearly, yet somehow she suddenly forgot. Stubbornly she felt that the world outside was too dazzling, and only that was why he had been lured to stay away for 3 years. As long as she found him a lovely bride, he would come back. In truth, all of it was fantasy and could never come true. Dai Nu likewise remembered that from young she had been dumped on her grandparents for care, seeing her parents very rarely in a year. When her grandparents fell ill and died, her parents never appeared again. Fortunately, uncles and aunties in the village were willing to offer her a bowl of rice, or she would have starved to death long ago. So even if the village really were demolished and she got a share of money, she would not know where to find her parents. As the villagers' figures grew more transparent, their minds grew clearer. This is fine too. Grandpa Chow looked toward the rescue team. His lips trembled, and he murmured, "I'm sorry," then vanished. The most wretched were the 2 students. They had only come out of boredom, taking advantage of school break to explore. Who would have thought that as the white mist lifted and danger receded, and as rescue loomed, they would have to disappear with the eerie villagers. "Help me! Help me!" The girl sobbed in terror. The boy was no better, nervously repeating, "This is fake, it must be an illusion. Maybe I'm only having a nightmare and I'm still sleeping in the dorm." No matter how they resisted, when the time came, they vanished along with the villagers. The fog lifted, the smoke shrouding everyone's heads also thinned. Not long after, the army arrived to take over Gwyn village, not only handing out food and water to the survivors but also arranging proper medical care. Once their spirits steadied and their bodies recovered somewhat, they began asking about what had happened in the village. When they asked about Van Han, she said calmly, "It was an accident, I strayed in by mistake. Thanks to the rescue squad, thanks to their tireless effort, everyone managed to break out." Having learned the truth from other mouths, the commanding officer wore an awkward look. "So you mean the rescue squad saved everyone, while you, carrying 100 million in cash, claim you just wandered in by mistake?" Van Han replied, "My thanks to all who dared and did not fear death, who risked themselves to come in and save people. The credit belongs to everyone." She added, "That 100 million was probably ill-gotten money fallen from the sky. Later, I suggest turning it into condolence funds and gifting it to the fallen soldiers." The officer stood silent for a long moment, then slowly saluted. With merit like this, the fallen would be commended, and their families would be better cared for. With ample condolence funds, households that lost a strong breadwinner would not be plunged into want. Vien Thu Dan was unhurt. After debriefing, he was free to move about nearby. Seeing Van Han seated to the side, he came over to chat. "I heard you don't plan to take the credit for this one. What would I do with it? I'm not short of money now," she said lightly. Raised in a public welfare orphanage, she had tasted both poverty and scholarship. Dragged into the horror game, her back-end prep was generous, so she not only donated to the orphanage that raised her but also to struggling schools. Later, with the world's source in hand, she lacked money even less. Every month she sold a batch of snacks to the academy on schedule, the money too much to spend, and she had just burned through 100 million cash. Sounds big, but at a rate of 1 cuisot to 150 in cash, minus a 1,000-fold coefficient, it was only about 667 cuisot, the sort of intake her candy shop made in 2 days. "Credit that big and you can let it go," Vien Thu Dan said, pained. "On her behalf, if they really list me first for the medal, how do they announce it to the public?" Thanks to student So-and-so's exquisite con that fooled the ghosts, a squad was rescued and an extinction-level hazard diffused. She drawled. Vien Thu Dan fell silent. Every word would split at the seams. "If they truly want to show gratitude, when we're back, help block the dean of students for me. If he sees me, he must not be allowed to blow his top," she sighed, already foreseeing the coming storm. Vien Thu Dan then remembered, this one had snuck out. Sure enough, back at the Horror Academy, the dean erupted, "Acting on your own, brazen and reckless. If I don't punish you properly, next time you might just throw your little life away." Kyo Dike Tin, Vien Thu Dan, and Tu Van Vu pleaded and blocked, but he wouldn't listen. Confinement for 2 months. Not a single day less. Van Han accepted the penalty with composure, thinking that if it went too far she'd simply slip away. Isn't the dean too much? If not for Van Han, we wouldn't even be alive. He's mad that she left, so what does that make us? Worthy sacrifices. In the hallway, Vien Thu Dan fumed louder than the person concerned. Kyo Dike Tin grabbed him, face full of helplessness. "Enough, give it a rest. without Van Han you'd still be bedridden, he shot back. Kyo Diktin, speechless. I asked, she's isolating at home. 2 C-class guards at the dorm door, 3 meals delivered on time. Hub Veen Thu Dan blinked. Kyo Diktin continued. Windows unsealed, water, power, and internet as usual, phones and computers not confiscated. I guarantee even if she fog forms and slips out, those 2 won't notice. Only then did he catch up, so it's basically a 2-month vacation. What are you spouting? The dean is punishing her. He looked up. If she's grounded, what about the special training work? Others will likely take over. Kyo Diktin sighed. With a life forbidden zone already appearing, the days ahead for incoming freshmen won't be easy. Inside the academy and out, it was the same. Until now the advice to the public had been to pay attention to the horror game and strengthen the body. Hereafter, the suggestion might well turn mandatory. Hearing that, he could only shed a sympathetic tear for the freshmen to come. Before the formal lock-in, the dean called a meeting with Van Han. Hard to recount all the content, only that when it ended, 3 ambulances arrived. A whole group tumbled out and carried off several leaders who fainted from overexcitement. The dean quietly held a small decoration ceremony, awarding Van Han 3 medals of different grades based on her merits, donating a large number of exorcist candles, supplying special tools in bulk, clearing a life forbidden zone. Van Han, medals I can take or leave, please pile on the punishment, I adore it. The dean, firm. He cherished talent and refused to add to the sentence. She left disgruntled and began confinement the same day. After a stretch of shutting herself in to repent, her ideological awakening barely budged, yet she was dragged into a dungeon again. Time since the last game, 30 days, about to begin the 10th round. This dungeon, Black Obsidian General Store, difficulty, B, current player count, 6 of 6, main quest, apprenticeship. Within 3 days, submit a total value exceeding 3,000 cuisons in voodoo dolls to leave the dungeon. Finishing early allows you to depart or linger until the end. Fail the quest, be erased. It was a study room, 6 players sat below, a projector and screen on the dais. After the video played, a voiceover explained, a C-class voodoo doll requires the following: fine cloth, 3 portions, a flower of death, 1 bloom. Steps: boil the flower of death to extract, place it into the cloth, and simmer for 10 minutes, remove the cloth, dry in darkness. Then follow the subsequent steps to mold into a voodoo doll. 6 players, their eyes slowly glazed, their expressions slowly turned blank. The live room buzzed, a benefits round. Those players are so lucky it hurts. It's a full tutorial for making voodoo dolls, learn it to use yourself and to sell, super practical. But why is the instructional video mosaicked? Won't let viewers learn together. That's how benefits work. Except for players in the dungeon, viewers see mosaic. Even the silhouettes tell you they fear viewers will crib. 2-2, study hard. Bring the craft home, you call it lucky. I think the streamer wants to cry. Video says super easy, do this and that, and a C-class doll is done. Players, what are you even saying? The price list popped up in the dungeon. Fine cloth, 3 portions, cost 100 cuisons. Flower of death, 1 bloom, cost 150 cuisons. Apprentice grade C-class voodoo doll, sale price 1,000 cuisons. Note 1, pay first, then take materials. This shop earns thin margins and does not extend credit. Note 2, materials can be purchased in the lobby. Crafting can be done in the study room or in a rented single room. The video restarted. The players, a batch of materials cost 250 cuisons. A finished C sold for 1,000. In other words, fail 4 times and you pay the house. Moreover, if within 3 days you couldn't produce 3 finished items, the main quest failed. With that thought, everyone's palms trembled. Brother Trung is super at fighting, so why is he stuck doing handicraft? Scrubbed back and forth twice and his lips froze into a statue. Swear it. Facing an S-class wraith he wasn't this despairing. A bit worried, after tidal waves of drama, will they trip over a B-class benefits round? By the 3rd loop, Tong Trung quit struggling and left the study. Of the 5 remaining, 3 went solo with gusto, 2 formed a temporary team to split note-taking. By the 4th loop, Van Han stopped watching and went to the lobby for supplies. In the bright lobby of Black Obsidian, materials lay neatly in transparent glass racks, separated by type. Beside them stood a wooden stand with finished voodoo dolls. The C-class cloth version shown in the video, a B-class leather version, and an A-class ornament carved from blackwood. Numbers extremely sparse. C-class had the most, yet only 3. A-class had the fewest, just 1, as if it would be snatched any second. She took each down, examined, then put it back. When she picked up the A-class, a low voice sounded behind her, "Give me the A-class doll." She turned and saw Tong Trung. She set it back on the rack and said offhand, "It's not mine, I can't decide. If you want it, take it yourself." If it slipped and broke in transit, it would be hard to explain. After checking the finished pieces, she moved to materials. Tong Trung seized the A-class and visibly exhaled. What happened? Why does he want the A-class? Because when he first left the study he met 6 shop ghosts. In chat they let slip that the shopkeeper is a lazy ghost, they're veteran workers, and the players are apprentices. If a player buys the sole A-class doll in the shop and gifts it to them, they'll help that player craft B through D-class dolls. Of course, the player supplies materials. Thus our Maimhan King got tempted and sprang into action. Shop prices: C-class at 1,500 cuisat, B-class at 3,000, A-class at 9,000. How much? 9,000 for an A-class. You read right. So pricey it's mad. Might as well buy 3 C-class and submit the report. Not so. 3 C-class submitted nets you nothing. Just clears the stage. Befriend the 6 ghosts and in the next 2 days you can bring materials for them to work. At a cost-to-price ratio of 1:4, turn 3 batches into 1 sale and you profit. Whether for use, gifting, or selling after the dungeon, all good options. Most folks would go broke after buying 1 A-class, with no money left for materials to recover. With that, he took the A-class to the counter, and she simply watched, indifferent. Is the girl dense? Why not seize the moment? If it were me, I'd buy 3 C-class on the spot. Not everyone is like him. Maybe she's broke. No sooner said than done. She tossed a thick stack of cuisat onto the counter. 40 sets of C-class materials. What kind of move is that? I don't get it. Black Obsidian's stock was rich. 40 sets of C-class didn't exhaust it. With materials in hand she rented a single room, and by the look of it she would follow the video to the letter. The other 4 also came out in turn to buy and practice. After preparing the materials as required, they sat again in the study, mirroring the video step for step. The video ran fast and had no half-speed option. After finishing a step, they waited for the replay to continue. The ad hoc duo meant to help each other, one memorizing steps, but within minutes they were at each other's throats. Wrong, you're not doing it like the video, you're worse. Compared to the tutorial, it's not similar but completely unrelated. The live room howled, is there a chance you're both wrong, too? Roosters in a ring, we can't see the video, but we can see your motions. Look around and see whether you're in sync with the group. In dreams. Perfect combo. One remembers this part, the other that part. The whole video emerges. In reality, both remember wrong and sprint down the road of error. Stop blaming each other, put your tools down, and go find another way to clear. Right then, both concluded their partner didn't deserve them and split up. After 3 loops they dared to work and finally needed 2 hideous things. They stared at each other and fell mute. Can't even tell they're humanoid. So ugly even mom wouldn't recognize. These 2 are pure comedy. Listen, start buttering up the 6 ghosts or Tong Trung now and try to wrangle 3 C-class dolls to clear. Give up crafting, this isn't your lane. Viewers laughed loud, fans flung tips and pushed the idea. The clownish pair frowned and pondered. Torn, 1 A-class doll and 8 sets of C-class materials. Having staked big, he didn't blink as he laid them down. The 6 ghosts hugged the A-class and wouldn't let go, not even glancing at the 8 material sets. Leave them on the table, I'll do them when I have time. I'll be back before dusk to collect, he said. The 6 frowned and were about to refuse when he said mildly, if you're unhappy, return the A-class to me. He knew ghosts fear the heavy-handed. The more politely you yield, the more they climb up on your head. So even needing a favor he acted nonchalant. Proved right, hearing the A-class might be reclaimed. The ghost clutched it tighter and snapped, fine, got it, now get lost and stop bothering me at work. He cast a warning look and left. All I did was have you buy a doll and you dare push me around, the ghost grumbled, full of resentment. In the study, the tutorial looped on. The clown duo tried twice more, realized they lacked the artisan gift, and went out to scheme another path. 2 players remained. One nicknamed Choco. She tried to replicate the video, though the look matched 8 parts in 10, the system kept flagging failure, and without noticing she burned through 6 sets of materials. The other was Tutu. She worked extremely slowly, always watching many loops until sure she remembered before she moved, and even so she failed 3 times. Strange, which step is wrong? Choco fretted, even doubting whether she could do it at all. 6 sets meant 1,500 cuisat, no small sum, tossed into the river. It wouldn't even make a bubble. The video looped again. Tutu stared at the screen for a long time. Only after watching 3 more times did she ask, the step boil the flower of death to extract. How did you handle it? Of course I boiled it in water, came the reflex answer. Then she herself froze. Could plain water really do it in a ghostly world? Tutu also doubted. Maybe, we should try simmering in dilute blood, Choco asked dryly. Whose blood? If it was the crafters, she might bleed out before finishing the main quest. Tutu shot her a look and stood. Anyone's. First ask the counter if they sell blood as a material. Choco snapped out of it and rose.
Wait, I'm coming. At the counter, the clerk ghost answered at once, we have fresh pig's blood, 50 saw a portion. Clearly the owner had chosen not to remind them. Chucko seethed, why not bring it out earlier? Why not set it on the glass rack? The clerk protested, we're not hiding it on purpose. Pig's blood holds strong chi. If we put it in the cabinet, customers can't help sneaking tastes when staff aren't looking. If we keep forgetting to buy blood, then a C-class doll can never be made, Tutu said, face dark over wasting 3 sets. Not that, pig's blood boosts the success rate, but with excellent skill, water works too. The clerk smiled thinly. Chucko, telling apprentices that excellent skill could manage with water was shameless. If they could do it, they wouldn't be apprentices. But the clerk wasn't wrong, and arguing wouldn't win. More importantly, Chucko excelled at craft, not combat. In the end, give me 2 portions of pig's blood. Crafting successful. Congratulations, 1 C-class voodoo doll acquired. Using pig's blood to process the flower of death, the success rate clearly shot up. For Tutu, 2 attempts yielded 1 success. For Chucko, for yielded 1. As familiarity grew, both felt certain of clearing, and their faces eased. Half a noon and you've burned through 8 sets of materials. Your heart is blacker than the owner's. One of the 6 ghosts grumbled as it worked, face full of displeasure. It didn't understand that humans were kings of the grind. In the next room the 2 players, if not for limited funds, would have done 18, even 28 sets. But for the 6 ghosts, 8 sets were nearly a round's workload. The owner was a famous lazy ghost in the area. Once he made something, he set it on the rack to sell by fate, and when laziness struck he'd rest 3 days, 5, 10, sometimes the racks were bare, buyers couldn't get a doll, and he still wouldn't start, only when truly hounded, or when an A class or S-class grade ghost came to commission, would he grudgingly end his vacation. In such an environment, the 6 followed suit, at most 2 hours of work a day, and no more than 4 days a week. Work time included wandering and puttering, thus the more they worked, the deeper their resentment. By afternoon, the 6 ramped up and finally met the deadline. 6 C-class dolls lay on the table, each wearing a strange smile, eerie yet adorable. One ghost pocketed half to hide as its own quota, and muttered, I didn't hide all of them, you should be grateful. As it was about to stash them in a cupboard, a figure rose from the darkness, seized its wrist, and asked in feigned innocence, what are you doing? The ghost, afraid they'll be stolen. I'm putting them away. Not quite. Tong Trung smiled without smiling and laid it bare. You're unhappy I pushed your pace, so you plan to swallow half. Called out. The ghost flared. I made you 6. What's wrong with taking 3? What, you won't pay and want a free ride? I clearly prepaid, he said, snatching 3 from its arms, 3 from the table, and the A-class from the start. His whole body sank into deep shadow, his amused voice circling the room. Now that's a free ride. The ghost wailed, then ransacked the place and found 1 C-class doll. I'll curse you. It slapped on a label reading Apprentice Number 5 and dragged it to a cutter, ready to sever its leg. At that moment, shadow condensed into a flying knife that didn't harm the doll but skewered the label and flicked it off, carving several deep stripes across the ghost's hand. His voice sounded again, pester me and it won't just be a free ride. I'll take your life. The ghost trembled. If he could hide in shadow and shape blades, had he been standing by while it crafted, it shuddered. Bad luck for me. The doll is yours, and I forgo the fee. After a long moment, no one answered. The ghost picked up the C-class doll, eyes venomous. A bit later, the gashes on its hand vanished, and in the same spot on the doll bloomed blood. The former smile turned to a face on the verge of tears. Never this exhausted, the ghost's eyes reddened as it muttered, I won't let this go. At the same time, his live room overflowed with praise. No wonder, he's fiercer than a ghost. 6 C-class in the bag, bumper harvest, 8 sets for 6 results. Insane, love watching him, so cathartic. I thought the deal was, pay with an A-class up front, then the contractor completes 6 C-class. In the end both parties went off script, and the only fool who believed in spirit contracts was me. Tears. I declare him MVP of this dungeon, no objections accepted, calling him the strongest this round isn't too much, right? He strode into the lobby, just in time to meet Van Han. He meant to ask if she needed clear items. He'd split half of whatever he had as thanks for her letting him have the A-class. Before he could speak, he saw her bargaining with the counter ghost. The ghost smiled its fake smile. So you've learned the C-class method. Want to learn B-class? Sure. Whenever you submit 50 qualified C-class items, the tutorial updates. The live room exploded. 50 items, even if all 6 are gifted artisans, that's nearly 9 each. Assume half the team are maimed handers who produce nothing. The remaining 3 must make 17 each. Clearly they don't intend to teach B-class. The girl will surely be stunned. Fans of Van Han, usually shy in others' rooms, couldn't help themselves. She's amazing. If you don't get it, don't talk nonsense. His fans, why argue for someone else in his live room?
Passers-by laughed. Because their idol doesn't stream, they camp. In other rooms to follow her, his fans had never seen the like and were stunned. Inside the dungeon, Van Han flicked her hand. The next instant, C-Class voodoo dolls flooded the counter. 50 qualified C-Class. Here, when will the B-Class tutorial update? She asked. The counter ghost gaped, his live room filled with question marks, mixed with cheers from her fans. Told you, she's a beast. His fans froze for a beat, then broke into a collective sweat of embarrassment. Say it earlier next time, they had just crowed that he was the best of the round, only to be slapped in the face, mortifying enough to dig the floor with their toes. After the ghost at the counter finished its inspection and confirmed that 50 C-grade VU.OAOA finished pieces had no quality issues, it was utterly speechless and went ahead to the study room to switch in the updated teaching video. How did you pull that off? Tong Trung quietly asked Van Han. Through unrelenting effort, Van Han tossed back, then ran. Face still here, the country still stands. The system's rule seems to have hit an unknown bug. Streamer, please recast the spell. I thought that little girl was a fool, seeing brother Trung by an A-grade VU.OAOA and she was indifferent. Who knew that in just a short while she would make 50 C-grade VU.OAOA? Turns out the fool is me myself. Admit fault and correct it, kneel to apologize. 50 VU.OAOA. Did she go wholesale somewhere else, or did she process a great pile of materials in one shot, hand making it all? Where are her fans? Can anyone give me the rundown on this lady powerhouse's background? Van Han's fans happily surfaced, ardently defending. Intelligence-type player. Super strong. Money-type player. Scatter cash to clear stages. Friendly to players, strikes with heavy authority at Le Qui. Tong Trung's fans, even more confused. Are we talking about a human? She's like the god of wealth descending to save the masses. Study room. Van Han politely asked whether the C-grade tutorial video was still needed. Should they switch directly to B-grade, or add another device to make a B-grade teaching video, the C-grade video, and the broadcast message together? Tutu looked in amazement at the counter ghost and then at Van Han, shook her head. We've memorized the C-grade VU.OAOA crafting flow, just switch straight over. Cha Ko agreed. On hearing this, the counter ghost smoothly changed the display. Cha Ko quietly asked Van Han, what's going on? Van Han said, after I'd mastered the key points for crafting a C-grade VU.OAOA, I asked if I could also study B-grade. It said yes. Cha Ko's live room. I just got back from the live room next door. Streamer, don't get fooled. Mastered means she actually crafted 50 C-grade VU.OAOA. I also just returned from next door. I laughed myself silly. Half the hall of Tong Trung's fans popped champagne to congratulate, even bragging he'd be the most amazing in this instance. Then immediately, slap slap slap, face slapped. First day in the game, 50 C-grade VU.OAOA finished pieces. How did she do it? Is her talent 8 diamond arms? Can 8 hands work all at once? What, could it be she had a stroke of fortune earlier and stashed more than a dozen VU.OAOA in her space? Then why did she turn them all in? What's she going to use? Why not keep some for herself? Small-minded. Memorize the B-grade VU.OAOA crafting process and submit it to the state. Won't the state award her great merit? Instant fame and fortune. Or learn the craft and open her own shop, never worry about food or clothing again. A route no one ever thought of. Looks up in awe, some fans tattled, messaging Tutu and Cha Ko that the lady at their side had slammed out 50 C-grade VU.OAOA, thus unlocking the B-grade tutorial video. 50? Cha Ko's expression management failed. She gasped, in one day, you made 50 VU.OAOA? Van Han only smiled and stayed quiet. In truth, by strictly following the operations in the tutorial, she succeeded after just 2 tries in obtaining a C-grade VU.OAOA *1. Afterward she kept practicing to deepen muscle memory. Once she was sure she had the steps down cold, she abandoned the mechanical labor, turned to the counter ghost, and asked how to learn higher grade curricula. As it happened, the counter ghost said that only after meeting a set quantity could they rank up. 4.
Van Han, who had above-counter stock of VU.OAOA finished pieces from grade C to A by replication, that was child's play. Thus the B-grade curriculum unlocked successfully, and the A-grade curriculum was also booked. However, there was no need to explain all this one by one to strangers meeting her for the first time in this instance. Everyone could just follow along and enjoy the benefits. Seeing that Van Han merely smiled and said nothing, Chako dropped her questions. Once the counter ghost switched the video, she immediately studied in earnest. Tutu and Van Han found seats beside her and watched as well. For a while, the study room was extremely quiet. Viewers in the live room sighed in unison, with such focus and investment, to fail to learn would offend the heavens. At dusk, as it neared the daily wrap-up, the lazy ghost shopkeeper finally appeared. Apprentice number 1, 0 finished pieces, today's new ghost stars, 0. Apprentice number 2, 1 finished piece, today's new ghost stars, 1,000. Apprentice number 3, 3 finished pieces, today's new ghost stars, 3,000. 2-2, apprentice number 4, 2 finished pieces, today's new ghost stars, 2,000. Chako, apprentice number 5, 3 finished pieces, today's new ghost stars, 3,000. Tong Trung, apprentice number 6, 5, 50 finished pieces. Van Han, the shopkeeper, was stunned, looked toward the counter, thinking the report was miswritten. It really is 50, the counter ghost mouthed. Apprentice number 6, 50 finished pieces, today's new ghost stars, 50,000. Van Han, only after a long while did the shopkeeper accept reality, then continued to read the report with expression. Hope everyone keeps up the effort and quickly learns the B-grade VU.OAOA crafting method. Hack Du Grocery looks small on its face but actually occupies a rather large footprint. In front is the shop, in the middle a single-person study room, a multi-person study room, storage, and behind is the dormitory, all single rooms. At night, the shop closes, players and ghost co-workers move into the dormitory together, and rooms are first come, first served. Van Han did not choose a room and casually pointed to a place to rest. Late night. Tong Trung's door opened silently. Staying up in the dead of night, what are you trying to do? The ghostly world is very dangerous at night, streamer, don't court death. Trung Bro has always said he wants to witness the nightly madness of the ghost world, and the promised day has finally arrived? Rubs hands excitedly, well then, I won't sleep either, don't worry too much, his talent is special, nighttime is his home field. Plus the main daytime quest is complete. If danger appears, he can return to the real world at any time. Rare chance, go go go. Fans were thrilled. Some who had been in bed sat up at once, sleepiness gone, and eagerly refreshed the stream. On the other side, harboring great hatred toward Apprentice 5, the six-fingered ghost used ruthless resolve to pull out its bottom of the chest treasure, a B-grade VU.OAOA it had crafted by its own hand. Unlike the standard route in the tutorial video, this VU.OAOA used a special crafting method. If used well, it could fell peers in an instant. The six-fingered ghost felt it could even stand shoulder to shoulder with an A-grade VU.OAOA. It had only asked the shop manager to craft an A-grade VU.OAOA for parity. Unfortunately, it had been exploited by a player and worked for nothing. The more it thought, the angrier it got. After taking out the OAOA, it once more fished out a sticker reading Apprentice 5 and slapped it on the doll. Next, it produced a black nail and, with a small hammer, drove it viciously into the VU.OAOA's heart. If the curse succeeded, the VU.OAOA would bleed. But after finishing the operation and waiting a while, the doll in its hand showed no reaction. How can that be? The six-fingered ghost, unconvinced, ripped off the VU.OAOA's left leg. Still no blood. Panting, it cut off the VU.OAOA's head. Again, nothing happened. The six-fingered ghost collapsed to the floor. The target was too hard to kill, it wanted to give up. Thinking carefully, if it had been a grand ghost entity, it would not have chosen to butt heads. Because the other was an apprentice, it had felt it could teach a lesson, hence stubbornly sought to reclaim its dignity. Perhaps it would be better not to provoke at all? The drums of retreat thumped in its heart. So tangled up,
it failed to notice in time that the B-grade VU.OAOA's expression was changing. At first, there was an obvious smile. With the black nail driven into its heart, the smile faded, the expression became half crying. After its left leg was torn off, its face fully turned into a crying mask, as though inconsolably sad. Then when the head separated from the body, lying alone on the ground, the crying face gradually became a wicked grin. The six-fingered ghost stared blankly, still tangled. A light breeze rolled the VU.OAOA's body with a thud-thud, rolling just beneath the head. The doll's hands propped the head upright and then it stood, calling sweetly, "Daddy, daddy, daddy, I'm hungry." Six-fingered ghost? It looked in terror at the skin doll VU.OAOA that had gained self-awareness, as if not understanding why it could move. VU.OAOA have usage limits. Once the smiling face turns into a crying face, you must burn it or throw it away. If you delay, the powerful resentment will pass to a fellow soul. It will exceedingly hate the user and use every means to hunt and kill, not stopping until death. The six-fingered ghost remembered the usage taboo and went first to fetch a candle. But the VU.OAOA mercilessly sliced off its own right thigh. Ah! The six-fingered ghost felt a sharp pain lance through its right thigh, instantly collapsing, screaming like a slaughtered pig. The VU.OAOA grabbed the black nail stuck in its heart, pulled it out and stabbed it back in again. The six-fingered ghost lay prone, its chest spurted blood madly, the flow like a torrent, and soon there was no breath. The VU.OAOA picked up the severed left leg and the right thigh, with its hands braced on the ground, it forced itself to crawl to the ghost's side. Then the left leg pressed to the bloodied seam and was set back to its original place. The right thigh pressed to the bloodied seam and was set back to its original place. The detached head pressed to the bloodied seam and was set back to its original place. After a round of operations, the skin doll stood smoothly, movements looking natural. It was as if the six-fingered ghost's blood was the finest adhesive, helping it repair its body. The skin doll affectionately rubbed against the six-fingered ghost. "Daddy added his own blood when he made me. So Daddy's wish, I will definitely help fulfill it. Daddy should also help me, make me even stronger, okay?" Saying that, it lowered its head and drank. When all the blood on the ground had clotted, it wiped its mouth, satisfied, and left. Walking the streets, Tong Trung found the passers-by pitifully few. In the ghostly world, ghosts don't seem to have nightlife. Before 7 they already stop going out. Because this is a low-level district, ghosts living around here are generally low-tier. Go look at a high-level district. After dark it's fighting, fleeing, late-night eats, busy as can be. Go streamer go. We time zone lag fans are staying up for the stream, sleep be damned. Even so, hitting the streets late at night is very dangerous. With so many fans, is no one going to persuade him otherwise? As an old fan I'll say this, Trung Bro's talent is special, he can definitely escape. Passers-by, please don't panic. Tong Trung circled around near Hac Dew Grocery, nothing happened, and he was as calm as if on a real-world street. Fans clamored, "Bro Trung! Head to the high-level district. If not I'm out." Bold and capable, Tong Trung took the suggestion. Still, reason remained, in an unfamiliar land, wandering aimlessly courts trouble. As it happened, he had previously run a high-level instance nearby, so he planned to take a look. After 5 minutes on foot, he heard in the distance the sound of buildings collapsing and the cries of weeping. Swift, he vaulted to an eave and peered toward the sound. At that sight, he fell silent. Off in the distance, more than a kilometer away, a giant white octopus about 30 floors tall was waving its tentacles, ramming them into people's homes, dragging the households out and tossing them into its maw. The scene was truly one crisp bite after another, with a meaty tang besides. A bit like a human tearing open the packaging to eat a cookie. More like eating oysters, pry the shell, eat the meat inside. Holy crap, holy crap! So huge, scared me to death. The streamer seems to have stumbled into the scene of a catastrophe film. Alright, we get it, the ghost world is extremely dangerous at night. Streamer, run. Keep watching and my heart will jump out.
Loving his life, Tong Trung did not gamble his fate for the audience's thrills. With the disaster movie right before his eyes, he also wanted to flee. Only the giant octopus was eating at high speed, shifting positions nonstop, and even drifting in his direction. Without another word, Tong Trung slipped deep into the shadows and sprinted away. The viewers were still savoring the shock. Thrilling. I'm satisfied, staying up late tonight was worth it. Suddenly curious, why did the octopus appear? If a player gets pulled into an instance whose location just happens to be in the octopus's rampage zone, what difficulty tier would that be? Spine-chilling, hell difficulty. 10 deaths no life. The bullet chat ran so thick it almost filled the screen, while the suffering streamer was still on the run. From the disaster scene, Tong Trung ran back toward Hakdew Grocery. When he saw the octopus veer off and not head his way, he finally breathed out. But sharp-eyed viewers already screamed in chat, "Streamer! To your right!" A Skindal VU.OAOA stood in a shadowed corner, secretly sizing up Tong Trung. After locking on the target, it pulled the black nail from its chest and stabbed viciously. Tong Trung cried out as blood reddened the fabric over his chest. Damn! Damn! He's weathered great storms, but will he capsize in a ditch? Aren't VU.OAOA supposed to take the hit and die in your place? Why is this one moving on its own? Goosebumps rising. I wasn't even this scared seeing the octopus. A normal person would likely die outright from such a grievous wound, but Tong Trung endured. Black threads coiled around his chest area as though mending the wound for him. The skin doll began to work on its own leg, and with a tug, tore off its right thigh. Pain lanced his right thigh, and Tong Trung had to brace against the wall to stand. The black threads not only repaired his heart but also had to mend his right leg. At the same time, a black throwing knife shot from the darkness, flicking away the paper tag on the skin doll. Useless, the doll said, grasping its head and preparing to pull it off. Tong Trung? In the blink of an eye, he turned into a wisp of black mist. Without a head and without a body, he would not suffer a mortal blow. With the head poised in its hands, the skin doll froze like a crashed machine, as if faced with an unforeseen situation, and thus gloriously soft-locked. Heavens! I forgot to breathe. If it weren't Trung bro, anyone else would be gone. Is the streamer dumb? Heart got stabbed and he still didn't run? You're the dumb one. Even if your heart is pierced, if you request to leave the instance, the system still needs to count down. Without an immediate response, he would have been killed by the VU.OAOA already. Everything happened too fast, he was ambushed, and the fact he didn't die shows lightning reflexes. The paper said Apprentice 5, which reminds me of the six-fingered ghost. Trung bro's too soft. If he had killed the six-fingered ghost on the spot, none of this would have happened. Use paid allure, trick the ghost into working for free, then once the job's done, rob the goods, rob the pay, and kill the ghost. Body temperature 37 degrees, how can you speak so coldly? That's beyond the human moral threshold. While they argued, the teleportation white light finally began to flicker. In the form of black mist, Tong Trung was teleported away. The VU.OAOA reattached its head and right thigh as before. We will meet again sooner or later, the skin doll said with unusual certainty, as though it had set Tong Trung as its target, not stopping until death. Then it headed deeper into the shortcut, its figure disappearing into the night. The next day, Van Han and Chaco studied the B-grade curriculum. Tutu teamed up with the two clumsy-handed members to buy materials and keep busy, helping the two craft while grinding her own proficiency. The success rate for crafting rose noticeably but still was not at 100%. This indicated there were other details she had overlooked. With rigorous care, Tutu investigated in earnest. The two clumsy hands watched at the side, not daring to breathe hard, and by the way served as bodyguards for the other three. Just then, a mournful wail echoed over the grocery. Everyone heard it, stopped their hands, and rushed over. The lazy ghost dove onto the six-fingered ghost, crying very sadly, as if the one lying on the ground were its most beloved kin, a brother in arms. Chaco sighed, so the ghost world also has such true and ardent feelings. The next second, they heard the lazy ghost wail, "A third of the shop's work was all done by you. Now that you're dead, what am I supposed to do?" Chaco, she was naive. What true feeling? Interests, that's all. Boss. A customer ordered B-grade VU.OA and says it must be delivered within 2 days, the counter ghost hurriedly reported. Hearing this, the lazy ghost cried louder, "So much work, how can a single ghost like me get it all done?" "It's not like you're the only one in the shop." The counter ghost turned its gaze toward the apprentices. Prompted, the lazy ghost looked up at them and urgently asked, "Any of you know how to make B-grade OA?" With a blank face, Chaco thought, the shopkeeper's crazy. The tutorial had only been switched up to B-grade yesterday afternoon. How much of a prodigy would you have to be to learn and then craft today? In the silence, Van Han slowly raised her hand. The lazy ghost rejoiced, "I knew it. Of this bunch, you're the quickest on the uptake." With that, it excitedly dragged Van Han away. Quickest on the uptake? The clumsy hands duo felt sore. "We're just not good at handicrafts, we have other strengths." Is there not a possibility that no matter who raised their hand and claimed to make B-grade OA, the shopkeeper would praise them like that, said Tutu. The two were speechless. "Come on, back to making OA, Tutu said after watching the ruckus, and returned to work. Encouraged, Chaco also buried her head in hard practice. Shopkeeper's office. The lazy ghost explained seriously, before crafting a B-grade OA, the necessary materials must go through 18 processing steps. The timing, the sequence, even a tiny deviation is unacceptable. I'll provide 3 portions of materials, as long as you can process 1 portion well, I'll credit you. When the finished goods sell, you get 30% of the pay. This sort of tedious work the shopkeeper disdained to do and usually assigned to the 6-fingered ghost. Now that the 6-fingered ghost had accidentally died, it had to conscript anew. Whether it would work or not was unknown, but it was willing to try, because it was lazy and would not do it personally unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Van Han answered and moved quickly. Watching at her side, the lazy ghost soon sensed something off. The other party was so proficient she did not resemble a newbie. Every move matched the tutorial video. Even it would not dare claim it could be that precise every time. Yet this apprentice did it 3 times in a row, standard 3 times, precise like a machine. "You've learned before?" Too astonished, the lazy ghost could not help asking. "No, I just watched the video and self-studied. Followed what it taught and finished without sloppiness," said Van Han, puzzled. "Is this very hard?" The lazy ghost, "Not hard?" It had rotated through more than 20 assistants and none could do this. "You have great talent." It praised once, then cut off the chit-chat and urged her to hurry. Scheming as it was, the ghost shopkeeper did not care who the helper really was, it only wanted them to work. But Van Han did not mind either. Smiling, she followed the flow and processed the 3 portions of materials. The lazy ghost was overjoyed, took the materials, and crafted them one by one into OA. "At a glance I knew you were sharp and different from the rest. Fact proves I didn't misjudge you." The lazy ghost was about to praise more when Van Han stepped to the table and lightly put her hand on the finished piece. "Replication successful. Congratulations, player triggered a 7 times critical. Player obtained B-grade VU.OA7. The same prompt repeated 3 times, followed by "Congratulations, S-grade talent replication has risen to SS grade. Replication, SS grade talent. After the upgrade, you may replicate 20 items per day, 10 times 20 items, all replications crit, with a multiplier of 50 to 100 times, 6 to 10 times 50 to 100 times. Uses are wiped at 2400 the same day and reset the next day." Since acquiring the world origin, Van Han no longer relied on mark tokens to obtain talents. Previously, however, she had used a mark to obtain replication and even raised it to S grade. Later, when the world origin simulated an overcap SSS grade replication power, the innate talent saw little use,
she would occasionally sweep with it, not for anything else but to reach SSS grade sooner and save Origin usage time. Now replication had finally become SS grade. Van Han did not let the system store the items in her personal space, but laid them openly on the table. Shopkeeper, take these to sell as well. The lazy ghost's eyes went wide. For a long time it was speechless. After it came back to itself, it picked up the VU Doc OA and examined them front to back. After flipping through all of them, it grabbed Van Han's sleeve, voice trembling with excitement. Identical. These OA are identical. Van Han smiled. I have a top-tier special ability to perfectly copy both the appearance and the power of items. So that's how you could turn in 50 C-grade OA yesterday. The lazy ghost was suddenly enlightened, gaze burning as it looked at Van Han. Just now it had watched with its own eyes as one B-grade OA became 7, one became 8, one became 10. What did that mean? It meant that with the help of Apprentice 6, a 7-day workload could be finished in a single day. What kind of gospel is this? Practically a miracle of life. At this moment, Van Han slowly said, if the shopkeeper allows, I'm willing to work hard to inspect every type of finished product in the shop. Then, I'll use my ability to add a little to the inventory. Good. The lazy ghost agreed heartily, even willing to count the replicated stock entirely as Van Han's merit. Van Han, deal. During inspection she would use SSS grade replication 1,000 times, while reporting work results at the S grade replication standard 6 to 10 times, and everything else would be the middleman's price difference. Chaco, deferential to the shopkeeper, finally finished the third C grade voodoo doll. The host is seriously patient. I just sit in the live stream and already feel tired for her. Instead of flailing around blindly, better ask Tutu for help, saves time and effort. Why do some folks expect the host to be as skilled as someone with 20 years on the job the moment she starts, making handicrafts both fast and flawless? Can't you give her space to improve? At the start it took 4 portions of materials for one finished piece, now it's slowly down to 3 portions for one, speed and profit both up. Fine cloth plus the flower of death costs 250 ghost coins, add pig blood, 1 portion of materials is 300 ghost coins, 3 portions make 900 ghost coins, a C-grade finished doll sells for 1000 ghost coins. In other words, in an ideal run you toil once and clear 100 ghost coins, slip up and the failures pile up, and you'll even have to pay out of pocket. What short-sightedness! This is price suppression inside the store. In the real world, even if someone asks a high price for a voodoo doll, no one will sell, too many people would snatch it. Buying below the public market by 100 to 200% is normal in the hidden world, sometimes even higher. Skilled hands are precious, they must be cultivated slowly, there's never enough supply. Just as Chaiko was about to hand the C-grade doll to the front desk to complete the main quest, a customer ghost spotted it, hurried up, and greeted her warmly. You're the new apprentice in the shop? Is the doll for sale? I'm willing to pay 1,200 ghost coins, the store buyback is 1,000 ghost coins, and frankly the offer is tempting, but the ledger doesn't work like that. First, only by turning in 3 C-grade voodoo dolls to the shop can the main quest be completed. Next, she got lucky this time, 3 portions of materials yielded 1 product, but if luck dips next time and it takes 4 portions for 1, then 1,200 ghost coins is just raw material cost. Lastly, if there's a surplus of dolls, won't selling one for 2,000 ghost coins back in the real world be more fragrant than selling to a customer here? With all that considered, Chaco refused without hesitation. Sorry, this piece must be submitted to the store, I can't dispose of it privately. I see, what a pity. The customer ghost shook its head and left. Chaco turned in the C-grade doll. Good thing you didn't agree to sell to it, the front desk ghost muttered. Why? Chaco asked. Unless the shopkeeper made it personally, any other doll that lands in its hands always turns up some flaw, and it'll even almost get it killed, the front desk ghost said with a meaningful look, but if it picks a doll displayed by the store at random, then there won't be any flaw at all. Chaco, isn't that just brazen bluffing? If an apprentice personally agrees to sell a handmade doll to it and something happens, it will come to demand compensation, the front desk ghost added. What kind of compensation, for example? The ghost sized her up, left arm or right arm. Chaco understood. No wonder it offered 1,200, expensive with reason. Turns out the 1,200 is the meal allowance cut, plus the maker's flesh and blood, ugly and wanting a beauty makeover, and with just 200 ghost coins you still want extra rice? Miserly ghoul. Choco fumed, cursing the customer ghost in her heart. Anyway, as long as you get it. The front desk ghost kept tidying up and mumbling. 6 ghosts already had incidents, you lot cannot have another. Otherwise the orders will be too many to handle, the shopkeeper's mental pressure will blow, and they'll go berserk on the spot, Choco, so that's why it suddenly acted so friendly. Classic looping tactic to tilt the ground in its favor, but why do customers fear the shopkeeper so much? Choco glanced around and casually asked, because there's someone powerful behind them, of course, the front desk ghost said proudly, the shopkeeper knows quite a few grand fiends. Big shots often come to order A-grade dolls, even S-grade ones. At first the shopkeeper rented places and would change addresses irregularly, the grand fiends missed them many times, so they pooled funds and opened a storefront so the shopkeeper would stay put and wait. Choco. The ghost world version of being locked in a dark room? Restrict a ghost's freedom just to squeeze more voodoo dolls out of the shopkeeper. With a backstory that tragic, why does the front desk ghost look proud and envious? Understood, the shopkeeper and the store have grand fiends backing them, other ghosts can bask in the spillover, shopping the wares, but must not provoke or trouble the shopkeeper. In a sense, the shopkeeper loses freedom but gains safety. No wonder it's a welfare copy that teaches players the doll making method. The shopkeeper's a lazy ghost who, in their situation, has no pursuit besides doing less work. In the afternoon, one of the grand fiends came to check order progress and, as usual, to prod. It wasn't foolish enough to think the item was done, rather, it knew that if the client didn't prod, some ghost would drag the order indefinitely. Somehow a bad habit had formed. If the delivery date was set and no reminder came, the lazy ghost would shift blame day after day. And only after being berated and urged would it speed up and end up delivering on the 3rd day after the agreed date. But if the client came early to prod, the lazy ghost could deliver on time on the date. The grand fiend had tried to fix the lazy ghost's sense of time but failed. It couldn't change the other party and even got changed by them. From then on it conscientiously showed up 3 days ahead to sign in, opening the endless prod mode. Where's the shopkeeper? It asked as soon as it stepped in. Busy in the workshop, the front desk ghost bowed low. All due respect on display, please wait a moment, I'll call them. A slight nod. The ghost had just turned when the shopkeeper came out calm as a lake, nothing like the usual panic. Prod, trying to take my life. Isn't it just one A-grade doll? Here, take it, something's off. The grand fiend smiled thinly. I came to tell you the quantity on the order was filled in wrong. This time it's 3 A-grade dolls, 3 then 3. As if you can trick me, the lazy ghost puffed up and produced 2 more finished A-grade pieces. The grand fiend narrowed its eyes. I misspoke, I want 10. The big shots keep an unspoken pact. They raise A-grade quantities step by step, not because they can't afford or don't want them, but because the lazy ghost's throughput is abysmal and it often plays tricks to avoid work. If each ghost ordered a dozen or 2, they fear the lazy ghost would go on strike, so they've always placed small but frequent orders. But today instinct said there's mischief, so it did a lion's bite to probe.
NK
Upon
books.
hearing that, the lazy ghost bristled like its tail got stepped on. No more.
No more.
At most I'll sell you 3, don't capsize the boat. The grand fiend took 3 A-grade dolls, paid, and muttered, clearly there's still stock. The lazy ghost. It wanted to argue, but the client had already left. Once it calmed down, it swore that next time a grand fiend came, it would never confess it had plenty of A-grades. Yet an hour later, another grand fiend arrived, with amiable face and a smiling tone. Heard that so-and-so bought 3 A-grades here? I should get 3 as well, right? You wouldn't fob me off with just 1, would you? The lazy ghost, aside from yes and that's right, what else could it say? By dusk, a 3rd grand fiend came. The lazy ghost proactively offered the last A-grade and stressed, only this one left, even if you want more, I can't produce any. The other took the doll, nodded, with 3, delivered 1, too short. I'll come at the same time tomorrow to pick them up. The lazy ghost petrified. Once the fiend left, it hugged the front desk ghost and wailed, we had so many finished goods, how are we still short too? And they said tomorrow. Since when did I agree? The front desk ghost couldn't understand. If it truly had such craft, and if grand fiends would talk to it this gently, it could work 24 hours a day. Why does the shopkeeper act like getting the grievance of the century, crying and howling? Van Han watched silently from the side. As long as life goes on, work never stops. Being under ghost's control is like this. Night fell. Others had sweet dreams, only the shopkeeper pulled in all nighter under the lash of urgent orders. But A-grade dolls are brutal, just processing materials alone is 64 steps, the lazy ghost toiled till deep night and still hadn't finished half the flow, flinging materials onto the table and nearly bursting into tears. Want things lighter? Want to stop being enslaved by other ghosts? I have a way. Van Han appeared at the doorway. The lazy ghost perked up. What way? Better be under my control than theirs. Transfer the shop to me, and I can replicate far more dolls, Van Han said. The lazy ghost slumped like a punctured ball. I want to, but the store was a joint gift from several grand fiends. I can't transfer it casually. Their aim was to give you a foothold, to keep you obediently stationed here. If everything else stays the same and only the title moves to another name, while the output of high-grade dolls multiplies, do you think they'll refuse? Van Han's calm voice carried a bewitching cadence. Kind of makes sense. The lazy ghost wavered. With the shop in my hands, one A-grade doll becomes 20. You only need to look a bit beleaguered, pretend finishing orders is truly hard, and your monthly work hours might even be halved, Van Han coaxed on. The lazy ghost was sobering up too. It had never seen this much stock and got carried away. If it pretended nothing happened, it wouldn't need overtime at all. Very tempted. It still clung to the last shred of reason. If I don't give you the store, you can't do it. I can't. Van Han shook her head. Without the shopkeeper's leash, once she leaves the copy she'll hardly find this store again. The lazy ghost warned deadpan. If you're saying this just to cheat the shop and then fail to fulfill promises, I'll report you to the Grand Fiends. You can refuse and keep handmaking one by one, Van Han said lightly, but I wonder whether the Grand Fiends who just bought 3 A grades will decide you have limitless potential and squeeze more. After that, will they still let you slack? Once they've seen mass production, how could they tolerate turtle slow manual? There's no way out. The lazy ghost. Was it played? Was everything predicted by her already? After this it either cooperates or works alone till death. The more it thought, the paler it grew. Ghosts are bottomless in greed. Van Han sighed inwardly. The shopkeeper is a ghost, yet somehow understands ghosts less than she does. The lazy ghost, it only wanted to lie flat and stop thinking, and even if it tried, it couldn't imagine how vicious hearts can be. You'd better not be lying. It put on a proud, icy face, but in truth had no way to deal with Van Han. Transfer of store ownership. Congratulations, player becomes owner of the Black Obsidian General Store. Congratulations, player acquires a third shop. Congratulations, player receives a fragment of world origin. Each day usable time increases by 30 seconds. While within 30 meters of the Black Obsidian General Store, shopkeeper privileges are available. World origin usable time is increased by 60 seconds, 1 minute. Spend 30,000 ghost coins to install a super security system? Yes, after finishing basic setup for the new shop, Van Han produced 10 A-grade finished pieces like a magician and reminded, use them wisely. The lazy ghost gazed at the pile of dolls, overjoyed and loath to let go. Van Han then delivered a worker comfort package, a big snack gift bag. Besides one of each previous snack, there were also fizzy drinks, fun liquor, and cigarettes newly added from recent copies. It's late. Eat and go to bed early. Then she yawned and laughed. Snacks too? How polite, the lazy ghost muttered. While working its stomach always growled, but with a low rank it could still endure. Rumor says the Grand Fiends at night often starve till their eyes go green and all reason vanishes. Excessive hunger often gives ghosts the illusion of being able to swallow heaven and earth. Beyond that, the hunger drives them to hunt and slaughter, like if they don't, the next second they'll starve to death. Hence night in the ghost world is always a riot. Lucky on low rank, the lazy ghost told itself, casually ripping open a packaged drumstick and stuffing it into its mouth. As soon as the pack split, a rich aroma arrowed straight up its nose. After one bite, the stomach quieted, hunger gone, the whole ghost clear-headed, runaway reason returning home. Why the long speech? Just say you're the shopkeeper, bump worker benefits a tear, and done. It grumbled through tears of joy. It bore no grudge about the apprentice seizing the shop, rather, it blamed the new shopkeeper for coming too late. Had she arrived 8 or 10 years earlier, why would it have suffered so long? The player woke from a good sleep to find the weather changed. The system chimed. Congratulations to player number 351,147 on becoming shopkeeper of the Black Obsidian General Store. Within the jurisdiction, brawling and theft are forbidden. Accumulate 3 violations, you go on the blacklist and are expelled at once. Those on the blacklist may not step into the Black Obsidian General Store. Violators will be struck by lightning. At the store, the lazy ghost chased after Van Han everywhere, exceptionally solicitous. How do we set worker benefits? Higher post, better perks? Pay per piece, the more handmade finished goods, the better the bonus? I'm this proactive and diligent, shouldn't there be extra rewards for me? Aside from Van Haan, other players felt that the morning wake-up vibes were off. Here we go, the classic case. Drop into a copy and snatch a ghost's shop. A group enters a copy, some break off to explore and see new sights, Tongchong, some keep their heads down to learn a craft, Tutu, Chuko, some cling to a thigh and cheat their way through, the two-person crippled arms team, some work and, before you know it, scrape the shopkeeper off the throne and take the seat themselves. Van Haan, in short, everyone has a bright future. I don't get it, how does she always, so calmly, climb on top of everyone and every ghost? How does she do it? Someone write in blood to beg for a livestream. It's like a group of wage earners, and one restless soul seizes the moment when others aren't ready to transform into a blood-sucking capitalist and is no longer one of the gang. Saying this makes me cry, I'm that dumb employee. Looks meek and harmless, but given a chance she stands on the heads of people and ghosts to be the master. Kind of hot to imagine? Career woman, times, schemer. Am I the only one noticing this? Though the store was seized, the lazy ghost doesn't mind. It only cares about salary and perks. Do they not pay wages in ghost coins here? Keep this up and I'll suspect the lazy ghost willingly handed over the shop. Just to join. Not impossible, the Enterprise Crimson Pear Pavilion up above was also gifted outright by its previous holder. Wherever Van Haan goes, stiff-necked ghosts insist on giving her their assets. What can she do? She didn't even want them, laugh. If you give me better benefits, I'll show you a big treasure, the lazy ghost blurted, shocking everyone. Players in the copy and viewers in the livestream all wore strange expressions. Van Haan, there had better be one, or you're dead. The lazy ghost led her into the workshop, an S-grade voodoo doll. Tell me that isn't a treasure. This is my prized collection, right now don't even mention making a second one, I can't even gather the materials. Van Haan stroked the doll, face turning a touch solemn. From today, you're the store manager with a daily base salary. Because you offered a rare treasure, the base salary doubles. From now on, for every doll you make, you get an additional bonus. If it's A grade, the reward is richer. If it's C grade, naturally less. When materials run out, remember to restock. I'll be away long term, and store affairs will be under you. Away long term, the lazy ghost felt duped. If you're not here, how do we pay wages and grant rewards? If I've arranged it, there's a reason. Van Haan opened the business assistant and demonstrated live, seeing a snack gift bag suddenly appear in its empty hands. The lazy ghost's taut heart dropped back into place. As long as the pay arrives on time, whether you show up or not doesn't matter. Van Haan chuckled through her nose. Who will? Multiply the dolls if you don't call me, the lazy ghost. Right, the replication. After one night it had already forgotten about multiplying dolls and focused only on the gift bag. Put the new finished pieces in the cupboard in the workshop. Within at most 2 days they'll become 20, Van Haan instructed. Got it, the lazy ghost nodded. Making a B-grade doll is far harder than a C-grade one, impossible to master in a day. So Van Haan didn't have the front desk ghost swap and higher grade teaching videos, but she herself copied the C, B, and A grade videos. The front desk ghost looked at the lazy ghost, helpless. The lazy ghost stuffed a tomahawk steak into the front desk ghost's mouth and whispered, follow a poor ghost and you're starving 3 days out of 9. Follow a rich ghost and you're full one meal and stuffed the next. The front desk ghost stared blankly, eyes went round, then sparkled with a glint of wisdom. After finishing the steak, hunger ebbed, reason revived. It heartily praised the former shopkeeper for finding a backing even more reliable than the Grand Fiends. The lazy ghost rejoiced at the consensus. Placing materials, chatting and answering customers, and taking money are all front desk duties. 6 ghosts can be absent, but the front desk ghost cannot. Luckily it's a reasonable ghost. A little communication and it knows which line to stand in. The third day was about to end, the players were about to be teleported out. The lazy ghost clutched Van Haan's sleeve, tearful. We must keep in touch. Got it. Van Haan tried to tug her sleeve back, but the ghost held tight, earnestly exhorting, if someday you can't make it outside, the gates of the Black Obsidian General Store will forever be open for you. You can live in the dormitory and dwell here forever. Van Haan, possible, but unnecessary. She still prefers the real world's phone, computer, and internet. Congratulations, player cleared a B-grade copy. Your performance was outstanding. Rewards, 1,600 ghost coins and 1 blank property deed.
Back in the real world, her supply space was already brimming. Van Han opened the business assistant and boosted the Salty Fish General Store and the Crimson Pear Pavilion. The Salty Fish shop ran as usual. The Crimson Pear Pavilion, unexpectedly, was packed. Checking, she found that ever since she entered the copy, the monkey attendant ghost hadn't idled, constantly launching new programs, trying and reforming. Viewers were baited by snacks, so even those who weren't fans sat obediently to watch. When it failed, it summarized, then tried again, persisted in improving, and finally produced a smash hit, a stage play called The Daily Life of the Ghost King. The theme: an S-grade furious ghost hides its strength and lives among ordinary ghosts. Sometimes two high-grade ghosts fight and splash collateral damage onto bystanders. Sometimes a high-grade ghost bullies the weak on purpose. Sometimes, on a terrifying night, a high-grade ghost loses reason and rampages through an entire street. Whenever the Ghost King sees it, it secretly beats the troublemakers and tosses them far away. After enough beatings, the bad-tempered B- to A-grade lot learn to detour. The Ghost King's street is unusually calm, and the neighboring resident ghosts live sweet days. So good, a viewer sighed. I want a Ghost King neighbor too. Daydreaming in broad daylight, another ghost splashed cold water. A good Ghost King like that exists only on stage, no way in reality. What if it does? The first ghost clung to a sliver of hope. Ha. The naysayer couldn't be bothered to argue and only smirked. When the show ended and the audience dispersed, the pavilion prepared to close. Right then, out of nowhere, an A-grade ghost gone feral lunged to bite the crowd. The audience screamed. The monkey attendant ghost, righteously furious, hadn't even stripped off its costume before dropping from above and pinning the out-of-control A-grade underfoot. Seeing justice in action, the earlier naysayers shouted in excitement, so the play is real. There is a just Ghost King in reality too. The play blew up, the monkey attendant ghost blew up, and the Crimson Pear Pavilion blew up. Postmortem: what do viewers know of art? If there's something to eat, that's a good show. If the play vents their grievances and helps them feel avenged, it's wildly popular. From then on, it was like opening the Rin and Du Meridians. Every new program was hotter than the last, and the audience couldn't stop praising. Sometimes they were so enraptured they even forgot the magic tricks. Not only did the old crowd love it, many unfamiliar ghosts came by reputation, lining up in long queues just to get into the pavilion. Soon the boxes were full, the hall was packed, and when there were no seats, viewers volunteered to stand, because too many wanted in. 2 shows a day weren't enough, then 3, then 4. The actor ghosts worked from 8 in the morning until 5 in the evening, dead tired, but turning around and seeing the deputy manager preparing big snack gift bags to reward excellent workers, they instantly perked up, fully charged. They buried their heads and toiled on. Van, lately counting ticket money till her hands ache. Han, since you can't die, then rest easy and work to death? These workers' professional enthusiasm is sky high. Senior Van Han is under house rules for 2 months. What happens to special training now? Those ranked within the top 30, who had earned special training eligibility, heard she'd been disciplined and, restless, ran to ask the new instructor. He pressed his lips, flashing a row of white teeth, a smile as predatory as a shark at sea. I can add extra training for you. The students, they had studied their hearts out for good results, not to receive brutal physical regimens. They chased down Jiang Van, their walking newswire, to inquire. He said he didn't know either and was waiting for updates. Don't tell me we'll rush in only to end up with 3 days of added drills? At the thought of that grim future, a few faces went white. Just then, True Na walked by. The students, as if seeing a savior, swarmed her. Senior, what's the verdict on special training? Unchanged. Be on time for class, True Na replied, firm. At that, delighted relief bloomed over their faces. One cautious classmate probed further. Did Senior Van Han secure class for everyone, or will the new instructor sub in? True Na arched a brow. Neither. It's self-study, self-study? A few were baffled. Anyway, once training started they'd see, and True Na didn't mind dropping a hint. Van Han cooked up a voodoo frog pot teaching video. Next session, everyone studies by watching it. Materials are supplied by Van Han. Each person contributes 5 shares. Those who perform excellently will get academy referrals. If you don't think you have crafting talent, you may opt out and still earn special training points, redeemable for voodoo frog pot products from grade C to A. Exorcism candles, milk candy, and other props. The students. Even the basic benefits were simulated perfectly. Someone shouted, trembling with excitement, "Knew it, Senior Van Han is number 1." In an old apartment block, plaster flaked wildly from the walls, littering the floor. Muddled footsteps echoed, now and then mixed with whispers. Why is it so deserted here? It was slated for demolition, residents took compensation and moved out, then the developer died unexpectedly, the project stalled, and this place became a notorious ghost building. It's late, don't spook me, the young man grumbled, turning away. From the mottled gray wall behind, a blue pale ghost hand suddenly reached out. It seized his wrist and was about to yank him into the wall when the senior companion lunged and grabbed the ghost hand. The next instant, burns blossomed over the senior's skin, a scorched smell rising from him. The blue-white hand thrashed, the back of it blistering as if held to open flame. Holy crap, the youth blurted again and again. But even so, he morphed his right hand into a mantis foreblade and chopped clean through the link between ghost hand and wall. The 5 fingers splayed, writhing as if in unbearable agony. Then the struggle weakened and at last the thing charred into a brittle lump of cinder, for high schoolers came here to explore and vanished. Likely this was the culprit, the senior said, bagging the cinder carefully and pulling out his phone. Hold on, I'll call a team to cut the wall. The rookie, not even one full patrol into the job. Mom, help, this new post is terrifying. Backup arrived, a cutter dug out the wall, and sure enough 4 intact corpses emerged. With another crew taking over, the 2 slipped away, fighting ghosts at midnight, starving, the youth muttered. Buying 2 buns from a vending machine, he tore one open and ate in gulps, kindly offering the other to his partner. I'll pass, eat more yourself. The senior refused. Why? You're not hungry, the youth asked, mouth full. The senior sighed barely audibly. After a little while the kid would understand. For people like them, night hunger wasn't just from exertion. The more one used one's gift, the deeper the hunger gnawed. In his year plus on the job, every night after using his ability he could never ease the emptiness no matter how much he ate. The future was too harsh. The senior didn't want to spell it out. Better to let the kid drift through these last good days. Unaware of that pity, the youth finished both buns and still wasn't satisfied. Back at the station, I'm cooking a cup of noodles too. They returned to the patrol unit, barely sat when the captain came by handing out a giant snack pack. More and more ghosts are slipping into reality lately. Higher up said you've worked hard, so here's a care bundle. The youth ripped it open on the spot. Inside were 5 drumsticks, a handful of milk candies, and sachets of tea. He exclaimed, so our job's benefits are this good? Gnawing a drumstick, he squinted in happy bliss, feeling he'd fallen into a pot of fortune. The senior frowned slightly, glancing at the captain in doubt. The captain smiled. Snacks come from donors with no strings attached, limited quantity, no transfers. If the night shift wears you down, eat a bit and your spirits will lift. The youth mumbled, who knows if he really listened. The senior unwrapped a candy and the meaning snapped into place, pressing down his jolted heart. He thanked sincerely, such selfless giving, rare kindness indeed. That kind soul herself was lounging comfortably in the dorm. Her resentment puppet substitute ran errands everywhere for her, then reported back. After announcing the special training plan, most students chose to study. A few redeemed voodoo frogpot items directly, some formed co-ops, handy folk study technique, those without talent traded for materials aiming to maximize profit. As you wished, a batch of snacks has been delivered to the patrol unit here and to your hometown's unit as welfare. For those with severe turn-ghost-type gifts, after eating milk candy, their conditions stabilize basically, they stay rational most of the time and may have a chance to return to duty in the future. Exorcism candles, part allocated to academy students, part sent to the patrol for rewards, greatly reducing casualties. As the voice-controlled tool, Truna had barely finished when Van Han clapped. Pop pop. Senior, you're amazing, super orderly. Truna's face stayed blank. Back in her student days she'd been guileless, thinking praise meant someone recognized her strength. Now she was awake to the truth. It wasn't praise, it was a double workload alarm. Only a resentment type would be foolish enough to stand there and accept it. If it were you, I believe you'd do even better, Truna said with genuine warmth. Van Han, even more sincere, I won't do it. Truna, at this rate, in 2 more years she'd probably loathe the job and turn into salted fish number 2. Anyway, please handle my tasks properly. Truna turned official. Stay put, and when free, think how to increase exorcism candle output. Incursions by resentful ghosts are growing frequent. Soon everyone will realize ghosts won't just show up in live stream clips but in daily life too. We haven't much time left.
Books.
She understood. History's torrent surged forward, dragging all along. Only by mustering national strength and going all out could one pry open a sliver of life amid the void. But she refused to wait for death. How no effort is vain if you don't try? I'll think of something, Van Han said, pensive. After Truna left, Van Han tapped the world's primal authority, intending to simulate the SSS gift Firefly Light. Simulation failed. The maximum rank of the gift Firefly Light is S. Taking the hint, she switched to simulating S Firefly Light.
Firefly Light, rank S gift, cannot level up. Each morning at 8 you receive exorcism candles and lighters. The total quantity increases by a sum equivalent to 10. Hope rose in her eyes. As long as Senior searches nationwide and finds 20,000 players with S-rank Firefly Light, they can hand in candles daily for me to replicate. With dozens of cities and hundreds of millions of people, we can make sure everyone holds one exorcism candle. 30 days have passed since the previous game, about to begin the 11th game. This dungeon, Casino of Fate difficulty, as current living players, 10/10 main quest survival, remain alive in the dungeon for 5 days. This dungeon's environment is special. Space-type ghost chi is restricted at varying levels. Low tier can be used once per day, mid-tier twice per day, high tier 3 times per day. 10 players stood in the room. Before they could speak, the live stream chat exploded. What is the Casino of Fate? It's one of the 5 hardest dungeons, everyone knows. Many much hyped new stars fell here. We're doomed. If my beloved streamer dies, how do I pass these long nights afterward? Amid the uproar, a human-shaped ram-headed ghost strode in, though wrapped in a trench coat like a gentleman ghost. His tone cracked like thunder. I'm the casino manager. Time to assign work. YouTube bar area, you barbecue station, YouTube advantage exchange booth, you and you main hall servers, the remaining 2 dealers, if you understand, change into standard uniforms and hurry to your posts. Van Han was assigned to the bar. Not knowing where it was, she changed and tried to ask worker ghosts, but they were too frantic to notice. She walked the whole first floor and finally discovered the bar on the second. The bar split in 2, counter number 1 on the left, counter number 2 on the right. By the time she arrived, another player had already claimed counter number 1. Van Han didn't mind and turned right. Drama energy warning. Counter number 1 serves regular liquor, big cups, cheap. Counter number 2 stocks luxury liquor, tiny bottles, insanely priced. Choose counter number 1 and you'll be swamped with orders. Choose counter number 2 and the work is lighter, but theft is common. If something gets stolen, apologies won't fix it. Either catch the thief and recover the item, or pay out of pocket to compensate. The casino. Worst is when you finally catch the thief but the liquor's been drained, and the player still has to buy the bottle. Fans of 2 Associ sighed in relief. Counter number 2 is a curse. Lucky Associ grabbed counter number 1. Van Han's fans, however, were pleased. Our Han is a bankroll queen. Not afraid of lost bottles. Counter number 2 is chill, she'll love it. Casinos usually run at night. Night fogs the mind. A bit of alcohol makes it rash. Tossing gold like dirt, giant shark loans, and strange capers. Anything goes. The Casino of Fate serves ghosts, so of course it dims the day. Lights low, curtains shut, a faint gloomy perfume in the air. The hall dressed in midnight. Dealers took seats. Gamblers poured in, occupying their usual tables and placing bets. From the second floor railing, Van Han looked down and drank in the frenzy. 3 glasses from counter 1, 1 glass of number 3 and 1 of number 6, 1 glass of number 8. Counter 1 was slammed. 5 customers came to order and all 5 went there, none to counter 2. Van Han lounged on the rail, watching the show below. 2 Associ fans, so counter 1 is the sweet spot? And counter 2 curses whoever takes it? Does it look like it? The counter 2 player is chilling, truly living the dream. Annoying. Why doesn't the counter 2 player go live? In 2 Associ's room we only see the second floor bar. I want the bird's eye view of ghost gambling. Van Han fans, laughing through tears, keep dreaming. Ever since entering the game, Han has never opened alive. Saying more only brings tears. Passerby drama night, that chill is tightrope walking. Wait until mid to late, then you'll see how strong counter 1 is. Another agreed. Issues at counter 1 can be solved. At counter 2, 1 hole can become a chasm you can't patch. Overall, counter 1 has the edge. Van Han fans, really? I don't buy it. As time slid on, the casino grew hotter. Ghosts surged into the first floor hall to gamble like mad, and some ghosts climbed to the second floor to order drinks. When idle, 2 Associ decanted bottles into glasses in advance. When orders came, he slid prepped glasses out and took payment on the spot so no one waited long. Beware cunning ghosts swapping bills, mixing blanks into the stack. Beware scumbags dining and dashing. If ghosts wait too long, they riot, and if blank paper is mixed in at payment, the player eats the loss. Associ is awesome, dodged all the traps. 2 Associ hustled so hard he slipped once. He handed number 3 for number 8. The ghost sniffed and frowned after a sip, voice hot. I asked for 8. Why give me 3? 8 costs more than 3. Planning to pocket the difference? 2 associate, all punk studs at ear, neck, and wrist, kept cool under fire. 3 is complimentary, 8 isn't poured yet, right? Any wrong pour became a freebie. Hearing that, the ghost's anger flipped to delight. A freebie, say it earlier. It happily drank and waited. 2 associate then brought number 8 and filled the glass to the brim, not a drop spilled. The chat cracked jokes, hilarious. Counter 1 is better, chose first and chose wrong. That one time counter 1 best is just fans arguing loudest. The drama night held firm. Too early, watch 'em. Then Van Han got her first order. VIP room wants number 10, a whole bottle, the server ghost said, haughty. Van Han fetched the bottle and set it on the tray. The server lifted it to go. Van Han caught him and smiled. You forgot to pay. Pay what? Put it on the tab, the server snapped. Van Han, casino staff are well trained and don't run tabs. If you insist, I'll suspect you're an imposter. The server bristled. You're the imposter. Your whole family's imposters. VIP orders are always on account. You're new and noisy, he struggled, but couldn't break free. Van Han's smile was gentle, her eyes were not. Others' rules aren't my business. Mine say you pay before you take, either leave the bottle, pay cash, or buy with your life. Keep yapping and the floor manager will be here. The server smirked. Think he'll side with you? He leaned to her ear, grinning viciously, and taunted, fine, I'm faking VIP to swindle your booze. What can you do? Take my life? Don't kid yourself, brawling is forbidden. If you injure me, you won't live either. Hearing that, Van Han
NK
quietly let
books.
go. There we go, smart kid. The server crowed and walked off with the tray. Daylight robbery? Chills. That bottle costs a fortune, right? Worst of all, this is only day 1. Han won't harm the living. I trust she has a follow-up. The bottle's gone, what follow-up? The room buzzed. As eyes chased elsewhere, Van Han's silhouette slipped from view. Not far away, the server ducked into a corner, put the tray down, and sat, tipping the bottle straight into his mouth. The newbie's got no spine, he chortled, downing half the bottle and feeling tipsy, smug. If it blows up, the manager will drill us both and I won't dare sponge off her again. But right now, mid-gloat, a black blur flashed, sweeping up ghost, bottle, and tray in one gulp, then the shade slid away. The corner lay empty. Not a trace, like the server had evaporated. A customer ghost who'd watched the whole bullying of Van Han felt courage ballooning. Seeing her attention fixed on the first floor hall, it slunk deeper into shadow, creeping closer. Reaching the bar's silhouette, it thrust a hand from the darkness, brazenly fishing in the cabinet for a bottle. The player is right there, stealing under her nose? Bold bullies pick soft fruit. Once they think a player's weak, they swarm to crush soft persimmons. Get pinched everywhere, something's off. This is an S-tier dungeon, how would a zero-power player be dragged in? Suspicious no sooner said than Van Han's shadow surged. Oh, she bit off the hand reaching from the dark. The ghost yelped and bolted. Van Han glanced at its retreat, then, unconcerned, returned to watching the pit below. Doesn't add up. If she's that tough, why let the server walk off with the bottle earlier? There's a scheme, hold judgment strangely. After that, no matter who came, Van Han didn't stop them taking liquor. She only repeated her rule, pay first, then take, either pay cash or buy with your life. Some ghosts accepted and paid obediently, some smiled fake sweet and parried, we'll pay. Put it on the tab, we'll bring the money later, and then vanished. Ghosts drank, shadows ate ghosts to replenish. Everyone was happy except the live stream. Is she dumb? Those are priceless bottles, she's giving away several for free? Word travels fast among ghosts. Bet you in a bit the whole casino lines up to run tabs for drinks. Is she planning to empty the cabinet so nothing's left to steal? That's foolish. The bar's empty but the casino isn't. Stock will be refilled and she'll be stunned also. Don't blame the player, this S-dungeon is brutal. 2 associate counter 1 is drowning too. His pre-poured stock ran out, and to spare weights he's handing out whole bottles so customers pour themselves. Burning money like that, who can afford it? Without a bottomless wallet, you can't hold the line. Keep this up and it's a team wipe, no? This roster is full of seedlings with real potential. The chat fell collectively silent. The Casino of Fate's reputation chilled them. No one dared swear their fave would clear it. Then another server ghost approached counter 2, voice trembling. I want 1 bottle of number 12. Van Han fetched it and repeated the rule. The ghost bobbed like a pecking chicken. Got it. I'll pay cash. Look, afraid she'd suspect tricks, it fanned each ghost bill under her eyes, then set the money properly on the counter, waited for her to check, and only then fled with the bottle. The viewers? Contrary to predictions, only a sprinkling of ghosts came to buy afterward, and each wore fear on its face, all paid cash, counting right there to show they weren't cheating, no blanks mixed in. They laid the notes reverently on the bar, completed the whole ritual, and only then dared leave with the bottle. The audience grew more and more confused. What does this mean? Their deference looks like me offering incense to the bodhisattva. We all know players pulled into an S dungeon can't be ordinary. The question is, how did she do it? She's clearly been in plain view, doing nothing. The chat scratched itself raw with curiosity, going mad for answers. In truth, not only viewers were curious, even players were. Take 2 Associate at bar number 1, busy as he was, he still stole glances at bar number 2. Associate, I don't get it. Viewers, it's fine, we don't get it either. Associate, why is the workload at bar number 2 so light? Who on earth, which damned fate, told me I must fight for bar number 1? Fans, that was just an accident. A few hours earlier, fans, if nothing unexpected happens, bar number 1 is even easier. A few hours later, fans, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. The audience joked and laughed, the air bright with cheer, only they still didn't know how Van Han pulled it off. 1 bottle, number 12, 1 bottle, number 13. A server came to bar number 2 to place an order. This time not a ghost but a human, since you took the liquor, refused to pay, and those ghosts went missing in sequence. I'm afraid by now every casino worker knows you have a word spirit ability. The other chatted, either pay cash, or pay with your life. No rebuttal, no refusal equals tacit consent. Ghosts don't want to pay yet must bring liquor for VIPs, so they throw rank around and send me to fetch it. He finished, utterly speechless. Never thought I'd live to endure workplace bullying in a ghostly world. So it's a word spirit. The live room awakened. Sounds powerful. No wonder she got pulled into an S-rank instance. This power is so sinister. No rebuttal, no refusal is tantamount to agreeing to no pay. Life is collateral. Before Trinmuk spoke, I foolishly thought Van Han was bullied by ghosts. I was wrong. I repent. With power sharp and sly like that, who could bully her? And she downs ghosts cleanly with no trace. I never left the live room, yet didn't notice when she struck. Now I see why the later ghosts were terrified. Need a ghost-slaying maniac and you slip once, you die. Who wouldn't fear? Viewers felt they'd found a reasonable answer and were delighted. Only Van Han's fans were doubtful. Word spirit? Since when? We've chased so many streams and never once saw her use it. But this was someone else's live room. Their question got buried under passerby chat and 2 SOC's fans. Perhaps it was overpraise. Fans of Van Han shrugged. Their idol is awesome, the rest is noise. Van Han watched the confident newcomer draw a totally wrong conclusion. She didn't puncture it, only remarked with layered meaning, this is the casino of fate. Everything that happens may just be fate. In short, she flatly refused to admit the missing co-workers had anything to do with her. Earlier, a ghost server had warned, brawling is strictly forbidden for casino staff. She had already killed a few, which by the book was a grave violation, yet the other side had no proof. As long as she didn't admit it, all remained conjecture. The vanished ghosts were killed by her? Who said so? What if they ran off with the money? Trinmuk, for a moment he felt that beneath Van Han's youthful softness lurked a wily old fox. Soon he calmed. Anyone who reaches an S-rank instance must have edges. My storage gear is restricted. I can't pull out that many items. Cut me some slack. Trinmuk boldly asked her to open a back door. Van Han, the liquor isn't mine, it's the casino's. What slack, from me? Over at bar number 1, 2 associates saw off the last guest and, rare free time in hand. Chimed in, I can cover it, but what will you pay me? Trinmuk item. I can share intel I heard while serving tables, absolutely worth the fee, but how do I know you can afford it? 2 associate rubbed his earring, then his chest, metal trinkets in hand. These, all storage gear. Trinmuk froze. You heard right, 2 associate repeated, earrings plus necklace plus accessories, over a dozen pieces, all storage gear. I separate items across them, each piece can be used once or twice a day, so the instance restrictions can't bind me. Van Han, mind blown, a loophole for regular players. I have shown my bankroll, 2 associate told Trinmuk, cool as ice. 2 bottles total near 500 ghost stars. I'm eager for your intel, absolutely worth the price. Everyone knows a player can hold only one talent. Once you have it, you can't absorb a new one. In the casino of fate, you can stake it in a gamble and lose your own talent. There's a dealer unhappy with his talent's rank, so he plans to throw a match to discard it, then win a favored talent off a ghost, thereby refreshing. Trinmuk enunciated. At once 2 associates' eyes lit like bulbs. Clear temptation. Van Han, a cheerleader for madness. If that still isn't enough, wait. Once the big tip is paid,
I can add more. Midway his words died as he glared dagger-like at Tuasosi. Talking trade secrets like this, and your stream is still on? Tuasosi blanched, slammed the stream shut. Too late. What else? Tell us more. Let us hear too what can't noble viewers hear that you must whisper in private. Infuriating, thanks for the intel. I'm off to tell other streamers? Speechless, thoroughly shocked, telling one man isn't the same price as informing every player in the instance, Trinmuk said stone-faced. Payment received, settle the bill. Tuasosi, he hadn't expected the guy to barge in detonating a hot topic. Either way, fault was his. He paid, and even grabbed a freebie bottle number 3 from bar 1 to gift as apology. If you're that capable, why stream? Short of tip money? Trinmuk grumbled, thanks to you, my plan is scrapped. He had meant to use the chance to befriend the bar 2 player. Now, with everyone knowing, goodwill wasn't worth a dime. Angrier by the second, he tucked bottle 3 into his coat, lifted his tray, and stomped off. Tuasosi looked at Van Han, lips tight. People err sometimes. Van Han met his gaze. I don't stream. I cut the risk at the root. Tuasosi, how shameful of me. Ding, you received 100 ghost stars in a tip. Note, VU50, share the plan. Ding, you received 800 ghost stars in a tip. Note, using the Casino of Fate to refresh talent. Ha on Kiet, that's so you. When will you do it? Give a heads up. I want to watch the stream. Ding, you received 200 ghost stars in a tip. Note, a big deal like this and you didn't tell fans first. Too polite. Luckily we're well informed. I declare I'm camping in your live room till you finish the swap. The would-be executor. Ha on Kiet, indeed. After hearing rumors about the Casino of Fate, he conceived the idea, dragged into its instance. He felt even more it was destiny, and began preparations. Yet before he could act, it seemed the whole world already knew. Even he didn't know how it leaked. Peppered by tipped questions, he toppled into a triple denial. Never heard, don't know, not me, then slammed his live shut, brooding on the draft. Liquor zone, second floor. I'm clearly Sociososi's fan, yet my eyes keep drifting to the other side. I just want to know what she is watching. Sosi is truly miserable. Opposite, the player is chilling while the chat cracks seeds, and he's so busy he needs 3 heads and 6 arms. The princess's houseboy.jpg. How dare you? Tuasosi is a man with over a dozen storage gears, calling him a houseboy, but look at him running in circles like a pack animal. She moved seeing the target turn. Tuasosi's chat howled in glee. They watched Van Han set a small wooden message board on the counter and scribble. Then she laid out from liquor number 10 through number 15, 3 bottles each, in neat ranks. A box sat at one corner for money. Done. She sat, leaned, and kept spacing out. After that, customers came to bar 2, read the message board. First, dropped ghost stars into the box, then took their bottles and left. A fully self-serve flow. No player involvement needed? Is that even legit? Quietly tapped follow, silently climbed the wall after a lap. I confirm she is the patron saint of off-duty play. Just then the lobby below grew noisy. Van Han gripped the railing and went down to see. Tuasosi wanted to as well, but the line for liquor kept stretching, drowning him. A barbecue zone worker ambushed a customer, causing severe harm. By casino rules, pay with your life, the manager declared coldly, but the boss is merciful and will give the erring worker a chance. He raised a hand, and ghosts carried over a roulette. This is the wheel of fate. 60 squares total, 30 life, 30 death. If you spin and the pointer lands on life, you are absolved. The customer's side will be handled by the casino. If it lands on death, either die, or add collateral and bet again. What counts as collateral? The player asked, rattled. Talent, skill, health, lifespan, anything of value. The manager said proudly, we can price any commodity. Provide enough collateral and you may spin again. First spin needs collateral? No, if I win on the second spin after collateral, landing on life, then what? Collateral is returned and you are absolved. If I only win on the third round, collateral returns. Second round, collateral belongs to the house. If I refuse to gamble, the manager's face went cold. Then die now. The player was struck dumb. Isn't that no choice at all? This unlucky guy, die bang, makes me pity him. He started in the barbecue zone where each day you must sell skewers to hit quota. There were only a bit over 20 frozen skewers in stock. After grilling and selling out, there was nothing left. He went to management and the ghost told him to figure out sourcing. Also banned veggie skewers, demanded meat, basically forcing him to hunt customers. Worst of all, after tailing a target to a dark corner and succeeding in assassination, and just exhaling, the crafty customer leapt away dozens of feet before Die Bang could give chase. The customer broadcast loudly that a worker tried to rob and kill. 5 or 6 ghost staff pinned him down. Another viewer countered, you didn't have to hunt. Another barbecue player cut his own thigh to feed ghosts. Die Bang was simply unlucky, assigned to the wrong post. If he were a server he'd be fine. So can roulette save a man? This unlucky don't spin equals death, spin equals a 50% chance, you must try. Die Bang thought likewise and declared, I'll bet, on paper 60 squares, 30 life and 30 death is 50%, but this is a ghostly world where tricks abound. He decided to test the waters and pushed the wheel, death, life, the pointer spun fast, then slower, as it neared the stop. His heart climbed into his throat, death, life, he cried as the pointer passed death and was about to enter life, but it failed to cross and settled on death. His face froze, joy and blankness living on one face, oddly comic. You lost, the manager ruled. Will you bet again? His expression flickered, he bit his lip, bet. He fished out 3,000 ghost stars, the manager shook his head, not enough, pain struck, he added 2,000, only then, congratulations, you get a second chance. He prayed to heaven and earth, then spun with all his might. The pointer whirled, then slowed, life lay ahead, he clenched his fists, full of hope. The pointer checked before life, hopped one more square, and stopped on death. Die Bang, there's something wrong, definitely rigged. He looked for a chance to bolt, but ghost workers already ringed him. No more, you give up, the manager asked. The circle of ghosts crouched like tigers ready to pounce at a single word. Outmatched, he steeled himself to keep gambling. With aching reluctance he unpinned a collar brooch. Collateral, the manager glanced, approved. Die Bang spun again but kept his eyes off the wheel, surveying the ground for a breakout. This gambling couldn't go on, he was unlucky by nature. The house hid methods, he feared even a million spins wouldn't hit life. With his storage restricted, each bet burned trump cards. He decided to abandon honor and run. Best case, he escaped with 5,000 ghost stars and the brooch to survive 5 days in the casino. The plan was sound. Wait for the instant the crowd glanced at the result, but the pointer stopped squarely on life. Life, the manager declared, you are absolved. Die Bang? He reeled and nearly fell. I hit life, he asked, unbelieving, looking around. The pointer, as announced, truly pointed at life. The joy dropped so suddenly he went blank. Look at the kid beaming. Call this a casual bet. It's a miracle. How odd. Are the ghosts not cheating? Why let a player earn absolution? The crowd buzzed. The manager absolved him publicly, sent him back to work, and sternly warned him to remember the lesson. Die Bang, in the barbecue zone, with no ingredients. How to hit quota. A basin of cold water snuffed his joy. He realized he wasn't saved, only moved from one pit to another. If he didn't do well, he'd be back at the wheel soon. The clock hand crawled. With roughly 3 hours to the day's recap, Die Bang closed his live. He bit his lip and pulled a card from his inner pocket. Job post exchange card, specially great item. Are you driven mad by your post? Do you feel someone else's post smells sweeter? Use this card to swap your post with the name target instantly. Mom will never worry I can't find a good job again. Note, write the full real name of the exchange target on the card. Upon confirmation the card takes effect. I don't want to either, but there's no other way. He knew the exchange would be exposed by the live. Rumor has it if you deliberately harm fellow players, the real world's oversight will visit you. Severe cases bring sentence. But right now, not acting means no tomorrow. If the target's talent fits, perhaps both can live, then it's not called harming but rational allocation of human resources. He talked himself into it, and used the exchange card with the rename card. Use successful. You have been redirected to the liquor zone, bar number 2 on the betting floor. The more they gambled, the wilder they got. Good food and wine, revelry like the last day alive. To keep customers from waiting, Tuasosi occasionally carried bottles out himself. Word spread, the queue swelled until it was unmanageable. Tuasosi turned to Van Han for help. 500 ghost stars, come lend a hand. The price wasn't low, but he had met someone who didn't need money. Van Han lowered her eyes, weighing whether to help. Before she decided, the system pinged. You have been redirected to the barbecue zones, Sector B. Can't help, I've been post-swapped. I'll check the situation. She hurried off. Tuasosi blinked, then realized, it's the post-exchange card. This card is vicious. It can force swap into a job someone just finished organizing. Thankfully, it has limits. You must know the target's real name, and you cannot use it once less than 3 hours remain before the day's recap. In a world rife with fake names, nicknames, and titles, learning real names is hard, so the card is often paired with a rename card. The no-use window also spares victims from being hurled into a fresh post and immediately hammered in the recap before they can get their footing. Even so, becoming the exchange target is never good. Some posts have quotas and rotating shifts, which means the prior player failed to meet them, leaving legacy messes. After a swap, the unlucky one must clean up the tangle within 3 hours to meet quota. Meanwhile, some savvy viewers explained in chat, once the cause was clear, the crowd sighed in unison. Sitting at home and calamity falls from the sky. Van Han is so unlucky the ghosts at bar 2 already learned self-service. only then did the swap happen. How lacking in virtue is that some players spend their wit on fighting ghosts.
Others spend petty scheming on tripping teammates.
Who did it? Let me curse him horse, my treasure streamer. Boo-hoo. Because of the sudden post-swap, Van Han received a wave of sympathy. Just as the bullets blanketed the screen, a comment cleaved it open. We know you ache for Van Han, but hold on, remember those ghosts who took liquor without paying, using life as IOU? The shortfall would be filled by the player's own wallet. With this swap, who ends up unlucky is not so clear. The screen froze a beat, then exploded with a new barrage. My scalp tingles like a brain is sprouting. Viewers thought Van Han was on floor 1, but she's actually in the stratosphere. Dear Lord. Before and after there were a dozen ghosts, some kept grabbing bottles. How much money would it take to plug that ledger? Ha, I dared pity her, the real fool is me. Wah. Debang, giddy with excitement, ran to the liquor zone to clock in, utterly clueless about what he was about to face. Meanwhile, Van Han stepped into barbecue zone 2, stared at the countless bamboo skewers and the utter lack of ingredients, and fell into thought. Over in barbecue zone 1, a male player wore a cold face and, without a flicker of emotion, kept slicing thigh meat. Live stream room, look quick. Next door they swapped the worker.
This Debang is such a drain. With less than 3 hours left before daily settlement, he drags someone over to patch his hole. Report. Been in the live room all day. I testify, he got nothing done by daylight. Now around 3 hours to go he shows up to complete a day of life. Barbecue, ha. 3 hours can do what? Prep ingredients? Cut chunks? Thread them on skewers? Why do I feel like by the time you finish prepping and before you can even grill, the day's already over? Exactly, which is why Debang is such a sinkhole. He's pulling other players in to take the hit, using their lives to fill his gap. Amid the chorus of scolding, Van Han pulled out dozens of tomahawk steaks, stripped the wrapping, used a steel cleaver to cube them, then threaded beef onto the bamboo? Who stuffs their inventory space with ribeye steaks? Inventory spaces are usually small. I've seen ghost gear, ghost stars, hardtack and emergency water, but ribeye steaks are rare. Someone really cares about quality of life. How big is her inventory, anyway? Why stash something that bulky instead of more filling rations? Maybe she's got a unique take. Barbecue zones require meat on a skewer to sell. Hunting worker ghosts violates casino rules. Hunting customer ghosts ditto. So players assigned to barbecue can only use materials they personally bring. But if you carry real-world steaks in, cube them into beef blocks, and skewer them, maybe you can cheese the checkpoint? You underinformed. People tried before, it does pass, but customers turn up their noses. Ranking of meat popularity, human player meat sources, customer ghost, worker ghost, real world animal meat, difficulty of acquisition directly correlates with popularity. Why do different zones always have 2 players slotted to overlap? Because it forms latent competition. Like barbecue, one sources from workers, one from customers. The business gap is obvious, basically forcing the other to go all in. It didn't blow up before mainly because Debang dragged everyone down. The viewers analyzed with chapter and verse, the instance shifted, and the price for beef skewers was set. Hey! That weirdly savory aroma, give me 2 skewers. A passing customer stopped in zone 2, arrested by the smell. Hearing that, Van Han handed over 2. This doesn't look grilled yet, the customer muttered while swiping a skewer. Van Han, I was just reassigned and haven't had time to grill. If ritual was mandatory, she could light a fire and give it a quick sear. But the moment the meat hit his tongue, the customer ghost's eyes lit like bulbs. How many more? Hurry, hurry, gimme them all. They're not grilled yet. Grill what? Eating raw is the trend now. The ghost babbled nonsense to monopolize the beef. For now, that's all. Van Han passed over the pre-threaded beef. The customer, having paid the deposit, stood guard beside her, munching while supervising. Move it. This portion, who's that supposed to feed? Van Han lazily threaded meat, ignoring him. When he finished his skewers and urged again, she looked up. If you think I'm slow, why don't you try? Customer ghost, since you put it that way, should I really? He posted the deposit, swore he'd only help and never pilfer, then entered the kitchen, pulled a fresh tomahawk, diced at speed, and then 5 cubes slipped into his mouth, 5 went onto a skewer. Vaguely he thought, this is delicate work, why is it not going any faster? Half an hour later, more. Then 20 customer ghosts were seated in zone 2, they'd paid to sit, then each drew a blade, racing their hands and working like mad. Van Han stood at the edge to oversee. Sometimes she barked, "Pilfering again? That comes out of your deposit, no refunds." "None." Sometimes she praised, "Nice, clean cuts." Sometimes she cheered, "Quick hands, much faster than me. You've got this, super capable. Next time I'll hire you again." Customers entered to eat and left as hired help, the ghosts slowly losing themselves amid the applause. Who can even tell you from the ghosts now? Ghosts, I wouldn't dare compare with her. Next time someone praises my work ethic, I'm throwing hands. Pay to work, pilfering docked from deposit. What's the point of being hired then? Waiting outside is killing me. If I go in to help, do I get to snack? Stealing bites is the tastiest. Paying customers who work still come out ahead. Good grief, what talent did she awaken? Full-on bloodstained capitalist aura, enough to make ghosts weep. Zone 2 turned electric, the livestream loved it, passers-by ghosts stopped to gawk, the bolder one stepped up to buy. An hour later, the casino manager stared at the empty main hall, baffled. On normal nights they'd cling to tables till closing, so why did they voluntarily vanish now? A glance around showed more worker ghosts than bettors. Displeased, he grabbed a worker. Where did all the customers go? The worker sniffed the air greedily and pointed, "Lined up at the barbecue, smells too good." Everyone got lured over, no mood to gamble. Manager, huh? He didn't get it. What casino lets folks eat dinner like that? Still, it sounded like a serious illness. He waved the worker off and went himself. What he saw on site was even more over the top. A long line before Zone 2, inside more than 20 customer ghosts skewering meat, and from the chaotic queue burst occasional cussing. "Boss, he's stealing skewers again. Your hiring is trash, drag him out and let me in to work." Over 20 ghosts in half a day still can't finish 100 sticks. Useless, utterly useless. Still stealing? Again? If he steals, what's left for customers to eat? In front of Zone 1 you could catch birds, nobody reacting. Now and then a ghost stepped up only to say, "What are you spacing out for? Get to Zone 2 and help. Can't you see they're drowning over there?" The Zone 1 player, calmly slicing meat, "Just destroy me already." The manager trembled and asked Van Han, "Didn't I assign you to the liquor zone? Why are you here at barbecue?" Van Han, "Someone insisted on swapping posts with me, so here I am." The manager screamed internally, "Which heaven-smitten fool did this?" The culprit was at Bar 2 balancing accounts. When told the numbers didn't match and he needed over 3,000 ghost stars to fill the hole, his breath seized like he'd suffocate. Then came the performance readout. Dealer number 1, 1 demerit and 7 commendations, daily pay 170 ghost stars. Dealer number 2, 5 commendations, daily pay 150 ghost stars. Bartender number 1, 14 commendations, daily pay 240 ghost stars. Barbecue worker number 2, 46 commendations, daily pay 560 ghost stars. At the last line the manager's face turned bizarre. How did a worker rack up 46 commendations in a single day? And she'd only swapped in that afternoon, working under 3 hours. Stranger still, at closing time the customers refused to leave, all yelling they weren't full. The hornhead ghost's eyelids twitched, then he steadied himself and said, "Per casino rules, the human player with the best day's performance, most commendations, stays in the premium attic suite, second and third. Gets single rooms, the rest share 4-bed dorms. Hope you all keep pushing and compete bravely for first. Other players. 46 commendations or more than triple second place. Compete how, exactly?" After awards came penalties. Bar 2 worked carelessly, liquor was stolen, accounts don't match, must be punished severely. The roulette of fate rolled out. Old rule, only by landing on life do you live, said the horned ghost. The live room cackled. DeBang really is uniquely unlucky. Others haven't spun roulette once and he's already made his second trip to court. The point is he did it to himself. Van Han was fine in liquor, he insisted on swapping. Result, she flourished, he suffered. Dear patron, this blessing is self-sought. NK Books. Accrue virtue. The crowd jeered. Familiar now. DeBang trusted the house hadn't rigged the wheel and strode up. The first spin stopped squarely on death. Second spin nearly reached life but lost momentum and halted just before death. Third spin overshot with too much force, whizzed past life and fell after it onto death. Sweat beaded his brow and he hesitated. Other players studied the wheel with growing suspicion. The manager asked, "Continue?" He wanted to, but inventory usage was limited and he'd run out of suitable advantages, and he bitterly regretted not fleeing earlier. Still, he could run now. On the fourth spin, the moment the hand began to blur, he snatched up his collateral and bolted. Violating rules mid-spin equals forfeiture, death. The horned ghost exhaled lightly. Next instant, the bang crumpled like toppled blocks, his components shattering in a blink. One player has died. Current survivors, 9 out of 10. Day's work is done, return to your rooms. The horned ghost flicked his sleeve and left coldly. The live room fell silent in shock. I thought after a few spins he'd luck out like before. How did he vanish in a blink? Fate Casino is an S-class instance. A team wipe engine is not famous for nothing. Only one casualty by day. This batch looks decent. But the night brings surprises. Those in worker dorms will room with ghosts. Yes, these dorms are shared by humans and ghosts. Second and third place in single rooms are fairly safe. The attic suite for first is secure enough to sleep soundly unless the casino collapses. This instance makes stratified treatment explicit, a disguised push for civil strife among players, terrible for unity. Van Han won by a mile and took the attic suite. 2 Suzy, thanks to serving liquor, nabbed second. The rest were close, with dealer 1, Han Kit, lucky enough to place third. Unlucky Trin Muck missed by a hair, ranked fourth, and had to take a worker dorm. He hadn't expected the dorms to have a twist. They're all 4 bedrooms, 4th and 5th share 1, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th each pick a room. The Thailanders turned to stone. Trin Muck, not giving up, raised a hand. Do all rooms have the same number of occupants? Ears perked, pick a room with fewer ghosts and you're safer. The dorm warden ghost said, every room has open bunks. Once you move in, headcount is complete. The rest, S-class indeed, not a gap to squeeze through. With complete headcount, picking didn't matter, so Trin Muck chose at random. 5th place side and followed, because otherwise he'd end up sharing with 3 worker ghosts. The remaining players did the math fast, 4 bedrooms, and once they enter it's full, so how many ghosts per room? Answer, 3. 6th place grew greener by the second, then went in. 7th looked laid back, as if holding a trump card. Side bet time. Of the 9 left, who will see tomorrow's sun? Top 3 have the best odds. 4th and 5th should be fine. Just say the bottom of the table is likely to meet fate tonight. Sleeping with 3 ghosts in one room is hell mode. I'm curious how they survive. Most won't, hence the frequent team wipes on stream. What will this batch do? As they wondered, players in their rooms shut their doors one by one. Viewers, rebellious bunch, once cut off from outside eyes, everyone got to work. In Trin Muck's room, the ghost roommates welcomed him. Finally some downtime, let's play a few rounds. New guy, join us. They pulled out 3 dice for Big Small. He blinked, then smiled broadly. How can we celebrate without liquor? He drew a bottle of level 3 liquor from 2 Associ. Come, drink while we play. The ghosts beamed, hauled out a big bowl, poured, and clinked happily. Then one tossed the dice. 6, 6, 6, triple, all kill. Pay up, pay up. Nice luck, Trin Muck praised as he paid smoothly. 5th place, Jutrake Phuong, came in later, speechless at the scene. 666 means you pay too. Trin Muck even helped collect on the ghost's behalf. The ghost took a real liking to him. This human's not bad. Shoo, round and round, he alone was the odd one out, but with roof overhead and no choice, he paid. After 3 rounds of drink the ghosts flung the dice and toppled. The remaining one mumbled, weird, why is level 3 liquor so slow burning? Then dropped 2. Trin Muck relieved the 2 of their ghost stars and a wad of knickknacks. Flick chew his share, yours, stash it. And they are. Overpoured, he said, nudging them with his toe, disdainful. Think my liquor goes down that easy? Chu fell silent, then asked, now what? Drag them outside and lock the door. If something eats them out there, too bad. Who told them to booze and sleepwalk, said Trin Muck. Thus only 2 players slept inside, and that meant safety. Chu, enlightened, did the grunt work hauling them out and sealing the windows, then asked, you're this sharp, why rank 4th? Poked in a sore spot, Trin Muck laughed coldly. I'm wondering the same. Chu sighed. This instance's player roster was tougher than expected. He'd probably stay a bottom tier support. 7th place's room, 3 ghosts were bound to beds, thrashing hard. So fam, in a white coat, wiped a scalpel with disinfectant and smiled gently. You relapse nightly, which is pathological and requires treatment. MMPH. The ghost stared in terror, mouths gagged. I've played cards with you, now you should let me make house calls, give and take makes the world go round. He walked toward the tightly bound patients, the three ghosts bulged their eyes, don't come any closer. Eighth place's room, 9 hands of cards and 5 losses later, the three ghosts wore a rainbow of complexions, oddly pleasing to the eye. One sulked, keep losing, not playing. Lu Min Khan cheerfully gathered the cards, returned every coin he'd won and quietly added a little extra, on me. Take this and buy some booze. How can we accept, they said while their hands accepted promptly. The three traded glances, rest up in here. We'll go buy liquor. They were bored stiff with this human roommate and wanted to find ghostly fun. Sure, he said. Once they left, he locked the door and then wrecked the lock core so a key wouldn't help. Then he flopped on the bed and closed his eyes with relish. If tomorrow the trio survived and asked why he hadn't opened, don't ask, he'd say he was asleep and heard nothing. If all three dared go out, they shouldn't expect to return tonight. At dawn, Van Han woke to system prompts. One player has died. 6th. One player has died. 9th. Current survivors, 7 out of 10. Only 3 casualties on day 1? This batch has some chops. She marked it as usual, washed, and stepped out. For some reason the casino manager looked troubled. When he cited the 7 human workers he barked new orders like thunder and gale. Due to unforeseen incidents, some workers are on convalescent leave, today's assignments are reshuffled. He pointed at Van Han and Lu Min Khan, rank 8 dealers. Then Trin Muk, rank 4 liquor zone. After that 2 associ, rank 2
NK
barbecue
books.
zone. Then Ha Kiet, rank 3, and So Pham, rank 7 main hall service. Finally Chu Trek Phuong, rank 5 advantage exchange zone. No sooner had he finished than Lu Min Khan raised a hand. I'd like a day off to act as a casino customer. A dealer usually just deals. If there's only one bettor and no opponent, the dealer jumps in as one. Since it's gambling anyway, why not be a customer and avoid serving others? You know, customers must complete 10 rounds before leaving, asked the manager. I didn't, now I do. I can do it, he said. The manager nodded, approved. Lu lowered his gaze, the corner of his lip curling. No one knew his talent was S-class luck, destined to shine in a gambling instance. Yesterday's win over his ghost roommates had been thanks to it. With success under his belt he was convinced he'd explode today. We're short-handed. No one else gets leave. Because dealers are critical, losing one forced to full reshuffle. Van Han and Tu Suzy, rank 2, to dealer. So Pham, rank 7, to barbecue. Ha and Kiet, rank 3, and Trin Muk, rank 4, to main hall service. Chu Trek Phuong, rank 5, to advantage exchange, and with a wave, off you go. Main hall, assigned to table 1. Van Han lowered her eyes and thought deeply. Dealing wasn't casual work, it had explicit performance metrics. First, a dealer needed sharp gambling skill. If you couldn't press the bettor and lost too many advantages in a day, you'd be marked incompetent and get a demerit, unless you used your own money to plug the gap. On the flip side, an excellent dealer earned a share of 3/10 of the day's total winnings. Next, whether dealer or bettor, no cheating. Once caught, punishment per casino codes. Van Han thought, this sounds less like no cheating and more like cheat if you can hide it. She felt nothing for gambling and wasn't exactly skilled, just knew the rules at a casual level. The lucky thing was she had money, a lot of money, money in a way that stood out. You? Why are you here? A customer ghost spotted her and licked his lips in excitement. Those skewers yesterday were amazing. When do you open today? Van Han, no sales today. Customer ghost, huh? Why not? He barked, indignant. Van Han thought, because I'm dealing today, not barbecue staff. But say that and he'll pester forever. So she improvised. You all ate too well yesterday and cleaned out my reserves. We're out of stock for now. Customer ghost, you bottomless pit. Barbecue skewers were on pause, but the workday still had to go on. A ghost customer pulled out a chair, sat down, and asked, what are you running here? Poker, Van Han said. Poker is a classic casino game, and the short rules here, each player holds 2 whole cards, combines them with the community cards to form hand ranks in this order. Royal flush, straight flush, 4 of a kind, full house flush, straight, 3 of a kind, 2 pair, 1 pair, high card. If hands tie in rank, you compare value, then suits. In theory poker has lots of variance with whole card strength and mind games, but Van Han finds that too fussy, so she removes the extra variance and pins win-loss to the house edge. Fine, the ghost nods, deal, and she shuffles and deals. The customer peeks, then flips up his hand, excited. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, straight. Van Han reveals, black spades and clubs, flush, and the ghost freezes, refusing to accept it. he tosses a stack of chips on the felt. Again, second round, he holds 9s over 8s for a full house, but Van Han shows 4 3s for 4 of a kind and still wins. Third round, he catches a straight flush and is sure this time is his, yet Van Han turns over a royal flush. Fourth round, both have high card, and even her high card beats his. Lips trembling, the ghost surrenders the last of his chips, ears ringing, almost coughing blood. The railbirds whisper, way over the line, this blatant and nobody sees she's cheating? This brave soul played to a fourth hand. I would have bailed way earlier. No matter what you draw, you never beat the house, that's just mowing chives. Let's go, boring, find another table. Van Han blinks, honestly no one would believe it. She came on shift ready to eat the loss and make up the till herself, yet the more she played the more she won. Luck so hot it felt unreal. You did it on purpose, the ghost bursts, feeling scripted. The cards are so good I literally cannot lose. I'm surprised too, she says blankly, getting the bargain and still bragging. The ghost snaps and moves to fight, but casino security escorts him away, sensing table 1 is fishy. The crowd disperses to other games. Associate table 2 gets swarmed by bettors and is speechless. With a colleague like Van Han, he truly yields. Van Han shrugs. How customers act has nothing to do with the dealer. A few ghosts still refuse to believe, demand a heads up with her, and all lose. Her win rate stays eerily at 100%. Later arrivals either chat her up about skewers or head to other games, but none dares gamble against her again. In the Grand Hall, a customer reports lost property and orders a server to find it within a time limit. Enquête size, in a casino this big, who knows which dark corner it fell into, and what if someone already picked it up? But policy says servers must meet every customer need, including searching for lost items, so he hunches and searches everywhere. Suddenly his ears twitch and he sidesteps fast. A ghost customer barrels past the very spot he'd stood and curses while running. Damn thing. No sense to move aside earlier. Enquête thinks, I stood just fine and you charged straight at me. If we collide it's my fault for not dodging first. Classic ghost logic. His fists clench, seeing he hasn't come back. Trin Muk slips over. What are you doing? Looking for a customer's lost item, Enquête says wearily. Trin Muk gets it and passes on veteran wisdom. No need to look, 9 times out of 10 it's fallen ghost stars, whether truly dropped or faked. Just ask how much and cover it out of pocket. Enquête blinks. If they claim a huge amount, peel off a few hundred ghost stars and say that's all you could find. If the number doesn't match, it's not theirs, Trin Muk says gravely, and they'll usually drop it, because once ghost stars fall, another ghost may have swallowed them already. You could turn the whole casino upside down and find nothing. If they insist it's right, at least you claw back a few hundred-inch. Enquête groans, already missing the joy of dealing. He's off air today, so he doesn't know the culprit who ruined his plan is standing right before him. If he had gone live, today's encounter would have been even spicier. At the chip exchange, ghost customers queue to cash out. Chu Trek Phuong takes ghost stars and hands over chips. The other party glances and yells, wrong, these aren't the casino's chips. You trying to scam me? Chu Trek Phuong is stunned. The chips came from the drawer, he didn't tamper. How could there be a problem? He pulls out more stacks and compares one by one, then concludes, no issue with the chips. The ghost looks at him like he's an idiot. Face strange, those in your hands are fakes too. He freezes, even staff can't tell the chips were swapped. The ghost snarls, demanding compensation. People in line gather to gawk and start raising a ruckus, sweat pouring. Chu Trek Phuong senses real trouble, rummages deeper, and finds a portion along the side of the drawer completely different. Better material, long-term were marks along the edges, and destiny stamped front and back clearly. While he lost focus, some ghost replaced the outer layer with counterfeits. He tallies the face value of the lost chips and goes cold. That's a massive loss he can never cover. If you hadn't checked, wouldn't you force the loss onto customers? Bring the ox-headed manager. Give us an explanation. The crowd grows heated. Seeing the trend, Chu Trek Phuong scrambles like a lizard up the wall, vaults the ring of bodies in a few moves, and sprints to the second floor. The ghosts catch him. They're about to chase when the casino supervisor strolls up and judges, poor monitoring, causing huge loss to the house. Bad mark. Facing a problem and trying to flee instead of resolving it. Failing duties. Bad mark. 3 bad marks. Fleeing without judgment equal to abandoning roulette eligibility. Death. By now he's slipped out of sight into a quiet corner, secretly relieved he ran, otherwise they'd spin the roulette, and with his luck he'd likely lose everything and never land on life. The verdict still echoes, fleeing without judgment, equal to abandoning roulette. Death. Chu Trek Phuong watches his body torn into 5 parts, the final image forever frozen in that instant. 1 player has died. Current headcount, 6/10.
While Chu Trek Fuang met his end, Lu Min Khan was steamrolling at 21, a game tailor-made for the luck talent. Rules: use a 52-card deck without the 2 jokers, keep your hand total at or under 21 and as high as possible. 2 through 9 count their pips, K, Q, J, and 10 each count as 10, an ace can be 1 or 11 as the player decides. The best hand is blackjack, ace with 10. Otherwise compare normally. He hits 7 straight blackjacks, the ghosts' faces go dark and they leave. Even the dealer ghost wants to bail, but house rules forbid it, so he grits through. 8th round blackjack, 9th blackjack, 10th blackjack again. Chips pile into a little mountain. The livestream chat explodes. How much money does this convert to?
Getting rich. Lu Min Khan is insane.
Player quality off the charts. We might witness the miracle of clearing an S-rank dungeon live.
One more, win the whole house back.
In the roar, the dealer ghost ducks out and shoves Van Han to the table. Chat erupts. What?
Can't beat him, so you drag a player in to take the heat? Filthy.
In the instance, Van Han shrugs. Dealer ghost says, if I'm idle I might as well watch the table for a bit. Lu Min Khan, perfectly in character for a ghost. I don't want to put a player on the spot, he says. 1 more hand and I'll switch tables. Okay, she nods. She shuffles and deals. This time his hand isn't blackjack but 5 and 8. She has kings, 1 up and 1 face down. He hits and draws a 9. 5 plus 8 plus 9 makes 22. Bust? What the heck? Wasn't his luck god tier all blackjacks? He's powerful, and yet Van Han suppresses him. Who is this girl? Hands over, you can go, she says quietly while scooping the cards. He pins his cards. 1 more. We agreed on 1, you're the dealer. The bettor wants to continue. You refuse. She studies him, then stresses. Last one, he echoes. She deals again. This time he gets an ace and a 9. She has ace and queen blackjack, with queen up, ace down. He ponders and hits. The third card is an ace. Ace is 1 plus 9 plus ace is 11 equals 21. 21, he slaps them down. Blackjack. She turns her whole card and declares, house wins. He's speechless, then demands another. She sighs, your talent is transforming into a gambling addict ghost? We said 1 hand, how many is this now? He just can't accept that an S-rank luck talent can't carry him. Chat roars, against dealer ghosts he's a god, against Van Han he's a mutt. If you're losing, switch tables, why be so stubborn? Minutes ago he was a heartthrob, minutes later, image in ruins. What happened? Ask the streamer, knowing he'll lose but still fixated. Looks like a gambling itch he can't control. After the 3rd loss he finally stands, but before leaving he stares at her. If I switch and start winning again, the problem isn't me, it's you. Then plops at the next table. The dealer ghost is dumbfounded. Who invited you? The next table is 9 card and sure enough, away from Van Han he wins again. Chat is baffled. What does that even mean? Watched live and still don't get it. Likely he relies on a certain ability to ensure wins, but it fails versus Van Han and resumes versus others. Hence he says she's the issue. After following many Destiny casino streams, it only gets weirder. Players start strong and fall off over time. The casino is rigged. From what I see, the longer you linger the higher your misplay chance, the more roulette spins, the more collateral you post, the fewer hold cards you hold. No wonder late game collapses. At dusk, the supervisor sums up. Dealer number 1, Van Han, 1 commendation, daily net 110 ghost stars. Dealer number 2, 2 asleep, 1 demerit, 6 commendations, daily net 160, barbecue skewer cook, so fam, 2 commendations, daily net 120. Server, Trin Muck, 1 demerit, 3 commendations, daily net 130. Compared to the first day, day 2 is miserable. Van Han wins so relentlessly that ghost customers avoid her table. The sole praise comes later from the dealer ghost in charge. Over at barbecue, yesterday Van Han's skewers were too stunning, so today the grill's customers are extra picky. The 2 praises there are bought with hush money. If not for so fam's care, a bunch of ghosts would purposely pick faults to vent at failing to buy her skewers. Everyone else looks no better, faces like debtors owing several $100 million outside. Only Lu Min Khan reaps a gale of profit, grinning like spring. Good work, rest early. Continue tomorrow, the Oxhead ghost says. Once he leaves, Trinmuck speaks first. Something's off. We did the same work as yesterday, and everything's out of tune. So fam, the grill feels like hell. Difficulty, ha on kit. Serving today is so easy to expose mistakes. Sometimes you even bump into guests and get hounded. Then adds, but instances do scale in difficulty, so let's withhold judgment. 2 associate skulls. Dealing all day is all fatigue and no money. Whenever a customer demands to play against the act, the player, the act must lose.
Van Han raises a hand, eager to report, I don't gamble, but today every draw was top tier. I sat on opponents the whole time, hard to lose even if I wanted to. Lumin Khan, not the time to show off. Trinmuk realizes, looks like the instance runs on some logic. Some players benefit, some get wrung dry, so fam eyes Van Han and Lumin Khan, you two are the beneficiaries, thoughts? He chooses his words, winning at gambling is all luck, she. I don't know, kind of dumb, normally my luck is average, but in here it feels boosted, like some destiny is telling me, woman, I choose you, you can't be allowed to lose, and it drags her upward. Ha Anket proposes a test for clarity, how? Sit and play a hand, you'll see if luck's good or bad. He seats Van Han, Lumin Khan, and Tuasili. Van Han deals. Books. After drawing, she goes silent, then opens, heavily hand, and it's a pure one suit. Everyone, what's a heavily hand? Tuasili asks, dealer draws and wins immediately before any further play. Ha Anket explains with effort, odds about 30 in 10,000. Sitting after her, Lumin Khan groans, if she didn't win, I'd be in 10 pi on self-draw. Tuasili, I'm a mess, characters, bamboos, dots all mixed. Miles from a win. When the mahjong hand ends, the six are only more confused and all look to Van Han. Why is your luck so good? She's stumped too. Her fans in chat testify, we watched the blood tinted hotel instance. Saw Han Han play mahjong totally average. Back then the specters took turns feeding her, chasing and shoving tiles to make her win. It was hilarious. This peak luck must be the instance. Strange that others get nerfed while she looks like she toggled a cheat, she muses. Lumin Khan says he wins on luck, proving luck works here. I also win on luck, yet I beat him repeatedly, so something must overrule luck. What could override luck? Fortune, fate. Trinmuk and Lumin Khan say in unison, this instance is destiny. Casino, fortune is destiny. Trinmuk argues, Lumin Khan elaborates, flipping a coin and getting the side you want, that's little luck. Being wind at your back, everything flowing, doom drifting away, that's great fortune. To weaponize S-rank luck I researched it thoroughly. Van Han startles, then, today is day 2, do most people have worse luck than day 1? Faces blanch, from the start it was odd, break the rules and you don't die immediately, you're guided to spin roulette, she sighs. It seems the casino feeds on players' fortune, drinks it dry, then kills. He doesn't want to accept it but the logic fits, dread rising. If that guess is right, how does the casino siphon fortune? Through gambling. Trinmuk claws his hair, gutted, maybe every single bet is one siphon. Last night after moving into the dorms I even sat with that soon-to-die guy to placate the roommate ghost, and we gambled with it. The bad hunch crystallizes, and Lumin Khan's eyes dim. To farm more ghost stars he gambled almost non-stop today. If every bet steals some fortune, what will his S-rank luck be after today? It's still conjecture. He clings to hope, but nearly everyone concurs. Tuasili says the more he participates as dealer, the worse his luck, the cards are so bad he hates looking. Trinmuk says serving today he broke more than a dozen glasses and 3 or 4 bottles, too unlucky to recall. Ha Anket says dealing yesterday was smooth, serving today is unlucky, unsure if it's luck drop or job slot. So fam says day 2 is worse but can't tell heaven's calamity or human cause, and he glances at Van Han. She, not my doing. If the hypothesis holds, the day 2 schedule is funny. Trinmuk snorts, those who've gambled a lot are let loose to burn their luck, those who haven't are tossed into dealer chairs to be worn down in turn. Ha Anket adds, good thing we found it early, 2 days later would be too late, like prey on a spider web, knowing the danger yet stuck, unable to escape. After the analysis the 6 fall silent, the air dead still. Chet also goes quiet a long time before the barrage bursts, a horror S-rank instance that blankets every opponent without trying. And worse, once the mind opens, suspicions multiply. For example, are search ghosts truly all customers? Could staff be mixed in, role-playing to keep players spinning roulette and bleeding out, and all 6 remaining lucky players have gambled realizing the trap on day 2? Is it already too late? A vast shadow of survival hangs like storm clouds over the group. Heavy-hearted, they break up in gloom. Because she had earned just one compliment, Van Han was honorably at the bottom of the list and was assigned to the workers' dormitory. New here, huh? Come play mahjong with us, the ghost workers called the moment she stepped in. No, you play, Van Han refused, lay down on the bed, and drifted into her thoughts. The 3 ghost workers' expression shifted at once. Eyes sly, voices low. What did you just say? Say it again. A rookie should be polite. That tone toward your seniors in the room could make them fall ill. 2 of them took turns chiding, voices in perfect duet. The third was about to pile on when Van Han cut in. falling ill is normal. Who has not? My mood sours and I fall ill too. She shot them a glance, pressed her brow. Quiet, I have a headache. The three ghosts, if one heard only her words and not her voice, one might think the dorm warden had come to set rules. A mere newcomer, yet so brazen. The foulest-tempered ghost bared fangs and sprang first to tear her apart. It never reached the bed. A shadow flared up and swallowed it in one gulp. The other two tried to flee, but shadow strands tripped them and they too were snapped up crisp and clean. The room fell utterly silent. Van Hahn sank back into her thoughts while the shadow stood faithful guard at the door, waiting for boxed meals to walk in. The problem, the decisive battle is in 5 days, our side keeps getting weaker, how do we secure victory then? So Pham did not know what the others would choose. He said he would assassinate the opponent on the 3rd day and duel on the 5th. Thus, at dawn of the 3rd day, he set out to ambush the ram-head ghost, but had barely gone a few steps when he ran into the others. Trin Muk said, I know its patrol route. We can lie in wait on a road it must pass. Lumin Khan beamed, I flipped a coin this morning. My luck is still up. Let me contribute. Ha Anket said, I cast a lot with special ghost chi last night. The omen was poor. I suggest we combine our strength and kill the boss to end early and leave. Tuasosi said, I have a net-type ghost chi for support. I can prevent escapes. Before So Pham spoke, chat erupted high-tier match incoming. Waking up early for this stream is worth it. A duel at 6 in the morning, they are wild. Van Hahn is still asleep and the 5 over here are launching a secret strike. One move to decide it all. Peak gameplay. Hurry up, I want to see. In the dungeon, Trin Muk provided intel, So Pham led the strike, and the other 3 blocked off every escape route. The 5 waited only for the target to appear. The ram-head ghost patrolled as usual, punctual and rigid as if obsessed. When it pushed open the side door of the VIP suite and stepped into the corridor, Trin Muk growled, now. A scalpel drove into its heart, at the same instant Ha Anket cut, and the head fell to the floor. The whole thing went absurdly smoothly. They waited for a system notice. None came. No notice means no clear. Retreat, So Pham ordered. The manager's heart was dug out, its neck cut, dead beyond dead. The casino roiled with ghost workers' uproar, then quickly settled. A new ram-head ghost appeared, still in an overcoat, still elegant, only with a young face now. The former manager met with misfortune. From now on I take over. You 6, 1 to the barbecue zone, 2 to serve in the hall, 3 to deal cards. Decide among yourselves who does what. He turned and left. Lumin Khan muttered, if not for the different face, I would suspect the old one resurrected. Ha Anket said, good news, the former manager is truly dead. Bad news, the manager is a proxy, not the owner. A puppet pushed to the front cannot end the game no matter how many are cut down. Which raises the question, where is the boss, and how do we clear? Trin Muk asked. They looked at one another inside, no wonder it is an S-class dungeon. Surviving out will not be simple. Ha! Anket was the most dejected. He had watched videos about this casino and dreamed of exchanging gambling talent for advantage. Once inside, he learned that saving one's skin was already hard, victory aside. Those videos were all failures, useless as reference. Worse, they gave viewers the illusion that it was just those players being unlucky, and that another would surely do better. Only after entering did one learn that ordinary players would, without noticing, become the unlucky ones. It was not that players were incompetent, but that the dungeon's weakening was too vicious. This time it was poisonous from the start. Stepping in was like sticking to a spiderweb, and understanding things did not help one break free. Letting us choose our own posts is just forced infighting, Trin Muk grumbled. Pretty face, black heart. 6 smart players. Future looks painful. A whole team of high IQ might still crash on the casino's fate wall. Ouch. Calm down. Team wipes are common,
but sometimes a super lucky one survives. Not all 6 must die. I believe they can crush this dungeon and clear together. Go Han Han. The viewers brimmed with faith, the streamer herself did not. Draw lots, Trin Muk proposed. Write the posts, fold them, shuffle, and let fate decide. Agreed, Lumin Khan nodded, no need to hurt friendships. Tuasosi said nothing for a beat, then, so you are that confident your luck beats mine. By the rule of luck, the fortunate live and the unlucky fend for themselves. Van Han chimed in, do as you like. I will take the barbecue zone. So Pham nodded, if you can lure the ghost customers away like on day 1, the rest of us will be much safer. The others tacitly agreed and let her go first. The aroma of grilled drumsticks and steak bloomed warm and rich. Without a word from her, snouts twitched and customers hurried over. 2 days ago the skewers you sold, it is that taste. So good. Give me 50 skewers. Van Han smiled and announced the rule, stock is limited, so rationing applies. 1 secret scroll of the casino trades for 10 skewers. First come, first served, no repeats. Who are you favoring? How is this fair? A customer complained and was promptly pinned by 4 or 5 other ghost patrons. If you cannot talk, then hush. Yesterday was equal treatment. No one got any. I have craved for 2 days. Block me and you are my mortal enemy. The complainer vanished. A new ghost, genial and chatty, stepped up, I have been here 3 months. I know everything big and small. Tell me how to trade. Elsewhere the 5 drew lots. Trin Muk dodged dealer and pulled server. The hall was empty, so he was dispatched to the VIP suite as a runner, and the guest there sent him to queue for skewers. At the barbecue zone he blinked, ghosts as far as the eye could see. The ghosts ahead spoke clearly enough for him to hear, human worker like you. I have seen many. They come and do not leave. Almost none make it out alive. Here is the deal, pack me the remaining drumsticks and steak and I will teach you how to survive. No takeaway. Fine, then more drumstick portions. You are too stingy. For intel this important, drumsticks alone. Add steak. Trin Muk, he had seen ghosts give intel for quests, but never haggling this shamelessly. Van Han's voice went cool, if your intel is true, there will be deep thanks later. If you lie for a free meal, then before your head is cut off, do not expect a fine last supper. The ghost, Trin Muk, who else could say that to a ghost's face? Yet the onlookers nodded, it is true. A dirty ghost earlier undervalued its intel and she added a whole bag of drumsticks after hearing it. The ghost in question relaxed and whispered to Van Han, from the moment you entered, the manager gauged your fate value and split you into 3 tiers. First tier is like a guttering candle. Second tier like summer fireflies. Third tier like a bright lamp. If you are third tier and willingly turn in some of it, the manager will not make it too hard on you. How to judge the tier? Van Han asked. I have a piece of ghost chi that visualizes fate. I could lend it, but the rental fee. Van Han wrapped up all the drumsticks and steak and handed them over, promising, there will be further thanks when I return it. How can I accept this? The ghost cried in joy, and took it without shame. Skewers sold out. Disperse, Van Han called, signaling that ghost to follow her. The others fumed. You may leave, but do not take everything. A light voice drifted back, the skewers are not supplied by the casino but made by a human worker. If you fear you will never eat them again, go tattle. The ghosts fell silent. Doused by cold reason, their anger died. Indeed, this taste only existed when the woman herself grilled. What now? They are gone. Come back tomorrow, another side, and they trudged off. Van Han made the rounds with her new title as the Skewer Queen, gathered the surviving players to a corner, and tested them one by one. Tuasosi, first tier, a dim glow like a candle about to go out. So Pham, second tier, weak yet steady light.
Trin Muk, second tier. Ha Onkiet, second tier.
Lu Min Khan, third tier, but flickering like an old lamp.
Lu Min Khan, is this accurate? I am S-class lucky.
Van Han thought that with so many and more than half too unlucky, many lacked even the qualification to submit fate. The ghost gestured for her hand as well. Fate rises and falls like waves.
Do not mistake a peak for the norm.
Since it insisted, Van Han placed her right hand on the artifact.
A blinding brilliance burst forth, lighting the whole casino. The chat reeled who threw a flashbang.
Third tier is a lamp.
What tier is this? Ninth.
Third tier is only the casino's stated cap, not her true cap.
She is cracked. Stop hyping. My eyes hurt. The measuring ghost panicked, snatched the artifact, and sprinted away, calling from afar, no reward needed. Save your life.
Third tier can pay a portion to avoid disaster, ninth tier only gets stolen. It had meant to help, and instead nearly ruined her.
Van Han stood puzzled. Am I really that strong?
Lu Min Khan eyed her like a prehistoric creature. Hypothesis: if Van Han divided her fate among the others, could the whole team survive together? The chat went mute for a few minutes as many pondered. Her fans snapped, forced redistribution from the gifted to the needy.
Do not go too far.
Meanwhile, two associates at the 21 table had been dazzled by that flash and mistakenly grabbed the wrong card, drawing accusations of cheating.
I am innocent. The gamblers would not listen and reported him.
The new manager arrived with a roulette.
Old rule. Land on life to live. Spin your own head, two associates thought.
As the only first tier among the players, a luck duel meant certain death.
You forced me. He prepared to go out with a bang and drag some down.
Then a shadow streaked out, swallowed the roulette, and fled. The crowd of ghosts, the young manager roared, "What are you waiting for?
After it." Two associates blinked, then lowered his hands.
I am willing to spin to atone, but the roulette is gone.
What now? He put on wide-eyed innocence and a faint smile. Wait here.
I will have a worker fetch another, the manager snapped. There are spares in the warehouse, two associates murmured as his smile slowly froze. After the flare, the ghosts had not come, but the players gathered. Van Han I Trin Muk behind, then Lu Min Khan in front. What are you doing? Lu Min Khan, never seen a great fate bearer.
I am curious. Trin Muk, we will not make a move. We still want to save face. So fam, with fate that strong, do you have a plan?
Distant clamor rose, workers chasing the shadow that ate the roulette. I kept wondering how the casino steals.
Fate, Van Han said.
If staying here causes mishaps, why lure people to gamble?
So fam snapped to, the gambling tools. Yes. At first it was a suspicion, now it is confirmed. The implements steal fate.
When the shadow swallowed the roulette, her system had popped up with a note that the wheel contained a thread of fate power and would take about from 40 to 60 minutes to digest, with an option to store.
That proved the point.
So if we avoid the implements and are not bottom of the barrel unlucky, we might live, Lu Min Khan brightened.
Something like that, Van Han said.
I plan to destroy every roulette and gambling device in the place.
Lu Min Khan, that is not something like that. That is the opposite.
So fam studied her.
Truly the daughter of fate.
Trin Muk was quietly glad he had not picked a fight with her. Because of the manager's order, a worker ghost went to the warehouse for a new wheel, turned left and right to a secret room, unlocked the door, and was greeted by a shadowscaping maw swallowing every gambling implement inside. The worker wailed, "Not good." The tools were eaten. Gambling implements meant the equipment of chance, mahjong, cards, dice, 9 tiles and beyond. Van Han had said she would have the shadow eat them all. She had not said that if it failed, she would have it eat the casino itself. The stage of the dungeon might vanish, and she wanted to see whether the game would end.
She had other plans too. If her fate towered, why not play as a gambler herself and take the casino for everything? Tire the house to bankruptcy and it would lay off workers and close of its own accord. The casino had wired its incense to tug gamblers' emotions. If she switched it to appetite markers and flooded the floor with skewers, customers would eat instead of wager. With business dying, the house might shutter. She had many ideas. Before she could run them, the casino was already tottering. If the others heard, they would ask, "How many times do you plan to bankrupt it?" Van Haan, carry extra plans. You never know. Not good. The warehouse tools were eaten, and the thief fled. Panic hit the hall, the manager paled, ignored punishment for the errant worker, and hurried off. 2SOC's lips curled, looks like I still have a sliver of destiny. Chat rained sarcasm as if someone else shouldered the danger to divert the manager's eyes and save you. Call it borrowed luck from teammates. Carried by a juggernaut. Still, give him credit. Surviving this long takes skill. Indeed, in a dungeon that chewed up so many, the fact that he still stood was achievement enough. On the other side, Trinmuk lifted his gaze, peering through the void toward a certain direction. Knowing the stash of gambling gear was swallowed, I lured the ram-horned youth ghost into the secret chamber. Lumin Khan chuckled, thieves always want to check whether their treasure got tossed or not, doing that is basically handing bandits a roadmap. So Pham arched a brow at Trinmuk, Eye of the Void, grade A? Can it cross space and see events happening elsewhere at the same time? Trinmuk, wrong, it's a supernal 5 senses, grade S. Not only sight but hearing, smell, taste, and touch are all outstanding, harvesting massive intel, born a spymaster, but such things needn't be bragged about. Let's go, Trinmuk volunteered to lead, I'll take point. No need, Van Haan declined gently. At the same time, her right forefinger toyed with a finely crafted die. Fate Dice Ghost, special ghost gear, grade SS, property of a gambler of destiny, it can siphon the luck of other beings and convert it to its owner. You? Trinmuk stared at Van Haan, baffled how she pulled that off. Van Haan thought, the world's root can simulate every talent, if Trinmuk can see it, then of course I can too. As for why the item appears in my palm. Thief's Hand, talent grade SS, cannot level up, allows 3 space-skipping thefts per day. Van Haan summoned the shadow, flicked the fate die, the shadow gaped and gulped it down in one bite. The shadow has swallowed special ghost gear, grade SS, and requires 21 hours to digest. During this time the talent shadow manipulation cannot be used. Simultaneously, the 7 still lucky players received prompts. Fate Casino lacks a key item and is undergoing an irreversible change. The instance will end ahead of time, players may leave immediately or remain within. Warning! The instance is out of control, lingering will entail tremendous danger. Finally, I can get out. 2SOC had waited 3 days in the instance and had money to burn. Seeing the exit, he chose teleport without hesitation. I almost couldn't make it back. I even had the silly thought of swapping talents. Han Ked laughed at his own naivety, shook his head, and left as well. Only 4 remained in the instance, Van Haan, Lumin Khan, Trinmuk, and So Pham. Van Haan looked at the other 3, you're not leaving? Lumin Khan, distressed over his great S talent, wanted to find a chance to recoup. So Pham said, if we want to leave, we can at any time, may as well use the chance to look around. I've got business, Trinmuk said vaguely, then asked, and you? Why not go? Van Haan, I've got business too. Trinmuk turned away to avoid her eyes, I'm in a hurry, see you. Then I'll take my leave. So Pham departed in another direction. Lumin Khan nodded a greeting and walked off elsewhere. Van Haan picked her bearing and sauntered that way. The ram-horned youth ghost had vanished, the gambling implements were all swallowed by a black shadow, the casino was chaos. Careful to avoid the worker ghosts and patron ghosts, Trinmuk circled and recircled the outer corridors, and only when he was sure no players were tailing him did he stride toward his goal. When he had used his talent, he saw it, the ram-horned youth ghost entered that secret room. Inside were not only the SS-grade special ghost gear fate die, but also a large bundle of ghost stars and some 700 to 800 talent orbs. That was a fortune big enough to make everyone here betray their allies on the spot. Thus he kept quiet, determined to strike rich in silence. Reaching the outer door of the secret room, he discovered a lock on the outside. If it's a secret room, why is it locked from outside? He muttered, bending to study the lock. A voice sounded behind him. I'll open it. We split the hall. Trinmuk stiffened and slowly turned, so Pham smiled. Finders, keepers, split equal. Isn't too much to ask? Split what? I'm only going in to look for some files. Trinmuk laughed it off, trying to bluff. So Pham, files also split equal. Whatever you're after, the two of us have it. Trinmuk choked. Who's the two of us with you? Files? What files? Behind So Pham, Lumin Khan poked his head around. Trinmuk, face blank, he asked, why are you here too? I was collecting gambling gear to try to reclaim pilfered luck. I turned around and saw you two sneaking off one after the other like you had a secret plot. How could I not chase? Lumin Khan's momentum surged. Whatever you're planning, finders have shares, don't even think of dumping me. Trinmuk realized his winding detour amounted to lonely winding. So Pham had ghosted him, and if Lumin Khan just turned his head, he could see them both and follow. Playing smart all that time was a waste. Fine, at least three-way split, with luck one share gets knocked out. Seeing clearly it was 1 versus 2, Trinmuk stopped resisting and gestured to So Pham. Pick the lock first. So Pham obliged. In the back room, Trinmuk flipped the rug, found the mechanism, and turned the crank counterclockwise. The bookcase rumbled aside, revealing the entrance. So Pham went in first. Trinmuk rushed after, shouting as he ran, we said split equal. But inside, the chamber was empty, and someone who shouldn't have been there was standing within. What a coincidence, meeting here. Van Han smiled, unruffled, and exchanged pleasantries. As soon as she finished, white light flashed and she was teleported out of the instance. It all happened too suddenly. Before Trinmuk could stop it, he watched her vanish. When he came to, he clutched his head and howled, I shouldn't have played clever, I should have charged straight in. Even splitting 4 ways beats getting nothing. Blame his greed, dragging 2 others to loop the perimeter only to hand the bargain to someone else. Congratulations on clearing an S-grade instance. Your performance was exceptional. You receive rewards, special item blank real estate deed 1 copy, and special item grade a pack scroll 1 copy, for signing contracts with a wraith. Before leaving, she had planned to use the blank real estate deed to put the casino under her name, but then she thought, she didn't intend to run a casino, so why keep it? Thus she left without nostalgia. 2 days later, the shadow finished digesting and spat out a pocket of extra-dimensional storage containing all gambling implements, successfully advancing to grade SS. Shadow manipulation, talent grade SS, can be upgraded. You may direct the shadow to attack at will. Unlimited activations, with a total daily duration of 360 minutes, up from 180. Time used resets at midnight and is recalculated the next day. Shadow trait 1, tremendous regeneration. After injury itself heals very fast, from gradual to swift. Shadow trait 2, can morph into any form. Shadow trait 3, overwhelming digestion. Time to digest after swallowing a target is reduced by 90%, from 70% reduction to 90%. NK Books. Shadow trait 4, the shadow possesses 5 extra-dimensional space pouches, up from 3, with capacity further expanded. It can continue fighting while digesting. The digest and fight states can coexist. Shadow trait 5, rift the spacetime, briefly detach from the host, traverse space, and pursue a kill. Shadow trait 6, severance, after swallowing a target, it can separate a human's talent or a ghost's trait without harming the body. New. You destroyed the SS grade Fate Dice Ghost and gained the vast luck contained within it. Choose 1 to 2 talents to infuse with this luck. The selected talents will undergo earth-shaking transformation. Note, the SSS grade talent Calamity Walker. Empress in Training Mark System cannot be selected. Van Han stared at the list for a long time, ultimately passing over SS grade Shadow Manipulation and SS grade Thief's Hand, and choosing Firefly Light. Grade A, the power of destiny can change the world's course. You have wrought a miracle. Talent Firefly Light, Grade A, has evolved into SSS grade Talent Light of Hope. Light of Hope, Talent Grade SSS, cannot level up. Once per day you may spin a roulette. The roulette has 5 reward tiers: 666, 888, 1111, 1888, 6888. Upon winning, the system instantly grants exorcism candle quotas. Van Han watched for quite a while, confirming the 5 reward tiers had equal area. She pushed hard and the roulette whirled. Congratulations on winning 1888. In the next moment, 1888 exorcism candles piled like a little mountain before her. Van Han was overjoyed. No need now to trouble senior sister to find 20,000 great as Firefly-like players. A new round began. The 2-month ban ended and Van Han regained her freedom. Still reluctant, she even asked to extend it 2 more months. Truna's face blackened. Get out there and work. At the Horror Academy, freshmen and seniors alike are examined monthly. The top 30 may apply for special training. Van Han works 2 days per week, so special training is also 2 sessions weekly. While she was serving her penalty, some students self-studied with the Witchduck teaching videos, others skipped classes to trade a day of special training for 100 points, then redeemed Witchduck, exorcism candles, and other items. If you skip self-study for 4 rounds in a row, you'll gain 800 special training points, enough to sweep the shelves for Witchduck and a heap of candles. Hearing Van Han was back, students felt conflicted, happy to see her, yet sad to lose special training points. On her first day back, Van Han displayed 50 talent orbs ranging from grade D to A, with clear pricing. Finish day 1, plus 50 special training points. Persist to day 2, plus 150. Accumulate enough points and come to me to have the talent installed. Also providing talent severance service, 100 points per time. Talent orb quantity is limited, first come, first served, let's hustle. A few short lines lit the fuse. Freshmen and seniors alike roared with excitement, itching to start special training. When they first entered the academy, many freshmen sighed that Horror Academy students lived well. Seniors with high-grade talents, or wraith contracts, or rich families, with ghost gear and ghost stars piled up. Later they discovered that talent, luck, family means, and brains must all hold comparable shares, or you won't live to graduate. Some had great luck, drew easy instances, and even had kind bosses carry them, thinking the horror world not so bad, but after 2 or 3 runs they learned, unless you awaken a luck-type talent, you cannot rely on fortune every time and a carry every run. Once you must depend on yourself. It's truly 9 lives and 1 death, 1,000 perils before you can return to reality. Hence, when special training opens, no one shirks hardship. Quotas are limited, only the top 30 get priority sign-up, and everyone longs to squeeze in. Hearing that they could self-study via Witchduck videos and trade points for powerful items, they grew even more envious, eyes green with want. And then, in the very first class after the ban, Van Han laid out a heap of talent orbs and said they could be redeemed with special training points. Instantly the entire academy went mad with envy. Usually you must clear an instance with an extraordinary rating to have any chance at a talent orb, yet here they were arrayed like cabbages. Any student could redeem one? They couldn't even fathom why Van Han would bring them out. Didn't her heart ache? When the youth are strong, the nation is strong. She's doing it for the greater good. For the country. The Dean of Students, moved to tears, personally drafted a commendation for Van Han. In the days that followed, the academy buzzed about the talent severance service, but Van Han herself carried on as usual. With money in hand, charity had become a hobby, donating regularly to the Welfare Institute, anonymously aiding poor students, funding Hope Elementary schools, and sponsoring promising juniors. Spend when she wished, joy was the point. 2 weeks later, a silver-haired boy from the special training class came first to Van Han, 1,100 points, 1,000 to redeem an A-grade talent, 100 for severing the old one. Okay, Van Han displayed all grade A orbs, pick. He had eyed them for ages and finally chose the A-grade theft talent. Chosen? Yes, that one. Good, deduct 1,000 points, Van Han recorded. His jaw trembled, painful as flaying. Best performer in a class session earns 100 points, notable progress over before earns 50, help classmates without harming yourself, 20. He had saved them drop by drop. No exaggeration, every point was blood and tears, and the thought of parting with them hurt, yet he rejoiced this was an A-grade talent. Grit through some hardship, and in a bit over a fortnight it's in hand, far easier than risking life in an instance for an extraordinary rating. In truth, he got to redeem first not because he was the most outstanding, but because he had previously saved 500 points and used, otherwise, even if he survived every time, he would only redeem after finishing 4 rounds of special training. Sever now? Van Hahn finished the paperwork and looked up. He inhaled, wearing a face of fearless resolve, do it. Until now, everyone had only heard the rumor that Senior Van Hahn could sever talents, none had witnessed it. Recently, few wanted to be the first guinea pig, and besides, without enough points for a new talent, no one dared strip the old. Thus the silver-haired boy became the pioneer. What do I do? He asked, a little tense. Van Hahn, you needn't do anything, I'll handle it. With that, the shadow burst forth and swallowed him. About 3 minutes later, the shadow spat him out together with a talent orb. Classmates nearby gaped, it's done already? It's literally like stripping talents in a game. The silver-haired boy was struck dumb, all his long-built psychological prep wasted. Senior, what about the old talent? You can take it in trade freely, or sell it to me at a discount and I'll convert it to special training points, Van Hahn replied. He thought it over, I'll sell at a discount for points. Though the old talent sold cheap, the new A grade was also bought cheap, buy one, sell one, no loss. Many items are only redeemable through special training, those points are precious, and more is more. He aimed higher, and the old grade C talent would only hold him back, but for other students without such ambition or without awakened talents, his old talent might prolong survival. At first, only Van Hahn supplied talents, later, as more joined in, a campus trading web would form, convenient for all. He weighed pros and cons swiftly and chose what he deemed best. Redemption scale, Grade D talent, 100 points, Grade C, 200, Grade B, 400, Grade A, 1000. Buyback is at a 20% discount, so selling me a Grade C nets you 160 points, Van Hahn calculated in a blink. The buyback was higher than he'd hoped, and he happily concluded the deal. Word spread at once, soon everyone, faculty and students alike, knew. Intensify special training. Start boosting now. Next month I have to hit top 30. From ordinary students without quotas. Why? Didn't I survive to the end last session? If I had been more careful and not ambushed out early, that A-grade talent would be mine right now. From special training students who hadn't yet accrued enough. Now everyone only cares about special training points and not academy points. From anxious teachers and TAs, if you can't match her, spare us the whining, get back and redo the proposal, fix the exchange system, snapped the hot-tempered dean. Because of one unassuming act by Van Hahn, the whole academy boiled over, brimming with life. In a certain underground prison, several war prisoners of armor class drank and bantered. The instance matched me with a gaggle of idiots, even the boss got kite around. To avoid a team wipe, I killed them all before the Wraith made a move. I barely made it back alive when the patrol squad knocked on my door saying I'd slaughtered my own kind. The whole process was live-streamed by instance players and witnessed by tens of thousands. How the hell do I explain that? I'm worse. They schemed against me, I only fought back in self-defense, yet I was still locked up. I heard that even for armor-class war prisoners, the higher your talent, the more the government hesitates to execute. If spatial fissures open in the real world, they might even send armor-class war prisoners to help earn merit, get sentences reduced, maybe even live to walk free. Looks like the government is truly short-handed, or else they wouldn't be giving us fine wine, one fellow murmured contentedly. I'd been in here over a year, and this is my first good meal. The room grew rowdy and friendly, nearly all armor-class war prisoners gathered to feast, save one. Duong Tuc sat alone in a corner, coldly watching, refusing to join. Don't be fooled by their pretty stories, the one who called his teammates idiots was really stuck between two mutually exclusive strategy routes. The criminal and his matched teammates wanted different clear paths and neither would yield, so he flew into a rage and killed them, then got caught. The one crying they schemed was ill in the mind, always thinking others meant to harm him. Even a passerby walking near was waiting to assassinate. such a patient with a high combat talent, releasing him would be madness. Of course, Duong Tuc had no right to judge either. Once, after feuding with someone in an instance, he came home from work to find his parents, wife, and child in blood. He went mad, traced the killer, repaid them in kind, and slaughtered the other family of 7, 3 of them children. Then he turned himself in. The patrol investigated inside that if he had only killed the guilty player, they would have been lenient, but Duong Tuc refused. Blood debt for blood, what he suffered, the other side must suffer. Lost in memory, he drifted. Just then, the prison gate opened. More wine and meat and an open door, must be a big ask coming. One criminal smirked, thinking the guards would beg favors and he could posture. Another blurted, "Officer, why's the food so lavish today?" The usually frigid guard actually gave a mild face. "A last meal deserves some richness." The room of armor-class criminals? Someone midswig snapped his head up. "Last meal?" The guard didn't explain, only beckoned outside. A black shape entered. "Shadow Wraith," someone frowned. Before he could get a good look, the Shadow Wraith swelled and swallowed every armor-class war prisoner in one gulp. Moments later, it spat out a person and a talent orb. Moments later again, another person and another orb. After about 40 minutes, it had spat out 8 people and 8 orbs in total. One criminal felt a weakness he had never known and quailed. "My talent." The guard tucked the orbs away with care, then pronounced coldly, "You have all committed unforgivable crimes. You will now face judgment and the penalties of the law." Realizing they had lost their value, the criminals' faces collapsed into utter despair. It has been 30 days since the previous game. The 12th game is about to begin. This dungeon, the Fatal Tour Group. Difficulty, current headcount in front of you, 4 out of 4. Main quest, survival, stay alive for 2 days and 1 night. Because this venue is special, live streaming is disabled and the system's investigation function is also disabled. On an open lot stand 2 women and 2 men beside a bus, everyone looking like they're about to set off on a trip. Van Han looked at True Na, astonished. "What's wrong? Why do you look so haggard?" A single, self-reliant woman raising a kid ends up like this. True Na's voice was ragged with exhaustion, as if a ghost had sucked her dry. "I'm not like you. Even when I work overtime I still have to show up in person. Paperwork piled like a mountain, emergencies one after another, everything lands on me. At last I truly understand why you get fed up." Doubt Van Han, then understand Van Han, then become Van Han. She even wanted to surpass Van Han. Working long enough really can drive a person mad. After a few casual exchanges, the ghost tour guide appeared with a crooked smile and addressed the players. "A thrilling journey is about to begin, please board the bus." Once the 4 players had taken their seats, it said, "We'll now split into teams, please confirm your teammates and tell me." There were 4 players in total. Since True Na and Van Han already knew each other, they sat together. The other 2, also acquainted, shared the row behind. Hearing form teams, one male player pointed to his buddy without a thought. "The 2 of us are a team." Van Han asked the guide, "Are there rigid rules for how many teams? Can all 4 of us be one team?" The hasty guy? The guide smiled, "Of course you can. However, if you already decided on pairs, then that cannot be changed." The impatient male player froze on the spot, his companion facepalmed with an unreadable look. "He's trained by other dungeons, thinks forming fast snags an early advantage," sighed True Na. "Not every dungeon plays the same." When the teams were set, the guide continued, "There are 2 squads this time, each squad capped at 4 tourists. Next the driver will take you to 6 stops. If you fancy a stop's guest of honor, invite them to join. Your squad size will +1. Note: at different checkpoints each guest of honor may offer different help, so choose carefully." Knowing dungeons love traps, True Na murmured, "Having the ability to help is one thing, being willing to help is another. First choose someone with decent character." Van Han nodded in strong agreement. While they talked, the first stop arrived. A water ghost stood there with a terrifying look. "Anyone want to invite it to join?" the guide asked, laughing tinklingly. No one spoke. Learning from earlier, the grab the mic guy raised a question. "Do we have to fill to 4? Can 3 of us clear the stage?" You can, but it's not recommended, said the guide. The man dropped his hand, disgruntled. After asking 3 times and confirming no one wanted the drowner, the guide signaled the driver to shut the door and head to the next stop. The second stop was an unfamiliar ghost again, no one invited it. The third stop, a red-clad bridal ghost stood at the post, her wedding dress blood red, her aura fierce. Van Hans stared at her profile, softly, I want to invite her. Trusting Van Hans' judgment, True Na readily agreed. And you too? Invite her or not? The guide turned to the 2 men, eyes glittering, itching to incite, fight. No, both refused the idea. Regretfully, the guide still conveyed the invitation. The bridal ghost boarded. As she passed Van Han, she clearly paused, then sat on the seat to Van Han's right. With the third guest aboard, the driver shut the door and rolled on. The fourth stop offered a C-class child ghost, seemingly ordinary, yet True Na said to invite it, to keep ghost baby company. The fifth stop was a grave marker ghost. The 2 men discussed and invited it. The sixth stop was another unfamiliar ghost with 6 eyes and 8 arms, looking very capable in a fight. The men hesitated, then invited it too. In the end, the men teamed with the grave marker and the unfamiliar 6-eyed ghost, while Van Han and True Na teamed with the red bridal ghost and the child ghost. Team members selected. Now to the dining hall, the guide announced. Only upon arriving did they learn that to eat there they had to tip the chef first to put him in a good mood, otherwise he wouldn't want to work, or worse, might turn the diners into dishes. Van Han casually gathered some snacks, bundled them into a grand gift bag, and presented it. True Na, without a ripple, glanced at the child ghost. Child ghost? Van Han leaned in. Senior, don't tell me you were thinking, if I hadn't teamed with you, it would have been the gift. True Na admitted blandly. The ghost at the second stop is the brood mother. She can bear 10 little ghosts at once, gives birth in the morning, eats them by night. If this were a test question, brood mother plus child ghost is the standard answer. Child ghost, it silently changed seats, far from True Na. Van Han peeled a candy from its mouth to comfort it. Reality has no if, don't worry too much. Catching the drifting milk-sweet scent, the bridal ghost swallowed suspiciously. Van Han tossed her a bag. Here, have some. The bride tore the wrapper and hurried to cram milk candy into her mouth, and like tinder to flame, the perpetual gnawing hunger ebbed away, all the ghosts feeling much better. On the other side, whatever the 2 men negotiated, a C-class cleaver ended up offered as tribute. With such trifles you want to dine here? The boss ghost looked gravely insulted and angry. I gave a hefty snack bundle. Can't we eat here? Asked Van Han. The boss's beady eyes spun, rat-like and sly. Provide 10 bundles of the same snacks and I might persuade the chef to make an exception. 1 question and 1 answer. Van Han confirmed this was a greedy ghost. She turned, about to ask the guide whether dining here was mandatory, only to find the main doors shut tight and the guide gone. From past experience, the tour group and the dining hall are in cahoots. Analyze True Na. Gifts to the hall get profit shared to the tour. No wonder the boss is a lion opening its mouth. So be it, there's no other way. Van Han told the boss that 10 bundles were too many and she needed to consider carefully. Quit dawdling. Anger the chef and even bigger gifts won't move him, the boss blustered, voice menacing. Nearby, after a brief huddle, the 2 men produced an abacus of Class B. The boss went crimson-eyed with joy. I feel your sincerity. I will surely persuade the chef to accept this goodwill. With that he scurried into the kitchen. Whatever he muttered there, the loudmouth man followed, leaving the hall. In the kitchen the boss sprayed spit. Look. I just squeezed them a little and snagged a C-class cleaver and a B-class abacus. If I press harder, won't I rake in even more? You're a ghost, spare me the sympathy for humans. Just stay in the kitchen and keep quiet, I'll handle the front. The chef's forehead veins bounced. He wanted to grab the cleaver and hack the boss. If you want kickbacks, do it under your own name, don't use mine to stir trouble. It's a show, one plays the red face, the other the black face, the boss muttered self-righteously. Without me, how long until you'd land a C-class cleaver? And this extra revenue, isn't it thanks to me? NK When a ghost shows up and calls me out by name for revenge,
That's also thanks to you, the chef fumed. If not for a written contract he'd have quit. I told you last
time I'd act with you one last time. You promised, and now you're at it again.
Last time for real, absolutely no next time, I promise, the boss chuckled and bolted. The chef, with nowhere to vent, chopped ingredients viciously.
The loudmouth took a walk and came back. The boss went to deliver the gifts and didn't return.
The players waited, grew impatient, and headed for the kitchen. Halfway there they found the boss lying flat on the floor.
Not good. The boss is down.
Hearing the commotion, the chef rushed over and froze at the sight.
The boss is gone, the gift's gone with him. Can we have a funeral feast, a send-off banquet? Van Han asked. Chef?
If there are no staff left, we'll cook ourselves, just cobble together something edible, suggested True Na.
Chef?
He drew a deep breath. Go sit down, I'll lay out a banquet immediately. Congratulations to the boss on passing on unslipping his shackles and regaining freedom. Back in the kitchen the chef noticed the brand new C-class cleaver had vanished. Thinking of the boss on the floor and the B-class abacus once hidden in his chest now missing, a chill ran through him. These new people are not to be messed with, better get them fed and out. With that in mind he cooked like mad. An hour later the guide, timing things, returned to the hall grinning, expecting hungry, cranky guests only to find more than 20 dishes covering 3 big tables, the tourists nibbling here and there, blissed out.
The guide's smile froze little by little. Why is there so much food? Kindly, Van Han clarified, the boss is no more, and we happened to catch a funeral feast. The guide went berserk. This isn't what we agreed. Van Han feigned confusion. The plan was to have tourists dine in the hall. Isn't a funeral feast also dining?
The guide choked, inhaled slowly. You're not wrong. Then with a pasted-on smile it said to the 4 human tourists, eat and drink your fill, I'll go have a talk with the chef. In the kitchen, after hearing the whole story, the guide raged, your dining hall has a contract with our inn. Letting them clear the checkpoint this easily, are you planning to breach the agreement? Chef, the one who signed with you is the boss. If you've got the guts, go find him. With that he strode out, indifferent and uncooperative. The guide petrified, standing there like a statue. After the meal, as True Na walked past the loudmouth, she accidentally dropped a cleaver and then strolled off as if the boss's sudden death were the most natural thing in the world.
Van Han saw it all and teased, stocking up the kitchen, are we?
True Na was unhurried. Offering gifts is a rule of the game, you can't violate it outside, but the game never says you can't take them back after submitting. So then, whatever you gift, you can return to sender. If you can turn in ghost gear, you can also turn in ghosts. The host strikes back and nobody can control it. Of course she wasn't so kind as to return ghost gear for nothing. It's just that since the other side pushed the boss to his death and she profited indirectly, she didn't want to owe a favor, so she returned the cleaver. Van Han laughed, Senior, you're formidable and adorable, I like you so much. True Na shot her a look, you never do anything proper, lazybones, and still have the mood to wag your tongue at me. She pushed the big snack bundle that Van Han had submitted back in front of her, your stuff, take it. Van Han shook her head, don't give it back, stash it for Ghost Baby as treats. Seeing she didn't mind, True Na kept it without fuss. After eating, the bus hit the road again. The scenery beyond the window grew more and more desolate, leaving Van Han speechless. Who goes sightseeing in a place like this? I'm Iron Mallet, how should I address you too? The loudmouth leaned over. To chat. Van Han. Shen Trin, that is, True Na. Iron Mallet frowned, real names? Van Han glanced, of course not. Good. He clearly exhaled in relief. In high-level dungeons, if the system pairs you with unreliable teammates, joining forces may be worse than soloing. Seeing the 2 female players dependable, he wanted to recruit them to his side. Pity that while he scorned others, they might well scorn him. And that one? True Na looked at the other man. Iron Mallet blurted, he's my brother, Iron Egg. Iron Egg himself? Call me brother and then stick me with that name, you put no thought in at all. I'm Cockvu, the man said. Iron Mallet stared in shock, looking abandoned. Cockvu pretended not to notice. Have you watched the videos about the Fatal Tour group?
Do you know where this is headed?
I have, said Truna. Difficulty ranges from C to A, destinations vary each time.
Hearing that, Kakvu sighed, so veteran experience won't help much.
As they spoke, the destination loomed into view, a black river, the far bank out of sight, the water inky as ink, ominous. Two small boats with oars sat on the bank.
The guide chirped, "Here we are, please split into 2 teams, row across to the other side, the driver and I will wait at the rendezvous."
The 4 players?
What if we can't cross? Will the driver come back to fetch us? Iron Mallet asked.
Of course not, the guide answered without hesitation. On the far side we'll wait at most 3 hours. When time's up and passengers haven't appeared, we assume they forfeit the ride.
Truna peered at the water. What's in there?
Well, the guide chuckled awkwardly and dodged the question.
Van Hahn pinched 100 cuisson note between index and middle finger and held it out. The guide, lightning fast, took the 100 cuisson and tucked it up its sleeve. Nothing much, just some spirit skiffs.
What are spirit skiffs?
Truna was about to ask more when the guide was already back on the bus, and the driver drove straight across the surface.
The players, if the driver can do that, why not ferry us? Is leaving us here really to enhance the experience?
So the guide's intention is to give us a hard time, Kakvu said helplessly. 2 teams, who goes first?
No one wanted to risk it, so they settled it with rock paper scissors. Iron Mallet lost 3 straight and was KO'd by Van Hahn to go second. Iron Mallet, even stepping into the boat, he still wondered why he'd been dumb enough to repeat the game, and how Van Hahn won all 3.
Kakvu couldn't take it. Please, don't think, whenever you think, I get scared.
Iron Mallet?
I'm a strategist type player.
Kakvu
failed to hold back a laugh.
Iron Mallet?
Banter aside, the skiff had reached midstream. Just past halfway, a sudden squall rose, waves slamming the hull, the little boat rocking as if it would capsize at any moment.
Then the unfamiliar ghost intoned, "Spirit skiffs love to chase humans, frequenting places of high waves. If a human passenger falls in, they will never let the boat go." No sooner had it finished than hundreds of hairless corpses crested the waves to give chase. Kakvu tensed, wanting to evade, but mid-river offered nowhere to hide. Beside him, hearing the explanation, Iron Mallet wore an enlightened expression. The vicious tempter delights in luring mortals into doing wrong. Each success brings it joy. The red bridal ghost on the bank suddenly spoke. Truna flicked her a glance, thinking the milk candy really works. Bribe a few pieces and a ghost is family. In the distance, Iron Mallet summoned a B-class contracted water ghost to ferry Kakvu to shore. He himself dove into the river and swam with speed rivaling a speedboat. The 100-plus spirit skiffs gave chase and could not catch up. On the boat remained the grave marker and the vicious tempter. The spirit skiffs had no interest in them. The gale slowly died, and those 2 could row lazily ashore. Vicious tempter, what are these 2 even doing? That wasn't my point at all, yet the matter resolved smoothly. It strained at the oars for ages and finally, with great effort, reached the far bank.
"Let's go too," called Truna.
"Got a plan?" asked Van Hahn.
Truna nodded. "The spirit skiff swarm is scary,
but from what we saw, if they can't catch up, it's fine.
Ghost Baby is a space type and happens to counter them."
The 2 women and 2 ghosts boarded. The skiff crawled outward, learning from the earlier attempt. The spirit skiff swarmed even sooner, yet each time they neared, in the next blink they were displaced 100 meters away. Stunned, they tried again and were expelled again. After a few rounds, fatigue wrote itself across their faces. Many gave up, only a handful of stubborn ones lingering. On the boat, seeing Ghost Baby's little face go pale, Van Hahn gauged the burden was heavy. She took a rice ball from her inventory, crumbled it, and scattered it into the river. The spirit skiffs abandoned the chase and circled the rice crumbs for a long time. Watching the distance widen, Truna frowned. Why did they stop? "I read in an old book, when you meet spirit skiffs, throw rice," said Van Hahn, dusting off the last of the crumbs with a smile. "With what they like in front of them, why would they care about humans?" "So once you know the trick, passing is simple," laughed Truna. Van Hahn thought otherwise. Knowing is one thing, but who keeps cooked rice on hand in their inventory? Marked items include rice ball, which is made from rice. Thanks to layers of coincidence, she could crumble a rice ball and coast through. Earlier at the Crimson Pear Garden, the marked item added mung bean cake. In the citywide courier app dungeon, it added soda that cheers people or ghosts after drinking. In the special dungeon Gwyn Village, it added Finjo for drinking and is cooking wine to banish fishiness. At the Obsidian General Store, it added cigarettes, mellow and good for focus. At the Casino of Fate, it added rice ball, fist-sized. That keeps your belly full for a long time. In the Fatal Tour group, it added chocolate, which makes you lively and bursting with energy. In truth, after the courier app dungeon, Van Han rarely paid attention to specific effects of marked items. She just cared about the basics: make ghosts feel full. The rice ball working this time was a happy accident. The moment Kokfu rode the water ghost ashore, a question mark slowly formed on the guide's brow. Seeing Iron Mallet swim across shocked it more. When both teams reached the far side intact, it stared at four unscathed human players and pondered why this wasn't how it was supposed to go. With nothing else to do, Van Han ran up to ask, "We crossed, what next?" The guide, "Since you arrived earlier than expected, I'll take you to stroll the market first." The driver started the bus toward the market. Passing a swamp, some shadows turned into a multitude of shade ghosts, wandering out in a daze. "So this is how ghosts are born?" Iron Mallet exclaimed. The guide kept silent, unwilling to narrate for humans. Once more Van Han pinched 100 Quisa note and offered it, soothing, "Don't be upset, your tour's plan failing has nothing to do with a wage-earning ghost like you." The guide, "You do know how to comfort a ghost." It took the Quisa and relaxed visibly. "This is the swamp of haunting. Every day countless shade ghosts are born here. At first they're witless, and need a fateful chance to gain awareness." "So that's how ghosts are born?" Iron Mallet pressed. "Of course not," the guide shot back. "The dead become ghosts, resentment can become ghosts. There are many paths for a ghost to be born." As the guide spoke, Truna scribbled notes at speed, sworn to record every word it said. Materials to craft voodoo doll poison? Buy newly forged ghost gear, 7 C rank pieces, 2 B rank pieces? Hand them over, I'll take them all. Don't know what to use meteorite for? Fine, I'll take it. Van Han swept the stalls while muttering, "Cheap, too cheap, if you don't buy you're not human." Passing ghosts and shopkeeper ghosts drooled, but a corner glance at the tour guide miss made them freeze and quietly drop the idea. The guide stood there the whole time like a statue, truly dense, truly naive. It only knew this traveler group had a way with attractions, not that they could rampage in the market too. "Can anyone rein her in?" the guide snapped. Truna turned aside. A kid this lively and innocent, who could rein her in? Even if she could, she wouldn't. Reining in just kills a child's nature, not good at all. Whoever can persuade her to stop, I'll leak the key points for the next sights test. Thiat Shui sprang up to volunteer, but even so he couldn't beat Truna. She turned and called, "Key test points now, back here." With a snap, Van Han was back, classic professional student reflex. Truth is, what she needed in the market was almost bought. Strolling more only killed time, better to return for hints. "Tonight we lodge at Lafu Mountain Cemetery, please prepare." Kokvu blinked. "Did my ears fail? You lodge in a graveyard?" "You heard right," the guide said crisply, "and there will be many warm ghost neighbors welcoming guests." The 4 players, spicy. No wonder it's the death-defying tour group. Truna sighed. What virtue do we have to become travelers of the death-defying tour? Willing or not, they still boarded the bus. The driver headed for Lafu. On the way, Van Han eyed the driver's seat, itching to boot him out and drive herself, but she didn't know the route or kidnap the guide and go free travel mode? What if that violates rules and she's trapped forever? Forget it, this tour seems unlike normal copies, don't rush. The driver, unaware he'd almost been booted, drove on to the destination. Soon the bus stopped. Outside, a high mountain thick with graves, roughly at least 3,000 or 4,000. So many graves, surely not all have owners? Some don't, said the guide. What proportion? Over 60% don't. Even if only 40% do, that's scary enough. There are over 3,000 graves, some have flags that list tomorrow's destinations. Before sunrise, gather flags from the 4 directions. The places written on them will be tomorrow's route. If you gather more than 4 directions, you can nominate destinations at will.
If fewer than 4, the inn decides. She clapped to dismiss and patted her skirt and left. Guide and driver are in staff, not lodging in such a desolate place. The 4 players didn't even know where to sleep and still had to find flags, truly miserable. Split up, Kakvu suggested. Together they'd never finish by dawn, but apart they might meet ghosts, if deranged ghosts who don't reason, worse. The more he thought the more he despaired. Maybe crawl in an empty grave, sleep a night, and follow the inn tomorrow. Fiachui burned with zeal. Isn't it just crest the mountain and fetch flags? Leave it to me. Kakvu was speechless yet admired his guts. When called he followed. The grave ghost shuffled behind, wanting to speak but holding back. If they sweep from the peak, we start from the foot, said Truna, summoning Ghost Sprite to slip into graves to scout. Fiachui led his team away to use the simplest method, dig graves to find flags. He pulled his shovel. The grave ghost stopped him. Don't dig. Anyone who digs on Lafu will be swarmed by Rakshasa ghosts. A few puny ghosts, he scoffed, and kept digging. Not a few, many, very many. Lafu has the most Rakshasa ghosts, one clan, no infighting, they patrol together and stand against intruders. The ghost talked fast, but Fiachui was faster. A few thrusts opened the mound. He peered in, saw nothing, and sighed, nothing. Then he filled the dirt back. The grave ghost, you dug and even helped pack it back. What a nice weirdo. If you're so nice, why not heed warnings? Before it could say more, a tide of ghosts surged from afar. Inside Lafu, digging graves is forbidden. The grave ghost bolted, cursing. Told you not to dig, why won't you listen? Fiachui planned to bowl through, beat them and then dig one by one, except too many came. He grabbed the shovel and ran without intent to fight. Kakvu ran too. Hundreds of Rakshasa ghosts swarmed to find the targets gone. They split 3 ways to hunt, while elsewhere 2 people and 2 ghosts crowded a grave so tight they nearly knocked the mound flat. The grave ghost yelped, "It's my home, mind your hands." Inside Lafu, digging graves is forbidden. The roar rolled across the sky. Truna, no digging, just peek for flags. But if it's an empty grave, slip back out. If the owner is home, that's hard to explain. Ghost Sprite had only scouted 3 chambers when a shocked grave ghost popped out to chase. Too noisy, think of another way, Truna mused. I've wondered a while. Van Han took out a blank real estate deed. A mountain this big, does it have an owner? Ha! Truna didn't see the link. Next second, Van Han wrote on the deed. System chimed, congratulations, player number 351,147 becomes Mountain Lord of Lafu. Within the domain, fighting and theft are forbidden. Accrue 3 violations to be blacklisted and expelled immediately. Those on the blacklist who step on Lafu are struck by lightning. True na? How did chatting turn into becoming Mountain Lord? How did Junior do that? Meanwhile, Van Han received, congrats on becoming Mountain Lord of Lafu. Congrats on a second territory. Congrats on 1 unit of macro world origin, daily usable time plus 3 minutes. Within 100 meters of Lafu, Mountain Lord privileges allow 5 extra minutes of origin time. Since you hold 2 territories and 3 shops, total origin time plus 15 minutes. You obtained the Mountain Lord token, Tiger Head Seal. You obtained Mountain Lord privileges. Privilege 1, any vagrant ghost may lodge in Lafu graves by paying a daily 20 ghost stars. Privilege 2, if an outsider ghost purchases grave ownership and resides long-term, they fall under your command, use the seal to issue orders. She finally grasped the difference. Inhabitants on territory become her reserve force, while shop ghosts are only workers. Over 3,000 graves, the whole peak hers. She was delighted and had got the right usage of the blank deed, land grabbing to avoid rent, full automation, no brain drain. Mood bright, she was ready to go big. Truna's worry vanished, with the mountain hers. Finding a few flags is easy, anyone blocking is courting death. Van Han held the tiger seal and issued order 1, Lafu hides 10 flags, find one and bring it to the foot and get 1 month rent-free. Ghosts were stunned, they came to avoid ambush at night. How is lodging in graves charged? The poor hesitated,
But at the foot, after confirming most ghosts only squatted and hadn't bought rights, Van Han sent Shadow to start digging. Inside LaFu, digging graves is forbidden, the Rakshasa cried, crowding over.
Nonsense, there's no such rule, Van Han refuted.
Seize a mountain, set rules, force others to obey, Truna chuckled, you really take yourself as mountain lord.
The Rakshasa boasted by numbers, fists decide. We're many, obey us. If not, be eaten.
I like fist rules, Van Han said. Shadow swelled, any Rakshasa that lunged was swallowed, then it attacked the whole pack, opening its maw and
vacuuming them in.
There are more on the mountain, clear them. At her word, Shadow split, one half ripped through space to hunt, the other shouldered a shovel to dig steadily. Watching diligent Shadow, then her own lazy, big-eating ghost sprite on her shoulder, True now was moved to tears of envy.
I found this flag at my doorstep.
A poor ghost quivered and handed it in, first lucky one, not only rent-free for a month but a big snack bag as encouragement. Tearing a candy, the first taste changed its world. It timidly asked, if I find a second flag, will I get another snack bag?
Of course, Van Han smiled. Full of hope, it left.
The second to submit a flag was a meticulous ghost, not poor but fond of graves, thus lodging here. It kept its grave tidy and even prepared a fine coffin for ritual. Every night it lay inside, isolating from others. Learning LaFu had an owner, it hesitated then paid rent to become the very first voluntary tenant, and 20 ghost stars were worth it. A flag seeker dug its home and tried to attack. When righteous lightning struck the troublemaker, the meticulous one stayed safe and even picked a free flag. Submitting it earned another rent-free month and a big snack bag. Chewing a drumstick, it wept life had hope. 2 hours later the 10 flags all arrived. Beyond that, LaFu gained over 500 tenants. Van Han personally assigns several adjacent plots for Truna, the child ghost, and the red-robed bride to sleep, and reminded, rest well, up early tomorrow. The child ghost happily crawled into a grave. Before sleeping, Truna lectured Ghost Sprite on how to be diligent like Shadow, and Ghost Sprite promptly dozed. Ideological education's side effect is soporific. Brainwashing a ghost to serve players wholeheartedly is truly hard. The red-robed bride didn't leave at once, chatting, long time no see, you've grown strong.
You've changed a lot too, Van Han eyed the scarlet.
Haven't I, from player to ghost, Ta-On smiled wryly. They'd first met in the ghost market copy where Van Han used ghost stars to trade handicrafts to help Ta-On clear. Months passed, scene remains, people gone.
How did it come to this?
Planned the strategy right, misjudged hearts, this ending isn't undeserved.
Sounded like a long story.
As Van Han stacked 10 flags, Ta-On said, out of 10 choices, for our simple, pick those tomorrow and the copy will be sightseeing.
And if picking hard ones? There's a certain chance to end up like me. Already a ghost, why be a guest of the inn?
Poor, homeless, need wages, she sighed, and the inn promised that when the time is ripe they'll let me meet my enemies, then they'll be players and I'll be a guest ghost, plenty of ways to scheme them dead. Not everyone who dies becomes a ghost, either the obsession is too deep, or a special talent, or death at a special time and place.
Which are you?
Obsession too deep, she laughed coldly, those who betrayed me, even dead I won't spare. Knowing I'd been set up and had no chance to live, I donned a red bridal dress and let my blood dye it crimson, timed my last breath. Luck wasn't bad, alive I barely reached B rank, dead with heavy grievance, I awakened as an A rank ghost.
Van Han fell silent, words were useless now. Ta-On smiled, you've time to worry about me?
This tour differs from others, players are carefully chosen, usually those who've crossed a great ghost and got dragged here. Best think which ghosts you offended.
Van Han pondered 3 minutes and gave up, too many to recall.
Weren't you supposed to be a salted fish player?
How so much trouble? Money tempts hearts, holding rare items breeds envy, Van Han knew, with SSS rank business talent, one misstep turns a queen into a prisoner.
She needed time to grow strong, before strong, whoever ambushed her didn't matter, avoid, after strong, whoever.
It was didn't matter, pay back.
Freedom correlates with strength, she knew to hide clumsiness and knew limits.
Meanwhile the 2 male players suffered.
1 hour earlier, many Rakshasa had been swallowed, half an hour earlier, ghosts dug everywhere, Thiat Chui was thrilled, surely a sign to start digging, and the first grave he opened, lightning struck. The grave ghost scolded, "Can't you see this is a tenant's grave?" He stared, a bit aggrieved by lightning. He refused to quit, dug a second empty one, then a third, zapped again. Kakvu, calm, observed, "Touch a tenant's grave and lightning strikes. Empty graves may be dug but must be restored. No fighting, fight and you're zapped." So a rule-based copy? Fits common sense, he analyzed. You can't barge into a rented home, do and you're sued. But a ruined shrine outside the city where a beggar curls up, if someone rummages through he can't do much. The beggar who can't pay rent, you're insulting me again. What now? Thiat Chui was dizzy from strikes, mind blank. Rules imply a rule setter. The system just said someone became mountain lord. If she fails to gather enough flags, we've even less chance. Stop wasting effort, go bathe and sleep, and tomorrow hitch a ride on their route. You're right. Kakvu gazed toward the foot, heart wavering, to seize mountain lord. Those two female players must be of high standing. Which pair made such a splash? Asterisk the Rakshasa Ghost set up as a made-up conceit. 43 10,000 nutrition points extra updates. Harvest 2023. 1. New book a few days at 1.5 10,000 characters. 2. The Achi Dien style reader repaying a loan. Laugh. May 2024 be good. Happy New Year.